Hello and welcome to 6 Part. Today I'm gonna continue the series What If Deku Mastered the Secret Technique of Heal and Destroy Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
The morning of the invasion, a thin crescent moon and the far-off torchlight of the moving island were reflected by the ocean, which acted as a mirror. Izuku silently glided across the water from the tide's darkness, his body low and his breath measured. Below him, Kamiko swam, a luminous swath of blue and gold that pierced the night like a comet. Tula was crouching on the outrigger canoe behind him, holding twin paint pistols, her smile dim in the moonlight. With her shotgun ready but silent, Captain Sloane knelt at the bow. "Remember that until the hostages are safe, we are ghosts," Sloane said in a whisper that was nearly drowned out by the waves. Tula grinned. "Ghosts who sparkle." Izuku drew in a calming breath. "Ready. Let's go." Below the island, Kamiko carried Izuku toward the dark underside of the floating island as he slid into the water. It was enormous up close, a patchwork of welded barges covered in hardened quirk-grown rock, sand, and coral. Quirk creations to reinforce the structure, strange growths that resembled algae pulsed faintly, and some of them moved on their own. He ran his hand over the underside, feeling the thud of boots above and the vibrations of engines. From his palm, Hammond pulses extended, charting the hollow areas. He saw an intake grate that was just big enough for him to pass through. He muttered, found a way in, his voice drowned out by the water. Sloane and Tula followed, slipping into the sea. Izuku sent a sharp Hammond burst through the metal when Kamiko pushed against the grate. It was silent to the world above, but it was enough to cause it to shudder and pop free. Tensed and dripping, they ascended into the darkness. The air smelled of wet wood, salt, and oil, and the interior of the island was humid and metallic. Condensation dripped from pipes that ran along the walls. They could hear the clang of boots on metal and voices in the distance. Sloane squatted, her gaze alert. "Stay low. We move in silence. Gonzalez, no fireworks yet." Despite pouting, Tula silently twirled a paintball gun in her hands. "Fine. But the second we're spotted, I'm making art." Izuku was led to the middle of the platform by a tingling Hammond sense. He saw a cargo hold turned into a makeshift cell through a vent. Two quirked pirates stood watch over three villagers who were huddled inside with their wrists tied. One who spins their long, blade-like fingers idly like knives. An additional person with frog legs squatting on the railing, looking around for danger. Izuku slowed his heartbeat and let out a breath. "I can take the frog guy if you can distract the other." Sloane grinned. "Do it." Kamiko moved in the shadows of the shallow water pooling beneath the platform as Izuku edged closer. Izuku flicked his hand, letting out a tight Hammond water pulse as the frog-legged pirate bent down to take a sip from a flask. With a sharp crack, the water hit the man's temple, causing him to spasm and fall silently into the pool below. Only bubbles remained after Kamiko pulled him under. Simultaneously, Tula fell from a beam, pelting the knife-wielding pirate's face with a paintball of sticky, glowing powder. "Sorpresa!" she screamed. He stumbled back, swearing and blinded. In an instant, Sloane was on him, her shotgun butt snapping across his jaw. Without a sound, he fell to the ground. With Hammond sparking through the lock until it snapped open, Izuku hurried to the cell. "You're safe. Stay quiet, we're getting you out." With a shaky voice, one of the teenagers gripped his arm. They said the Wave Rider is coming back tonight." The island was rocked by a low rumble. Shouts, splashes, and the distant boom of water hitting wood could be heard above. Sloane's gaze grew strained. "That's Tane starting the fight." The night was then split by a thunderclap of water. Izuku caught a glimpse of Kai Voss rising on a cresting wave through the vent slats, arms wide, water coiling around him like serpents. His voice cut through the confusion. "They dare breach my island? Then let the sea take them?" Alarms sounded everywhere, and as pirates hurried to battle stations, the metal beneath their feet trembled with motion. Tula smiled. "Welp, Chico Verde, so much for stealth." As Kamiko chirped and plunged into the murky water below, Izuku let out a breath and felt Hammond throbbing in his arms. "Then we do this the hard way. Let's get our people home." Every time the ocean outside crashed, the floating island trembled. Metal let out a moan. Pipes hissed. Above them, Kai Voss's wave towers loomed and broke as Tane Moana roared over the tide, his Taiaha crashing against the rushing water. Shouts and the sound of pounding boots filled the artificial island's corridors. As one, Izuku, Tula, and Captain Sloane led the rescued villagers through the dark, dripping corridors. 3 quirked pirates, one with spines along his arms, one exhaling smoke, and one with glowing, whip-like hair, made up the first patrol that rounded the corner. Prior to their response, Sloane muttered, "Bounce me." Tula smirked, let out a breath, pulled out both of her paintball guns, and splattered harmonic paint on the wall and floor. Then Solano shot the floor with a shotgun blast infused with Hammond. Curving around the corner in a flash of color and gold, the blast bounced off a slippery patch of Tula's paint and struck the spine-arm pirate's knee. Tula yelled, "Yaw, you're out," and jumped up to toss a glitter bomb. It exploded in midair, showering the hair-whip pirate with dazzling glitter. As the smoke breather staggered forward, coughing, Sloane clotheslined him, spun her shotgun, and knocked him cold with the stock. She yelled, "Move," and the group rushed ahead. As though this were a lethal obstacle course, the rescued villagers navigated through the chaos by following Tula's vivid paint marks like trail lights in the dark. At the subsequent intersection, Sloane took hold of Izuku's arm. "Heart of the island's that way. Take your turtle and break whatever keeps this thing floating. We'll get the civilians out." As Kamiko chirped and plunged into a side channel of water piping, Izuku nodded and steadied his breathing. "Got it. Be safe." He ran farther into the island, his boots clattering on the metal. As the water flowed and the engine noise vibrated, the air became hot and humid. The walls were lined with dripping pipes, and the metal itself hummed with quirk energy. Water roared through pipes and pumps that kept the enormous platform afloat as the engine chamber throbbed like a living beast. The air smelled of oil, rust, and salt, and steam hissed from corroded joints. With Kamiko paddling at his heels and the Hammond scarf unraveling around his arms, Izuku skidded into the circular chamber. Izuku has some information based on scouts that shows that 3 elite quirked pirates waited. Ironjaw. Metal-plated arms with shining teeth and anchor-like fists. The Riptide Twins. Water jets cutting the air into ribbons while spinning in unison. Torchback. A wiry man with smoke like curls of steam around him, his spine quills hissing when droplets hit. Danger vibrated through the air. Ironjaw stomped forward, cracking his neck. "Little brat's here for the engine. Let's break him before the island does." He ran. With a sharp exhale, Izuku launched himself into a water glide. Hammond rippled in circles beneath him as his feet skimmed the shallow channel around the core. Ironjaw's fist swung plated. Hammond was glowing along the length of Izuku's scarf as he ducked and snapped it forward. It encircled a suspended pipe, enabling him to swing like a pendulum over the subsequent blow. With a kick to Ironjaw's shoulder, he sent a Hammond pulse through his boot, causing the large man to stumble. Razor streams of water sliced through the air as the Riptide Twins spun from the opposite side. Tula's reflective blue ammo was loaded into a paintball gun, which Izuku yanked and fired at the damp floor. The water jets scattered and refracted harmlessly against the walls as the paint splashed into glowing slicks. "Gracias, Tula," he whispered to himself. With his spines blazing with heat, Torchback leapt from a pipe with the intention of pinning Izuku against the metal wall. With the tool buzzing in his hand, Izuku picked up a loose wrench from the floor, let out a breath, and infused it with Hammond. Like a shuriken, he threw it, clang. A pipe was struck by the wrench, and the metal pulsed. Torchback screeched and staggered back as the pipe burst, sending scalding steam exploding in his face. Izuku landed with his Hammond scarf coiled for another blow, water dripping off him. "I must not allow them to overpower me. Everything that Tane taught me must be put to use." Ironjaw roared and charged once more. Kamiko gave a sharp chirp this time and plunged into the pool in the middle of the chamber. A huge squirt of water erupted upward as Ironjaw lifted his fist, launching him with a clang into the low ceiling. When the spray subsided, Kamiko emerged, chirping with pride, her shell gleaming like molten sunlight as the wave glistened with golden Hammond ripples. The surge was fueled by a burst pipe, and the sea itself fought with them. "Good girl," Izuku exclaimed, breathing heavily. The Riptide Twins circled with their cutting streams in an attempt to flank. With the water moving in a zigzag pattern between the support beams, Izuku ducked low. Swinging hard, he snapped his scarf to a railing and threw paintballs infused with Hammond at the twins' feet. They slipped just long enough for Izuku to jump from the scarf swing and strike the closest twin in the chest with 2 palm strikes thanks to the glowing slicks. He was knocked into the water channel by Hammond's pulses. Water splattered toward Izuku's face as the second twin struck out. With a splash that sent him flying, Kamiko slammed into his side as he rushed out of the pool, spinning like a miniature whirlpool. After recovering, Torchback released a spray of superheated quills and hissed steam. Izuku jumped behind a pipe and took a deep breath, sensing the engine's pulse beneath his palms. Hammond permeates everything. He let out a breath and shoved Hammond through the system of pipes. Torchback lost his balance due to the intense vibrations of the metal. Torchback was yanked into the shallow water channel by Izuku as he slid across the damp floor, his scarf snapping around his ankle. Hissing steam from his body, Kamiko dove into the water and sent out a concussive Hammond pulse, flipping Torchback onto his back and rendering him unconscious. Izuku gasped and stumbled over to the main machinery. Pipes let out a moan. There was a hiss of steam. He sent a long, steady Hammond surge through the system, pressing both palms against the metal. When the valves burst, the water pressure became unstable. Cracks in the floor caused seawater to erupt in geysers. As compartments started to flood, the entire island shook and tilted. As the lights blinked and died, Kamiko emerged with a victorious chirp. Deflated, the pirates moaned on the ground. Izuku let out a heaving breath. Heart of the island is done. He looked up at the deck, where the air was shook by the muffled roar of Tane Moana and Kai Voss. Time to finish this. Izuku climbed from the core of the sinking island, gasping and soaked, the deck tilting beneath his feet. The night sky was sliced by lightning from a far-off storm, and the air was choked with smoke and salt spray. On the listing deck, Tane Moana stood knee-deep in seawater, her tattoos glowing in golden-blue pulses as her taiaha spun. His blows were slower than before, and his breaths were deep but labored. With waves curling around his legs, Kai Voss rode the tide like a predator across from him. His eyes gleamed with malice, and his bare chest glistened. "You're old, Moana. The sea is mine now." Behind him, a huge wave rose, and he slammed it. The force knocked Tane to one knee, his taiaha scraping the wet deck as he braced and let out a sharp Hammond burst. "Master Tane." Izuku slid across the tilting deck, his scarf whipping as he slid out of the water like a dart. The moonlight caught a spray of droplets and fused with Hammond as Kamiko exploded from the surf, spinning. Kai Voss growled. "You again?" Tane's face split into a smile as he coughed. "Ha!" The little wave rises, with his chest heaving. Izuku planted his feet next to Tane. "You're not alone this time." The Harmon tribe encountered the pirates as they fled the sinking fortress and fled into the sea, causing the entire island to sink. Kai launched a water lance in Izuku's direction. With Hammond running through his scarf, he snapped it forward and diverted the blow into the deck, causing wood to split. Kai lost his balance when Kamiko shot a water pulse out of her shell. Izuku slid forward, splattering conductive slicks on the deck with Hammond paintballs. Tane struck Kai across the ribs with a taiaha that arced like lightning, using one of the glowing patches to bounce a strike infused with Hammond. With a growl of anger, the Wave Rider struck the railing. Kai quickly reached for his belt and pulled out a tiny black injector. "Let's see if your ocean can keep up now." Trigger was jammed into his arm by him. The veins darkened. The water surrounding him erupted into a flurry as his eyes blazed. Kai found himself lifted on a whirling column of water as a cyclone of waves burst from the deck. He spoke in a thunderclap. "I am the storm." Tane was hammered back into the mast by the surge, causing the wood to crack. Izuku's feet slid as the water whipped around him, and he held onto his scarf wrapped around a railing. "His movements are crazy, but he's stronger and faster. I sense that the tide is working against him." Kamiko chirped sharply and plunged into the churning sea as Izuku locked eyes with him. After a moment, Kai's cyclone became unstable as the water surrounding the deck pulsed with golden ripples. Izuku took a deep breath and blew out Hammond into his scarf. With perfect circular breaths, he swung it like a whip, clung to a nearby broken mast beam, and launched himself directly into the cyclone, gliding along the spinning water. "What?" Kai screamed, snapping. Shockwaves went through Izuku's body as he delivered a Hammond kick to his chest. With his tattoos blazing at full strength, Tane rose behind him and struck with his taiaha, his roar echoing through the storm. "The ocean does not belong to you." They pushed Kai into the water together. Coughing and spluttering as the cyclone collapsed, he struck the deck hard, whether triggered or not. With water still weakly swirling around him, Kai snarled and attempted to stand up. "You can't stop the..." A huge blast of water infused with Hammond erupted from Kamiko's shell and the shattered pipes beneath it as she erupted from the sea. Kai was thrown into the dark ocean after being blasted clean off the deck by the force. With a heavy breath, Tane rested on his taiaha. "The sea has spoken." With a proud chirp, Kamiko surfaced next to Izuku, who was standing soaked and trembling. We did it. With a groan, the floating island sank lower, its tilting deck rushing with seawater. Below, in a canoe, came Sloane and Tula, waving wildly. Come on, Tide boys, time to go. With Kamiko swimming alongside him, Tane lifted Izuku in one arm and jumped into the sea. As the island disintegrated, they sank into the murky water and glided to the canoe. With the exception of the distant cries of seagulls and the gentle hum of the tide, the ocean became quiet behind them. Tane put a hand on Izuku's shoulder while his weary eyes were filled with pride. Little wave, today, the sea truly knows your name. The village and lagoon were bathed in soft light as the warm, golden morning sun descended over Kavai. As though the previous night's battle storm had only been a nightmare, the ocean was once more serene. The sweet scent of wet earth and salt, along with the subtle tang of coral dust, had replaced the smoke. Wearing a ceremonial woven cloth, Izuku knelt in the sand on the beach. At his side, Kamiko lay in a tide pool, breathing in slow, harmonic pulses while half-lidding her eyes. With her taiaha rooted in the sand like a tree with roots, Tane Moana stood in front of him, her tattoos glowing dimly in the morning light. They were encircled by half a circle of villagers, breathing in time with the tide. The sea has tried you, little wave, Tane uttered in a low, arrogant rumble. You bled for our people, you sank the false island, and you brought our family back to the tide, and now. He reached for Izuku's shoulder with a huge hand. The ocean will speak through your skin. The ceremony of tattooing a shallow bowl filled with ink that shimmered blue and gold, with tiny threads of coral, volcanic ash, and pearl floating inside like living currents, was carried forward by two elderly artisans. Faintly, like a piece of the ocean itself, Hammond pulses rippled across its surface. This ink, Tane said, is made from the bones of the reef and the breath of the tide. It will hold Hammond, and remember your promise to the ocean. The process was slow and deliberate, the comb-like tools tapping softly against Izuku's skin. At his left shoulder, a turtle shell spiral started and cascaded down into ripples that encircled his arm. Ready to channel water and Hammond as one, the spiral reached his hand and forearm before terminating in a wave-shaped point on his palm. The tattoo pulsated with his heartbeat, glowing golden blue as the last tap landed. As though the ocean itself had tucked a wave into his arm, Izuku breathed, and felt water pool beneath his skin. Tane indicated the lagoon. Show the ocean you hear her voice. Izuku exhaled slowly as he stood with his feet in the shallows. Hammond flowed into the tattoo, and water spiraled out from his arm, forming a circular, spinning shield around him. With its ripples of protective energy, the shape resembled a turtle shell. Izuku automatically responded with a concentrated water blast from his palm when Kamiko chirped and sent a tiny pulse from her shell. It left behind golden ripples as it soared across the lagoon. As the final lines of the glowing spiral were tapped into Izuku's skin, Sloane's eyes remained fixed on him. You know some of the elders aren't going to like this, she said in a low voice. They're still unsure about the kid. A tattoo like that, it's more than a gift. It's acceptance. Tane's voice was deep and confident, and his face remained fixed. Let them grumble. I am of the sea, not the council halls. The ocean has already chosen him. He is one of my people now, sea people, not just Hammond people. After a quiet gasp, the villagers applauded by clapping and stomping the sand. The tension between worlds eased in the moment, as even the crooked islanders at the back grinned. Izuku felt his chest constrict with pride as he gazed at his arm, which was dripping water from the glowing spiral. I'm really part of the tide now. Tula gave him a back pat. Chico Verde, finally upgraded from tourist to shiny sea monk. Later that morning, as the ocean below shimmered innocently, Tane and Captain Sloane stood on the cliff overlooking the restored reef. Sitting close by, Izuku continued to trace the glowing lines of his recently applied tattoo. Sloane spoke in a sharp, low voice. That pirate, Kai Voss, he wasn't just dangerous, he used trigger. Tane's face grew serious. I could feel it in the tide. His quirk fought the ocean like a hurricane, reckless and unnatural. Sloane's arms were crossed. Trigger pushes quirk output beyond safe limits. It makes strong quirks lethal and unstable. If it spreads, we'll see more than pirates using it. Cities could drown before anyone even knows who's behind it. Tane peered over the edge of the world. Empowering those who already abuse their gifts is like teaching a wave to break the shore. It will destroy all it touches. Sloane gave a somber nod. I'll report this to the council. If Trigger's in these waters, it's only a matter of time before it hits the mainland. We'll need more than one tribe to stand against it. As the village was buzzing with festivities that night, Izuku strolled over to the peaceful tide pool where Kamiko was floating and glowing subtly. Kneeling, he allowed his new tattoo to be washed away by the surf. He felt the ocean pulse with him, like a heartbeat, as the water on his skin triggered the stored hamon. Whispering, "I'm not just visiting anymore," he said, "I'm really part of you now." A small, amusing water pulse splashed Kamiko's face as he chirped. For the first time, Izuku felt as though he belonged to both the land and the sea as he laughed, the sound carried away by the soft tide. With a slow exhale, he let the ocean breathe alongside him. I could live here or in Orlis indefinitely. He wasn't the oddball child who was told. No, he wasn't running after a world that didn't want him here in the Hamon world. He was a Hamon warrior who belonged to the City of Breath and the Tide. He could spend the rest of his life here or return to Orlis. However, the memory of congested streets and impoverished neighborhoods slowly infiltrated as the waves rustled against the coast. He reflected on his mother and the world in which he and others faced daily hardships. Who will assist them if I remain here? Who will restore the areas that are unable to hear the sea? His chest tightened at the thought. It had never been so easy to belong and so difficult to leave. His hand was nudged by Kamiko, and he muttered, "I'll go back, but I think a piece of me will always stay here." With the faint hum of harmonic energy and the smell of salt in the ocean breeze, Izuku stood at the edge of the dock. Kamiko was swimming slowly in the water below, as if sensing the farewell, while Solane and Tula were already on the small outrigger canoe. As she adjusted her shotgun across her back, Solane grinned and said, "Guess this is it, kid, try not to break too many harmonic sacred rules before we see you again." Softening her usual mischievous nature, Tula leaned over the side of the canoe. "Remember that you are now one of us. No matter how hard the quirk world tries to shrink you, you will always be one of us." "Thank you," Izuku said, nodding, his throat constricted, "for everything." The elder's voice echoed over the waves as Tane and the islanders raised their hands in farewell from the shore. "Izuku Midoriya, you will always feel at home here. Your breath will be remembered by the sea and the island. When the tides call, return." Feeling the weight of the ocean and their trust in his chest, Izuku took a deep breath and bowed. "Yes, I will. I swear." The canoe drifted away as Kamiko chirped, creating ripples that glistened in the early morning light. Izuku stood by himself on the dock, the wind pulling at his hair as the canoe slid toward the horizon. His heart began to ache in a bittersweet way. "I've finally found my place in this world, but I can't stay here. Not while the world continues to suffer. I'll return, but not before fulfilling my pledge to save people the way I know how." The hum of the ocean followed him like a heartbeat as he turned toward the boat that was waiting to take him home after taking one final glance at the glittering water. Izuku's bare feet made a gentle creaking sound on Kale's dojo's wooden floors, and the gentle aroma of polished cedar and incense filled the air. The room felt exactly like it had when he had left, a peaceful haven from the outside world, but entering it now, after everything he had witnessed, made him feel smaller. The little harmonic turtle had grown since the journey. Her shell carried a faint shimmer of gold along the ridges, like ripples frozen in time, and unlike before, she refused to leave Izuku's side. Kamiko slid in beside him, her claws clicking faintly against the floorboards. "You really went all the way with me, don't you?" As Kamiko chirped a gentle harmonic note, Izuku knelt down and scratched the edge of her shell. Suddenly, tiny droplets of shimmering water rose from her shell and drifted into the air like dewdrops in moonlight. Kamiko swam into the air, paddling through the droplets as if they were a current only she could sense, and Izuku's breath caught as the droplets drifted and rippled, forming a slow orbit around the dojo after briefly hanging weightless. Izuku smiled and let a droplet touch his palm, saying, "You've learned a new trick." As soon as the droplet touched his palm, he felt Hamon energy hum along his skin, as if he were holding a piece of the ocean. "Your bond has deepened," Kale said in a booming voice from the other side of the room. Kale's eyes, as always sharp but unreadable, were in the doorway, and Izuku spun in surprise to see his mentor standing there, arms folded in his loose black robe. The harmonic beasts are mirror images of their companions," Kale said, taking a step closer. "She chose you fully. She grew because you did. And if you continue to earn her trust, she will keep developing." The weight of Kale's words caused Izuku's shoulders to tighten as he straightened. Kale walked slowly around him, his voice firm but gentle. "You witnessed the city. You witnessed the life we created, shielded from a world that would destroy it. You have to live in two different worlds now." As Kamiko swam past his shoulder, leaving a trail of harmonic droplets behind, Izuku whispered. I know, but it's just, after seeing it all, after feeling it, I don't know if I can stay hidden forever. Not when the world is still in need of assistance. The heavy, grounding hand of Kale fell on his shoulder. Then assist it. Heal it. But keep quiet. Izuku, keep in mind the rules. The breath is only audible to those who can hear it. Our sanctuary will burn the instant the world recognizes you for who you truly are. Izuku nodded slowly, swallowing hard, the reminder bitter but not enough to quench the fire in his chest. For now, I'll abide by the rules. I'm not done helping people, though. After examining him for a considerable amount of time, Kale finally smiled slightly. Next, begin with yourself. Take a seat. Take a breath. Show me how the departed boy has come back. Exhaling, Izuku sat cross-legged with Kamiko curled next to him, feeling for the first time since his return that a piece of the ocean had followed him home, the droplets still floating through the dojo, vibrating in time with his breath as he took a deep breath, reflecting the soft, golden light of evening. Izuku felt the city was louder than he remembered. His backpack felt heavier than it should have, but Kamiko's gentle weight in the crook of his arm grounded him as the honking horns, the hum of traffic, and the electric buzz of billboards all pressed in on him after weeks of ocean wind and the quiet heartbeat of the harmonic city. He stopped outside the apartment door, stroking the faded paint with his fingers. At home. Not the same house, though. The scent of laundry detergent and simmering miso soup wafted out as the lock clicked. Izuku? His mother's voice carried from the kitchen, warm and familiar. Is that you? I had the thought. Drying her hands on a towel, she turned the corner and froze. Izuku's taller, more erect stance caught her attention, followed by the tribal tattoo that coiled around his forearm and the glistening turtle that blinked in his arms. She let go of the towel and said, "Oh, Izuku." He said, "Hi, Mom," in a quiet voice that carried a calmness she had never heard before, not the shaky doubt of a boy, not the crazy enthusiasm of a fanboy, just steady. She reached for him with trembling hands, then paused, staring at the turtle. Is that alive?" With a soft, harmonic chirp, Kamiko released tiny droplets that rose from her shell and drifted like glittering bubbles through the hallway light. "It's beautiful," Inko exclaimed, clasping a hand over her mouth. She cautiously extended her hand, and a droplet touched her fingertip, causing a slight warmth to rise up her arm. Izuku moved closer, allowing her to give him a one-armed embrace while being mindful of the turtle, and she withdrew, her eyes watering as she truly absorbed him. "You've changed." Slowly, Izuku nodded. He could feel it too. His shoulders were no longer slouched. His breaths were deeper and more steady. The burden he bore was not fear but purpose. Inko whispered, "Something happened," as she traced the tattoo's wave-like patterns and swirling lines, which shimmered faintly in the hallway light. "Izuku, what did you do?" Words felt inadequate for the celebration, the trial, the ocean under the moon, and the memories of the harmonic city that flashed behind his eyes as he hesitated. He finally said, "I'll explain," and laid Kamiko gently on the floor. The small turtle left a gentle trail of rippling droplets as it waddled inquisitively toward the living room. Izuku gave himself a tiny, almost shy smile and said, "But first, we require a swimming pool. An actual one. Kamiko will need water, and she won't leave my side any longer." After blinking, Inko laughed helplessly, half in relief, half incredulously. "A pool. Naturally. When my son returns with a tattoo and a magic turtle, his first request is for a pool." With a warm smile on his face, Izuku felt the two worlds collide in this small apartment, and for the first time since leaving the boat, it seemed possible that they could live together. The administrative office at UA buzzed with faint fluorescent lights, and the air smelled of disinfectant and old paper, heavy with a tension Izuku hadn't experienced since before his internship. The room was silent, save for the faint hum of the city outside the windows, and he sat upright in the chair across from Eraserhead, hands clasped on his lap. He felt Kamiko somewhere deep in his chest, the slow pulse of her life force like a second heartbeat, even though she was miles away. Aizawa's voice was flat but sharper than usual, like a cloth-wrapped blade, as she said, "You've changed." Izuku paused before saying, "I suppose I have." The tip of the tribal tattoo showed through the sleeve of Izuku's uniform, and Aizawa's eyes fell to the edge. "New ink. That must have been a component of your internship." Izuku said cautiously, "In a way, it's a sign of trust, of development." Uh-huh. Izuku could feel the weight of Aizawa's attention like a spotlight as he leaned back, shifting his scarf slightly, his eyes heavy-lidded. "The duration of your absence exceeded that of a typical internship. It was cleared by your teacher. Your mom passed it, However, I'd like to hear it from you. What precisely were you doing, and where were you? Kale's voice reverberated in his mind. The breath is only a whisper to those who can hear it. Izuku's pulse throbbed softly in his ears, faintly synchronizing with Kamiko's distant heartbeat. Izuku said slowly, I trained. I gained more self-awareness concerning the world. Additionally, I assisted a few people. That's not much of an answer, Aizawa said, the air growing heavier but his tone remaining unchanged. Izuku looked him in the eye, calmer than he had been months before, and said, it's the only one I can give right now. After a prolonged period of staring, Aizawa leaned back and studied him as though attempting to discern the shape that was hidden beneath the surface. He's different, he thought, not stronger, not louder, just older and steadier. Before either could continue, a sharp tone crackled from the PA system. Students, pay attention. Kindly remember Class 1A student Iida Tenya. After hero killer Stain, who was apprehended by Endeavor and other professional heroes, attacked him in Hosu, he is still on life support. Izuku's chest grew constricted. Iida, he muttered, recalling the intelligent, sincere class representative who was constantly running and making a concerted effort to act morally. The thought of him lying in a hospital bed, motionless and silent, stung behind his eyes. Aizawa kept a close eye on him. He pursued Stain by himself. I nearly died for it. Although his tone was neutral, there was a hint of annoyance and sorrow that he hardly ever showed. As if sensing his anger, Izuku's fists curled against his knees, and he could feel Kamiko's concern ripple in the distance. He could almost see it. A silent savior no one knew about, stepping where the pro-heroes couldn't. Aizawa thought about it for a heartbeat, asking the boy in front of him to step into the shadows, to use whatever he'd gained during that internship to protect the students, the city, the delicate line heroes were barely holding, and to perform a miracle to heal his student that he failed. It wasn't what a teacher should ask of a student, but he swallowed the thought like bitter medicine. Finally, with a softer voice, Aizawa said, whatever you learned, keep it to yourself. And, Midoriya, stay out of trouble. The world will only become more repulsive. Izuku got up and bowed his head a little. I understand, sir. However, he paused, his words nearly catching in his throat. I can't ignore it either. With the burden of two worlds on his shoulders, he stepped out into the bright hallway, and in a distant, peaceful apartment, Kamiko's gentle harmonic pulse followed him, reminding him that no matter how hard he tried to live in the light, the tides of another life were always calling. With distant footsteps, clanging lockers, and the occasional echo of laughter from students who were unaware of or didn't wish to be aware of how close the world had come to tragedy, the hallway outside the administrative office was faintly alive. Izuku kept one hand close to his sleeve, fingers grazing the edge of his tattoo. It pulsed faintly, a reminder that Kamiko was out there, sensing his uneasiness, and walked slowly, his shoes soft against the tile, his heart heavy with every step. The voices of Class 1A floated through the air ahead, and he instinctively ducked behind a corner, not yet prepared to confront them. Uraraka's voice was tight as she whispered, they said he might not. Iida's still in the hospital. She didn't complete. Kirishima's voice came next, low and grim. He was trying to avenge his brother. I suppose I understand, but pursuing Stain by herself? That's stupid, but manly. Bakugo snapped, not manly, his usual volume low and controlled, but the acerbic edge was still present. It's pathetic. That is not how heroes discard themselves. A pause ensued, and even he sounded unconvinced. Finally, in a cold tone, Shoto said, he's fortunate that Stain was apprehended. I was fortunate to be present, along with my father and the others. Otherwise. The silence spoke for itself as he trailed off. Izuku felt his throat tighten, his back against the wall, his heart thumping, and for a second he felt Kamiko's pulse echoing through his own. A second heartbeat telling him to do something. He could see it so clearly, his classmate motionless in a hospital bed, machines breathing for him, the product of a world that didn't forgive mistakes. He thought bitterly, I could have done something, I could have helped. He whispered to himself, stay hidden. Follow the rules, because he was still a student and an observer. The part of him that had endured the hardships, walked through the harmonic city, and earned his tattoo, however, grunted louder. How many people will fall before you stop observing? Taking a deep breath, he felt his Hammond steady his pulse. This was the world he was trying to protect, and it was already bleeding. This was the weight Kale had warned him about. He avoided the crowd by turning down a quieter hallway, his shoulders squared with silent determination. He could almost feel Kamiko's distant pulse in the back of his mind, steady but alert, as if she knew his thoughts were racing, and Izuku kept his head down as he turned the corner toward the exit stairwell, his heart still heavy with Ida's condition and the echo of Class 1A's hushed voices. "Hi. Deku." Like a spark in parched grass, the words struck. Bakugo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his crimson eyes narrowed with a mixture of suspicion and annoyance, and Izuku froze, turning slowly. "Are you attempting to leave covertly or something? Whatever that is, and you walk around like some calm little monk or whatever," Bakugo said in a low but sharp voice. "You've been gone for weeks. Show up with A." His eyes shifted to Izuku's partially exposed tattoo. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Izuku's heart pounded. He hadn't intended for anyone to notice the tattoo, but Bakugo's eyes were sharp, and he could feel his old friend assessing him, feeling the silent power twisted beneath his new attitude. Izuku said, "It's complicated, with caution. Difficult? You vanish, and now you're acting all different," Bakugo said, pushing off the wall and moving closer. "I also learned of Ida's fate. Don't pretend that you're concealing something that might have." With Hammond soft in his chest and slow, steady breathing, Izuku flinched a little but held his ground. "It's not like that, Kachan. He hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't break Kale's rule, that wouldn't betray the Harmonic City. "I was undergoing training. Gaining knowledge about protecting others. All I can say is that." Bakugo's frustration was more than anger, it was also bewilderment and possibly a hint of fear. His hands flexed, tiny sparks flickering at his fingertips. "You think you can just leave me in the dark again, huh? I'm not." "Enough." The voice sliced through the corridor like a chilly breeze, and Eraserhead emerged from a side hallway, his eyes sharp and his scarf loose around his shoulders. Principal Nezu stood next to him, grinning calmly as usual, but his gaze was heavy with its own weight. "According to Aizawa, Midoriya, Bakugo, now is not the moment. Classes are about to begin, and you will both be there. Now." But Aizawa's eyes glinted as Bakugo began, but the unspoken doesn't speak louder than words. With a friendly yet direct tone, Nezu cocked his head and said, "Young men, the halls of UA are not for fighting, but for learning. Any tension you may be feeling can wait." Izuku briefly felt as though he had just been dissected without a scalpel as his beady eyes sparkled mischievously. Or maybe they could be redirected into proper training exercises later. "Yes, sir." Izuku bowed his head slightly. Bakugo's shoulders were rigid with unanswered questions as he snapped his tongue and turned abruptly toward the classroom. Bakugo's words hung like smoke, but Izuku could feel Kamiko's distant pulse steadying him as they walked in opposite directions, a reminder of the world that couldn't touch these halls. How much longer can I separate these two worlds? There was a lot of noise in the courtyard. Izuku sat by himself on a bench beneath a tree, his lunch unfinished, gazing out at the city skyline beyond UA's walls as laughter floated from the cafeteria doors, the clatter of trays and distant shouts blending with the rustle of the early autumn wind. Every hum of a passing train and every echo of a student's laughter felt muted against the thought of a classmate on life support, and the image of Ida on life support would not leave his mind. "I should be doing something, I should be there." Like the gentle heartbeat of the ocean far away, Kamiko's distant pulse echoed in the back of his mind, reassuring but also serving as a reminder that the harmonic world and this one were colliding, and he was the bridge whether he wanted to be or not. The haze was broken by a quiet voice. "You mean Midoriya?" Izuku blinked, then turned to see Ibara Shiozaki standing a few feet away, her tray balanced in one hand, her leafy hair swaying gently in the breeze, sunlight filtering through it, making her appear almost ethereal. Izuku straightened a little and said, Yes, you're Ibara, right? From 1B?" With a slight but perceptive smile, she nodded and said, "May I join you?" After a moment of hesitation, Izuku nodded and sat elegantly, folding her hands as though in prayer, before opening her lunch. After a minute of eating in cozy silence, Ibara said quietly, "You've returned, changed." Mid-bite, Izuku froze. "Has anything changed?" Even though there was no wind, her hair swayed gently like a vine. "You walk lighter now. Instead of fear, there is stillness in your eyes. And you have a mark that is not for the world to question," she said, glancing at the edge of his tattoo that was visible through his sleeve. Izuku's chest constricted, and he instinctively looked around, but no one was close enough to hear him. "You know?" Her tone was like a hymn, and she said softly, "I know enough to recognize a path of breath and balance," adding, "and I know the weight of secrets that are older than quirks themselves. You don't have to elaborate here." Izuku let out a slow breath, and for the first time since coming back to UA, someone understood without requiring clarification. "Meet me behind the old greenhouse after class," she said with a slight smile. There is silence. We're able to talk more freely. Okay. Izuku nodded after he hesitated. Izuku got up and slung his bag over his shoulder as the distant bell rang and students started to trickle back toward the classrooms. Abara's gentle voice trailed him back inside like the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. Do not let the noise of this world drown out the one you carry in your heart. The weight on Izuku's chest felt slightly less heavy for the first time that day, and Kamiko's distant pulse throbbed in agreement. The air was heavy with the smell of soil and slightly humid warmth, and the glass walls of the old UA greenhouse, which sat at the far end of the campus, were smudged with years of dust and ivy creeping along the frame. Sunlight poured through the glass, catching the dust in golden columns, and Izuku gently pushed the door open, the hinges creaking just enough to reverberate in the empty room. I'm glad you came. She had taken off her gloves and blazer, allowing the light to fall on the green of her quirk like living scripture, and Abara Shiozaki stood among the overgrown planters, her vine-like hair swaying softly even in the still air. Izuku intervened, allowing the door to close with a click. You mentioned that you wanted to speak? Yes. She turned to look at him directly, her face composed and almost respectful. You carry Hammon. Izuku froze. The sound of it being said out loud made his chest tremble, like the sound of the ocean reverberating throughout the city. You know about Hammon? When I was young, my father taught me the rhythm of the Hammon, she said in a steady yet gentle voice. My body was made for vines, not ripples, so I can't use it myself, but my quirk can sense it. Answer it. My hair's leaves get warmer, brighter, and more vibrant when Hammon flows close by. Izuku's tattoo tingled, and a few stray droplets from his skin quivered in the air, responding to the connection, and as she moved closer, a faint harmonic hum stirred in the greenhouse. Even before your tattoo, I knew it when I first saw you in the hallway last semester, she added. The breath of the old world was carried by you. However, it's louder now. Her gaze lingered on the slight curvature of his tribal marking. More powerful. You've been welcomed to the city of breath. Izuku took a deep breath and said, You know about the city? I have only heard stories, Abara said with a small, longing smile. My father described it as the final haven of equilibrium, a place where people without eccentricities could be as authentic as the world would permit. He dubbed it the Breath City. I've always dreamed of seeing it, she said, as her vines shifted slightly and curled toward a beam of light. To stroll where the ocean sings with the beat of life and the wind hums in unison, but I know where I belong. I am not a Hammon wielder, and I am quirked. I'm just a bridge, just like you, Midoriya. Her words, which were delivered without bitterness or jealousy but with quiet understanding, made Izuku's chest tighten. One day, Abara added, her voice as quiet as a prayer, I hope secrets won't be necessary. That users of quirks and Hammon could coexist peacefully and respectfully. That one will not be viewed as inferior and the other as abnormal by the world. But I know that day is far off, she said, letting her breath out slowly as her eyes dropped to the ground at her feet. Your people have suffered too much to put the light at risk. Izuku considered his mother's concern, Kamiko's pulse, the two lives he was balancing, Kale's warnings, Bashir's stern voice, and the council's silent weight. Finally, he said, I want the world to heal. All of it. I want that too. With a sly smile, Abara said, then we are allies, even if the world can never see it. Izuku hesitated, then clasped her hand, and as soon as their palms touched, he allowed a gentle ripple of Hammon to flow into her quirk, causing her eyes to soften with gratitude and her vines to glow faintly, their leaves quivering with life. Sit, she muttered, I'll share more of what I learned from my father with you, and perhaps if we work together, we can figure out how to keep both worlds safe. Izuku could see the entire city stretched out in the fading orange of late afternoon from the rooftop, which was silent except for the whisper of wind against the railing. The hum of life moved beneath him, oblivious to how fragile everything truly was, and the roads glinted like veins of steel. Without seeing her, he could feel her. The harmonic bond ran through his chest like a lifeline to the ocean, to the hidden world that now claimed a piece of him. He held onto the cool metal railing, the faint pulse of his tattoo synchronizing with the memory of Kamiko's distant heartbeat. UA was bustling with normalcy below, with students talking, laughing, and living their lives. However, the silent reminder that the world was still bleeding even here, in the ostensibly safe center, was the shadow of Iida on life support. Izuku's jaw tightened as he thought, if I hadn't been hiding, if I'd been faster, if I'd been stronger, if I'd stepped into the light instead of the shadows, I could have helped him. As his thoughts raced, the wind pulled at his hair. Kale's words echoed back to him. The moment the world sees you for what you are, our sanctuary will burn. Then it was covered by Abara's gentle, upbeat voice. One day, Hammon and quirk users might stand together. For an instant, the city below seemed to come alive in a new way, as if every tree, bird, and flicker of life faintly resonated with the ripple he carried. He exhaled a long, steady breath, and Hammon flowed with it. His pulse slowed. Two worlds, he said in his own voice. The one that hides, and the one that bleeds. He remembered Nezu's silent calculation, Bakugo's suspicion, and Eraserhead's keen eyes. He pictured Ida's still body, the hero killer strolling down the streets he wished to keep safe, and Kale lurking in the shadows, constantly putting him to the test. The city of breath, the celebration, the ocean, the way the air hummed with belonging, was the last thing he thought of. He understood that he couldn't leave either world, he couldn't hide indefinitely, but he also couldn't betray them. Despite the weight, he grinned as a faint harmonic hum throbbed through his chest. I'll figure something out. I must. The sound of distant laughter from the campus below drifted up like a reminder that the world continued to move whether he was ready or not, and the rooftop door creaked behind him. Since he was now Hammon's bridge, and bridges were supposed to connect what the world vowed it could never meet, Izuku turned to go, determination settling into his bones like the last rays of sunlight. A single-cell light flickered against the concrete walls deep inside Tartarus prison. His eyes were closed, but Stain's presence was sharp, like a blade that didn't need to be drawn, and he sat cross-legged on the floor, his chains clinking softly as he moved. The hero killer didn't move, he didn't have to. A guard slid in the evening meal through the narrow slot in his door, avoiding eye contact. His ideology was already out of these walls in Japan. Grainy images of Hosu and clips from his trial were making the rounds on the internet. He is correct. Most heroes are not real. Hosu proved that true heroes don't pursue fame. No one would have listened if Stain hadn't said anything. The man himself gave a slight smirk, a hint of contentment flickering across his scarred face. My blade is still cutting, he thought, even in a cage. The ocean hummed with life, oblivious to the danger that was edging closer, while the harmonic city glowed in peaceful seclusion far below the surface of the ocean, lanterns swaying gently along streets lined with coral. A small, camouflaged submersible clung to the seabed just beyond the natural rock barrier, its camera lens peering through the darkness like the eye of a predator. Through a headset, a voice murmured, "There it is, coordinates locked. The final haven for the unblooded, the sanctuary our files mentioned." A second voice answered, clinical and calm. "Remain vigilant. No interaction. The Council is only looking for confirmation. As soon as the surface discovers what inhabits this area." The voice faded away, burdened by unspoken repercussions. A red recording light inside the submersible blinked once, twice, and then the machine disappeared into the abyss as it sank deeper into the darkness. The harmonic lanterns swayed in the center of the city, blissfully oblivious to the fact that its veil of secrecy was starting to break. Behind UA, the greenhouse, was a haven for them. The air smelled strongly of soil and sunlight, and rows of flowers and vines climbed toward the glass ceiling. Abara hummed a gentle hymn while kneeling among the jasmine plants, her vine hair coiling languidly across the floor. Observing how her vines swayed in time with her breathing, Izuku sat across from her with his knees drawn to his chest. She remarked affectionately, "You're getting better at letting your energy guide them," observing the subtle Hammon glow clinging to his fingertips. Izuku gave a small smile. "I'm still nothing compared to Kale, but thanks." They had been gathering in this greenhouse for a few weeks now, exchanging ideas about the Hammon world in private. Abara knew the answers, so she never asked the obvious questions. As if it were a hallowed space, her father had taught her about the history of Hammon and whispered about the city of breath. Abara abruptly said, "I used to dream about seeing it," with her eyes far away. She shook her head and chuckled softly. "My father said the city could change you, that even a quirked person could feel like a Hammon child for a moment. But I knew they would never allow someone like me to enter. Not really." Izuku paused. He had observed the elder's eyes during his own trial, so he knew how they thought. Still, he found himself talking. "Then maybe it's time you met Kale." Her head curled in surprise as it snapped toward him. With his heart pounding in his chest, Izuku said, "I can take you to the dojo. Kale will test you, probably. He has to. But I think it's time you meet Kamiko. And see what Hammon feels like when it accepts you." A mixture of joy and reverence lit up Abara's face. The harmonic turtle, and a true master. "Izuku, she said, her voice growing softer and more heartfelt. "I will cherish this honor. I swear it on my vines and my breath." Izuku nodded, his chest spreading with a rare warmth. It felt right to share this aspect of himself, not just a risk. Then after school tomorrow, I'll take you. The UA staff room hummed with the occasional shuffle of papers and soft conversation. Principal Nezu sipped tea while perched on a table's corner, his tiny eyes sparkling with interest. Eraserhead was leaning against the wall across from him, his arms folded, his face as unreadable as ever. So, Nezu said softly, our little experiment seems to be going well. Class 1A and 1B, almost all of them passed their final exams. That means Vlad King finished summer training camp. As he turned to the report, he paused and looked at Eraserhead. Good for the kids. They need the experience, especially after, he said, USJ. Eraserhead squinted a little. They need more than experience. They need discipline. Even the ones not in the hero course, especially them. The thought hung in the room like smoke, but he did not mention Izuku's name. Present Mike leaned forward and looked down at the courtyard through the window. Well, speaking of discipline, check it out. Your special case is hanging around with the Vine Girl again. His gaze was followed by the teachers. Izuku and Obara strolled side by side in the courtyard, he holding a small water flask on his hip and her vine hair swaying languidly. Her words brought a tiny, genuine smile to his face, and her vines responded with delicate little blossoms. They've been spending a lot of time together, Midnight remarked, inclined her head in contemplation. Study sessions, greenhouse visits, lunch breaks, that's not just classmates. That's trust. Or secrecy, mumbled Eraserhead. He's careful, too careful. He doesn't train openly with anyone. He's absent just enough to avoid suspicion, and now he's got someone covering for him. Whatever he's doing outside of class, he let it linger. With that eerie smile that always made the room feel a little colder, Nezu tapped his claws against his teacup. Well, secrets have a way of surfacing eventually. But for now, we have a summer camp to prepare for. They'll be isolated, exhausted, and under our eyes for a week straight. If there's something to find, we will locate it, Eraserhead concluded. He looked out the window again and saw Izuku laughing softly at something Obara had said. In the warm afternoon sun, there was a glimmer of life and vitality all around them. The evening light poured a soft gold through the paper windows of Kale's dojo, warming the wooden floor. The slight hint of river water that always clung to this spot blended with the aroma of incense as it floated through the air. Obara Shiozaki hovered a step behind Izuku, her hands folded courteously in front of her, as he stood just inside the sliding door, fumbling with the strap of his bag. With his cloak hanging over him like a shadow, Kale sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. The door slid shut and one eye opened. He said, "You brought a guest," in a voice that was even. His eyes, as keen as a blade beneath silk, slid to Obara. "Names carry weight here, girl. Speak yours, and the truth with it." Abara's long green hair spilled forward as she bowed deeply. The woman said, "Obara Shiozaki, daughter of Soda Shiozaki, once of the Southern Breathers. I come in peace. I only wish to see the Hamon with my own eyes." Kale remained motionless. Rather, he extended his hand to his side and raised a shallow wooden bowl that was full of water. With a single exhale, ripples shimmered across its surface as he positioned it between them. "Lie," he responded, "and the water will reject you." Obara put her hand over the bowl and swallowed. Her voice shook just a little. "I want to help Izuku. I want to see the world where Hamon and Quirks don't have to be enemies, even if it feels like a dream." The water did not move at all. Then the bowl's edge was traced by a dim ring of light. Kale gave one nod. Truth accepted. A gentle splash came from the dojo's shadows. Obara turned and let out a gasp. The tiny harmonic turtle's shell glinted with subtle ripples of gold and blue as Kamiko slid into the light. She paddled across a shallow water channel set into the floor, her bioluminescent trail glistening like a comet. Without thinking, Obara lowered herself to her knees and whispered, "She's radiant." Unconsciously, her vine hair moved, tiny blossoms opening as though they were attempting to reach for the turtle's warmth. Izuku knelt next to her and grinned quietly. "Her name's Kamiko. She's my partner, my family." Unflinching, Kamiko drifted closer and allowed Obara to place a quivering hand on her shell. Abara's vines wavered as though influenced by an unseen wind, and a pulse of Hamon ran up her arm. Unreadable as usual, Kale watched, but there was a flicker of something, approval, maybe, in his eyes. When he finally said, "The world changes in strange ways, perhaps the vines and the ripple will stand together after all. But speak of this to no one. The city of breath is not ready for dreamers." Abara bowed her head, but a silent, amazed smile curled her lips. I will never forget this, I'll dream of this place tonight. As the sun set, Izuku felt for the first time that two worlds he cared about had touched without shattering as the light in the dojo faded. Kale's dojo was covered in silvery moonlight as Izuku closed the wooden door behind him. The cool evening air carried the subtle aroma of incense and river water. With her vine hair trailing softly across the path like living roots looking for a home, Abara walked in silent reverence next to him. They were silent for a long time. It was a sacred silence, not a burdensome one. Abara finally exhaled, her voice tremulous and soft. I thought I understood what Hammond meant. My father's stories, the lessons in the garden, but standing in that dojo, seeing your master, feeling Kamiko's pulse through my vines. She crossed her arms over her heart. It was like my soul remembered something I'd never lived. Izuku gave a small, proud, and a little bashful smile. That's what it was like for me, too. The first time I touched her shell, it felt like the world was alive and waiting. The moonlight caused Abara's vines to sway and the flowers to open slightly. You belong to that world now, Izuku, but you haven't left this one. She was unaware of the weight of her words. As they walked, Izuku stuffed his hands in his pockets and gazed at the pavement. Yeah. And I can't just ignore it. Iida, he's still in the hospital. He saved people, and now he's lying there helpless while the world moves on. Curious, Abara cocked her head. You feel responsible for him? I feel like I could help him. Izuku's voice was quiet, firm. Hammond can heal. I've done it before. If I could just reach him, I could get him walking faster than any doctor. Maybe even save him from scars he doesn't deserve. Abara paused, then slowly nodded, her eyes glimmering with conspiracy. Then we'll make it happen. I can find out which room he's in. I can get you clothes without drawing attention. Izuku gave her a startled look. You'd help me do this? Her vines curled like a cloak around her shoulders as she gave a faint smile. My father taught me that Hammond is life, and life is meant to be shared. If the council disagrees, then they've forgotten the breath that gave them their strength. A gentle breeze carried the subtle scent of the river as it rustled the trees surrounding them. Izuku felt the warmth of his tattoo against his skin as he clenched his fists. Whispering, then it's decided, he said. I'll heal Iida. Quietly. No one ever has to know, except us. Abara gave a solemn, proud nod. 2 breaths in harmony, she said softly. The world won't notice, but it will feel the change. At night, the hospital was silent, so silent that the sound of footsteps was like thunder. With his scarf coiled like a shadow around his neck and his hood pulled low, Izuku cautiously made his way through the side entrance. Abara, whose vine hair was tightly braided beneath her own hood, walked beside him with measured grace. She led him down a side hall that smelled of warm metal and antiseptic. This way, she whispered. I asked a nurse earlier today. He's in room 217. Corner room. No cameras in the hallway. They're under maintenance. Izuku took a deep breath. He felt like he was crossing a line with each step that he couldn't get back. However, he was propelled forward by the recollection of Iida's strained smile as he lay helplessly in his hospital bed after Hosu. They came to a halt outside the door. After looking around the deserted hall, Abara put her hand on the doorknob and carefully unlatched it by sliding her vines under the crack. A soft click sounded in Izuku's chest as the lock gave way. Only the soft blink of machines and the glow of a monitor illuminated the dim room. Iida was motionless, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder and a cast on his leg. His voice sounded like, brother, as he stirred slightly in his sleep. Izuku went over to the bed and knelt down, wetting his palm from the water flask by his side, his tattoo glowing faintly. He muttered, I can do this, half to himself and half to the soft hum of the machines. Hammond surged through his arm and chest as he closed his eyes and breathed rhythmically. Warmth was the first step toward healing. From his palm, golden ripples moved like soft lightning through muscle, bone, and nerve, spreading into Iida's leg and chest. There was a faint echo of footsteps in the hallway. Izuku held his breath and froze. A passing nurse's shadow moved across the door's frosted glass window, lingered for a heartbeat, and then disappeared. With a slow exhale, the ripples persisted. Abara knelt next to him and watched with wide eyes as the energy in the room caused tiny blossoms to appear along her vines. Shouting, it's beautiful, like the world is exhaling through you. Izuku maintained a steady breathing pattern. He imagined muscles relaxing, bones knitting, and pain subsiding. Iida's brow relaxed and his face softened. He breathed more deeply. At last, the light dimmed. Izuku's chest heaved from the effort as he withdrew his hand. The final drops of water were stored in the etched patterns of the tattoo on his arm as it dimmed. "We should go," Abara said gently as she touched his shoulder. Izuku gave Ida's serene face one final glance before nodding. "I'm not a hero," he said in a low voice, "but I can still save people, my way." His chest twisted with a twinge of guilt. Kale or the elders would label it reckless if they knew he had used Hammon in this manner without the council's approval. Perhaps even harmful. But Izuku knew he would choose the same thing again after seeing Ida's serene face. Silent as ghosts, they disappeared into the night, leaving behind only the faint aroma of flowers and the reverberation of a secret that would never be reported. Tenya Ida's first sound was the heart monitor's steady beeping. The second, painless, was the gentle rustle of sheets as he moved. He stopped. He felt normal on his legs. He pushed himself up slowly. He flexed his ankles and then his knees, his breath catching in his chest. No achy pains. No severe pain. Shaking, he raised his hands to his face. I can move." At his bedside, the nurse almost dropped her tablet. She rushed over and looked at his vitals, saying, "You're awake. Oh, thank goodness." She paused and looked at the readings. "Your recovery, this isn't possible. Even with rest and therapy, you shouldn't be moving this easily yet." Tenya's thoughts were racing. He tried to think of something to explain it, a doctor, recovery girl, anything, but all he could think of was a vague warmth, an odd serenity that had encircled him in the shadows. He was unable to recall any faces. His voice trembled as he confessed, I don't know what happened." He flexed his hands slowly while looking down at them. "One moment I was sleeping, and then," he said, "it feels like my body just decided to work again." After a brief pause, the nurse picked up the phone. "Principal Nezu needs to see this immediately." Tenya gazed at the ceiling with a mixture of relief and unease. Yes, grateful, but perplexed. He couldn't explain why, but a part of him muttered that he hadn't healed himself. The apartment in Midoriya was filled with the gentle clatter of dishes, and the cozy scent of grilled salmon and miso soup enveloped the tiny kitchen. Inko Midoriya's smile would not go away, as if she had been waiting for this moment for years. She kept looking from her son to the courteous, vine-haired girl seated at their table. She wiped her hands on her apron and said, "I just can't believe it," for the third time. Izuku finally brought a friend home, a real friend. Izuku muttered, as his face began to heat up. Abara Shiozaki folded her hands in her lap and laughed quietly. "Mrs. Midoriya, it's been a blessing to study with Izuku. I wasn't sure I'd even pass the final exam. My nerves nearly got the best of me." "You did amazing," Izuku said, smiling proudly as he leaned forward. "I knew you would. You've been working so hard." Abara lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you. I suppose I was more stressed than I wanted to admit. At least now I can focus on the summer field trip." Izuku's head cocked. "Summer field trip?" Her vine hair curled languidly around her shoulders as she nodded. "Yes. Only my class is going. We'll be training in the mountains for a week. It's more intense than it sounds." With bright eyes, Inko clasped her hands together. "See, Izuku. Friends encourage each other. I'm just so happy. Oh, it's like the old days when you'd talk about heroes with your notebooks. But now you have someone to actually share things with." Izuku felt the warmth of the room suddenly and scratched the back of his head. "Why yeah, it's nice." During the few minutes they spent eating, the conversation flowed organically. Izuku mentioned Ida's recuperation in cautious, ambiguous terms, and Abara talked about the exam relief. Izuku said, "Ida's already on his feet again, with gentle eyes. It's a miracle." "Truly," Abara said, her vine hair relaxedly coiled around her shoulders. "Moments like that remind me how Hammon, or the breath, as my father called it, interacts with life itself. Even my vines can feel it." Inko's head cocked. "So your quirk, it reacts to Izuku's training?" "Yes, ma'am," Abara said, smiling softly. "When Hammon flows near my vines, they hum. They move like they're following a current in the air." Izuku experienced a mixture of quieter comfort, and pride. This was not the clandestine, tense world of hazardous missions or Hammon trials. This was the simple pleasure of being understood, his mother and his friend. Inko patted his hand as he reached over. "Izuku, I'm just so glad you have someone like her, someone who makes you smile." Abara ducked her head, her vines coiling shyly as Izuku laughed nervously. "The outside world, UA, Hammon Society, secret healings, felt so distant in that tiny, cozy apartment. Even though neither of them would admit it yet, they were only two friends, possibly a bit more. The knock on the door was preceded by the faint click of tiny claws against the tile. With a clipboard tucked under one arm and pristine white fur, Principal Nezu was the first to enter. Behind him, Recovery Girl shuffled in, her normal composure giving way to an unusually acute focus. Nezu's beady eyes glistened with curiosity, but he said, well, young Iida, with his usual courteous cheer. I hear we have quite the medical miracle on our hands. Tenya's innate sense of formality took over and he sat up straighter. Principal Nezu. Recovery Girl. I woke up, and the pain was gone. I can move again, and I don't know why. Recovery Girl came over, tapping the floor with her cane. Let me be the judge of that, boy. She quickly checked her reflexes, joints, and pulse. With every outcome, her frown grew deeper. You shouldn't be this mobile yet. Not without weeks more therapy, and certainly not overnight. Tenya said, I'm sorry, ma'am, with a slight bow of his head. I don't understand it either. I only remember warmth, and then nothing. Nezu's beard quirked. No visitors? Tenya paused. No distinct face, but a flash of memory, shadows, a hand, that weird warmth coursing through his body. I don't think so. If someone came, I can't remember them. Nezu and Recovery Girl looked at each other. The room was already silent, but she lowered her voice. This isn't quirk healing. Not anything I've seen. If it were, he'd have lingering side effects, or at least fatigue. But he's pristine. Nezu gave his clipboard a contemplative tap. Fascinating. An unexplainable recovery, and a memory gap to match. Curious. He smiled disarmingly and turned back to Tenya. For now, young man, focus on resting and regaining your strength. We'll handle the questions. Nezu's voice changed to a murmur of conspiracy as the two adults entered the hall. Someone healed him, and they didn't want credit, or couldn't risk it. Recovery Girl put her cap back in place. You're thinking the same thing I am, aren't you? Nezu's smile expanded just a bit. I have a few students in mind. One in particular, who has a habit of doing the impossible. With Lida following his guests, the room fell into a humming, soft silence as the door clicked shut. Iida clenched and unclenched his fingers as he gazed at his hands. It was almost like the echo of that weird dream, warm in his chest. He whispered, whoever saved me, I'll honor it, to the empty room. His voice firmer, he straightened in the hospital bed. I won't waste this second chance, I'll be a true hero from here on out. The sound of trickling fountains, the rustle of cloth on wood, and the faint echo of deep, deliberate breathing were all part of the quiet hum of Kale's dojo. Abara watched Izuku go through his Hammond drills while sitting cross-legged close to the wall, her vine hair curling idly. The shallow bowls of water surrounding the training mat shook as each exhale pulsed with energy. Kale calmly said, You've improved, with his hands folded behind his back. Your breath is steadier. Your will, clearer. Izuku smiled sheepishly, perspiration dripping from his brow. Thanks, I've been practicing every morning. From her tiny water basin, Kamiko, the harmonic sea turtle, let out a low trill. In response to Izuku's Hammond, her shell glimmered dimly with rippling patterns. Abara watched, clutching her knees. This was unlike any hero training she had ever witnessed. The dojo was serene, hallowed, and brimming with an energy she was unable to fully explain. As Izuku worked, even her vines tingled and curled gently in his direction. Kale said, take a break, and took a step back, then, try the new exercise. Izuku's chest rose and fell as he landed on the mat. A shy smile came to his face as he looked at Abara. You ready to see something new? Her head was cocked. Something dangerous. He chuckled and held out his hands, saying, maybe a little. Except for the sound of controlled breathing and the gentle trickle of the indoor fountain, the dojo was silent. Izuku knelt on the polished wood, his palms pressed together, chest rising and falling in a slow rhythm. Kamiko paddled in her shallow basin across from him, releasing subtle harmonic water vapors that glistened in the warm light. Tiny droplets formed a shimmering mist as they floated into the air. As she watched, Abara sat along the wall, her vine hair idly curling around her shoulders. This training was like watching a secret ritual, and she felt a quiet awe rise in her chest. Calm and patient, Kale's voice broke the stillness. Focus on the vapors. Kamiko's breath is your anchor. Guide the water, do not force it. Izuku held out his hand and nodded. In his chest, Hammond throbbed in time with his breathing. It was his energy, not his fingers, that reached out. The glistening fog answered. The steady flow of life energy pulled the droplets together as they slowly started to spiral into his palm. A tiny water cyclone whirled in his hand, catching the light like liquid crystal as they spun faster and faster. Abara's eyes widened as she leaned forward. Izuku, it's beautiful. Sweat trickled down his face as he smiled. It's harder than it looks. Kamiko's vapors are lighter than water, they want to float away. With a proud chirp, the small sea turtle swam closer to examine his creation. She followed the swirling mist, her flippers slapping the wood. Then, with a little squeak, she rolled onto her back and fell flat on the ground. She had a dry shell. Izuku yelled in panic. Oh no! He ran to pick her up, but the cyclone swayed and exploded into mist. She needs water. Instantly reacting, Abara ran to the basin and sprayed her palms with water. She poured the water over Kamiko's shell while holding her hands in her cups. With a small splash, the turtle slid back into the basin while wriggling joyfully and chirping. Kale sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Power without care is just a fancy way to invite trouble, boy. Izuku's face reddened. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. As the turtle paddled in a circle, Abara knelt next to Kamiko and grinned. I think she forgives you. And, seeing that water dance in the air, Izuku, you're really getting stronger. He looked away and rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks, but I still feel like I'm just starting. Softly, from the dojo's shadows, came Kale's voice. Then start well. Your next trial will not forgive mistakes. The evening light was fading and the streets of Musutafu were quiet. Shopkeepers flipped their signs to close, and storefronts glowed dimly, and crickets chirped in the background, mingling with the distant hum of traffic. The world was peacefully quiet as Izuku and Abara strolled alongside each other. Abara whispered, it feels different walking home with someone, her vine hair swaying with every stride. Usually, I just take the long route alone and let the city pass me by. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck and laughed. Yeah, I've always walked home alone too. It's nice, though, having someone to talk to. At a corner, they stopped, their shadows stretching far across the sidewalk in the streetlight. Abara looked up, her face contemplative. Do you ever think about what you really want to do? Not just passing exams or training, but your dream. Izuku paused, observing the faint fog of his breath in the cool air. Even without a quirk, I used to dream about being a hero. Now, he said with a slight smile. I think I just want to help people. Heal, protect, maybe give the world something it doesn't expect. Her gaze grew softer. That sounds like you. Gently, he said, and you? Her voice was barely audible as she said, I hope to visit the city of breath someday. My father told me stories about Hammon users and quirkless people living as one. Even if it's just for a moment, I want to feel that harmony for myself. And, she hesitated and timidly smiled. I want to keep the friends I make along the way. A sensation of warmth filled Izuku's chest. I'm glad I get to be one of them. The only sounds they heard were her footsteps and the gentle rustle of her vines as they fell into a serene silence. Izuku looked around after a while, but there were no other people on the street. He whispered, Can I try something? Abara's head cocked. Try what? Izuku lifted his hand, allowing his fingertips to pulse a soft ripple of Hammon. Her vine hair was infused with the energy, causing it to sway and glow dimly as though it were catching an unseen breeze. A gentle hum permeated the air as tiny particles of life energy glittered along the verdant strands. Abara paused, then closed her eyes and exhaled quietly. It's warm, like sunlight on a spring morning. Izuku grinned, allowing the pulse to fade after a few seconds of holding it. Just wanted to see if I could share a little of what I feel when I train. When she opened her eyes, the evening briefly seemed more radiant than the surrounding streetlights. Thank you, Izuku, she said in a low voice. I think we're really going to be good friends. Yeah, he said quietly, his heart racing, as they resumed their stroll. Me too. Kale watched in silence, high above, sitting on a rooftop under the shadow of a billboard. His keen eyes followed the vine-haired girl and his student, his cloak fluttering in the night breeze. He let out a small sigh of quiet recognition, not of relief or disapproval. The boy is developing and forming relationships. Kale's gaze grew strained. In his own words, he walks in two worlds now, the Harmon claims him, but the quirk tugs at his heart. One day, he will have to choose, and that choice will break more than his heart. He disappeared back into the night, leaving the city as quiet and normal as before. There was only a single overhead lamp to provide soft illumination in the dim faculty lounge. Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, Vlad King, and Cementos formed a half-circle around Principal Nezu, who sat at the head of the table with his paws folded neatly. Iida's medical report, the final page with the red tab, was on the table. Nezu said, "Well," with a hint of meaning in his eyes, "Iida Tenya is walking again. Fully mobile. No residual weakness, no therapy required, and no explanation that would satisfy the public." The recovery girl made a thin line with her lips. "It's the boy. Midoriya. I can feel the residue of that energy on Iida's system. I've been patching up heroes for decades. I know a foreign healing touch when I see one." Vlad King sighed and leaned back. "So the kid can heal something that serve. That explains how Iida's up and moving, but how do we keep this quiet?" Eraserhead flatly stated, "We don't tell anyone," as his scarf twitched at his shoulders. "If word gets out that a student can heal like that, he'll have a target on his back before the semester ends. Villains. Media. Even other hero agencies." Nezu twitched his whiskers in agreement. "Precisely. Quiet gratitude, silent caution. We allow him to continue, but unseen." Cementos scowled. "What about Iida? He must know something happened." Eraserhead gave a headshake. "He remembers warmth, not faces. He won't snitch if he doesn't know who to blame, or thank." Vlad folded his arms. "I'm not gonna lie, though, it's a relief. The kid did something incredible. If he can heal like that in a crisis, we might avoid another tragedy." Nezu's voice grew softer, and it was obvious how warm it was. "I am grateful for what he did. We all are. But the boy walks a line. He's growing in ways that don't fit into Hero Society's tidy little boxes, and the wrong eyes might see him as a resource, or a threat." As the unspoken truth settled over them, the room fell silent. At last, Nezu leapt out of his chair and gave the floor a gentle click with his claws. "Summer camp for classes 1A and 1B is our next challenge. We will increase security and double our monitoring. Villains or not, we cannot risk losing another student, or letting our young miracle worker be exposed." Eraserhead's eyes narrowed as he nodded slowly. "Understood. I'll keep an eye on him. And I'll make sure he understands, subtlety is survival." Nezu's tiny, piercing smile came back. "Good, then let's prepare for camp. I have a feeling this summer will test all of them, and perhaps, most of all, Midoriya Izuku." Several weeks later, the air in the morning at UA was full of nerves and excitement. Class 1A and 1B students gathered around the two big buses that were sitting in the lot, their voices rising like cicadas. Teachers checked clipboards, luggage clattered, and the air was mingled with the subtle scent of summer heat and fuel. With her vine hair swaying in time with Abara's strides, Izuku walked next to her. Like extra hands, vines coiled around the strap of the plain bag she was carrying. Softly, she acknowledged, "It feels strange," as she looked up at the buses. "I've never gone on a school trip this far from home, let alone for training." "You'll do great," Izuku commented with a smile. "Honestly, I'm a little jealous. But I'll keep training while you're gone." They arrived at the crowd's edge. With his hands in his pockets, Eraserhead stood close by, keeping an eye on the pupils with his customary weary alertness. His gaze shifted to Izuku, and he nodded silently for a moment. The message was clear to Izuku. "I see you. Don't talk. Be careful with it." A recognizable voice interrupted him before he could reply. "TCH, Dek." Bakugo paused in the middle of his sentence. He glanced at Abara and then back at Izuku. He shoved his hands in his pockets, stomped past them onto the bus, and scowled without saying anything. Half surprised, half relieved, Izuku blinked. Is he acquiring self-control? Tenya Iida then came over and waved courteously. He exclaimed, "Ah, hello, good morning," and then paused, perplexed. "Do I know you?" Izuku tried to maintain a steady heartbeat while forcing a tiny smile. Lightly, "Not really," he said. "But I'm glad to see you up and moving. I heard what happened." Iida nodded with the innate joy of a person in perfect health. "Thank you, it feels like I've been given a second chance. Well, I'd better board. See you around." Izuku's chest tightened with a silent mixture of relief and pride as he watched him go. Abara paused near the bus door and gave him a gentle, unsure look. "I guess this is goodbye for a little while." Izuku said, "Yeah," and reached into his pocket. "Before you go, I wanted to give you something." He displayed a tiny necklace made of a polished seashell that was strung on a cord that was braided from pieces of his holy Hammond scarf that he had earned following his trial. It hummed, like a heartbeat waiting to be shared, with the faint ripple of Hammond energy. Silently, "It's from the island," he said, "and the cord is a piece of my scarf. I ran Hammond through it so it'll always have a little of my energy. If you ever feel nervous or lonely, just hold it. It should feel warm." Abara's eyes grew wide, and her cheeks began to flush. As though it were made of glass, she grasped the necklace with both hands. "Izuku, this is, her voice paused, then lowered into a timid, appreciative murmur. "Thank you. I'll treasure it." With the seashell pressed against her chest, she draped it over her neck. Almost unconsciously, her vines coiled closer as they felt the soft Hammond pulse coming from the cord. Abara then moved forward and gave him a brief, tender embrace before he could respond. There were voices from the bus. "Ooh, Ibrera got a boyfriend. Look at them, they're so cute. They're the green hair couple." Abara stepped back quickly, her own face pink but smiling, and Izuku turned bright red. He stumbled, "Have a safe trip," attempting to ignore the playful chorus. She whispered, "I will," as her fingers brushed the seashell. "Thank you for everything." The necklace gleamed in the sunlight as she boarded the bus. Izuku watched as the bus drew away, heart racing, rooted to the spot. Even across the miles, he sensed the subtle reverberation of Hammond, a silent bond between them. The rumble of the buses had faded into the distance, and the schoolyard was now deserted. Izuku stayed at the gate, his hand grazing his bag's strap, his heart still pounding from Abara's embrace and the playful ooze that echoed in his mind. Through the seashell necklace, he could almost feel the subtle ripple of Hammond, a thread of warmth and connection, extending between them. The world felt light for a moment. Then the roadside trees began to rustle as the evening breeze changed. Izuku felt the flow of Hammond through him as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was a faint pulse beneath the soft warmth, as if the world were warning you. Savor this tranquility while it lasts. He recalled the council's trials, Kamiko, Kale's cool-headed remarks, and the villains still hiding in the shadows. He considered Abara, who was on her way to a summer camp that would push her boundaries, and himself, who was torn between two worlds that couldn't remain hidden indefinitely. With a slow exhale, Izuku felt the reminder of his scarf resting on his shoulders. "I'll keep getting stronger," he told himself. "Stronger for new family, stronger for those like me, for all of them. Whatever's coming, I'll be ready." Long shadows were cast over the deserted campus as the sun sank lower. Beyond the city, summer winds promised more trials to come, trials that would test not only his heart but also his strength. And the soft murmur of Hammond followed him as he made his way home by himself, suggesting that his adventure was just getting started. As the bus came to a halt, Abara Shiozaki was startled out of her silent prayer. The little seashell that lay against her chest was a gift from Izuku, its cord braided from strands of his holy Hammond scarf, and her hands were folded neatly in her lap, fingers grazing it. It still beat softly with warmth, a soft heartbeat that was not her own. She followed her classmates down the narrow bus aisle, her vine hair swaying in time as she rose with the others. As sunlight streamed through the windows, a vibrant forest with deep pine, dense underbrush, and far-off mountains that sliced the sky like sharp teeth was revealed. The world outside rushed in as the bus doors opened, filling her lungs with the aroma of summer air, sap, and wet earth. It was pure. Thus, the training camp is here. Pupils poured out in groups, their voices colliding with one another. Class 1A spread out in raucous excitement, while Class 1B lined up neatly. Mineta was already complaining about bugs somewhere behind her, and Kaminari fanned himself as if the heat were an insult. Bakugo stomped down the steps, complaining about stupid forest camps, in a voice that broke through the rest. A soothing hum filled Abara's body as her sandals dug into the soft dirt. The earth was teeming with growth and roots, speaking in a language that only she could fully understand. And then she saw the heroes. With his scarf loose and his eyes scanning the clearing with that languid, keen-eyed alertness that always made her straighten her back, Aizawa-sensei leaned against a tree. With his arms folded like a stationary wall, Vlad King stood by the main gate. Other professional heroes moved among the trees farther out, like silent guardians concealed in the branches. The implicit caution lingered. The Villains League. She had felt the ensuing wave of fear even though she had not been at the USJ. Evil didn't seem so far away. A recognizable voice interrupted her as she was adjusting her bag's strap. "Hey, Shiozaki," said Pony Tsunodori, with an inquisitive tilt of her head. "Who was that guy you were talking to this morning? Green hair, kinda shy?" Subaraba, a fellow student, immediately added, "Yeah, the one who gave you that necklace." Don't think we didn't see it. The slightest twitch of nerves could be seen in Abara's vine hair. The quiet warmth of Hammond pulsed through the seashell she held in her palm. She said quietly, "He is a friend," without adding anything more. "A very dear one." Her classmates looked at each other, their smiles broad and perceptive. Subaraba teased, Sure," and then trotted off to join the others. Abara closed her eyes for a heartbeat and allowed the camp's noise to envelope her. The soft hum of the necklace gave her the impression that Izuku was walking next to her. "Lord, please allow me to get stronger here, and while I'm away, keep him safe." Ready to face whatever lay ahead, she squared her shoulders, opened her eyes, and entered the forest camp. The forest camp felt like an oven by noon. Heavy, humid heat weighed down Abara's vine hair and clung to her skin, replacing the crisp morning air. As she struggled to lift another log with her vines and drag it through the dirt toward the finish line, sweat trickled down her neck. The sound of Vlad King's voice echoed throughout the clearing. "Come on, 1B. Push it. The lead won't wait for you to catch your breath." With her vines tightly coiling around the log, Abara gritted her teeth. Every step felt like a slow crawl through water, and her muscles shook from overuse. "I feel like my vines are carrying too much weight." Her hand automatically touched the seashell necklace at her chest as her vision briefly became blurry. Then it took place. Her vine hair came alive as a burst of warmth rushed up through her scalp. It was more than just movement. It seemed as though a shaft of sunlight had struck each root and green strand from within. Each vine glowed with a golden-green radiance that intensified toward the tips like light through stained glass. A combination of pins and needles and the sensation of cool water on her skin caused a sharp tingling sensation on her scalp. Subtly charged, like the prelude to a summer storm, the air around her changed. Her senses held on to the subtle aroma of freshly fallen rain and crushed leaves. Her heartbeat and Hammond's hum beat in perfect unison as the vines lifted the log as if it were weightless and swayed with an almost joyous pulse. It seemed for a brief, gasping moment that she was standing in the middle of all living things, and they were responding to her call. "H. Hammond." She let out a little gasp and immediately came to a halt. She stopped the motion, allowing her vines to gently drop the log and recoiled around her shoulders. The radiance vanished in a moment. Nobody appeared to notice. Her classmates, who were sweating, yelling, and stumbling through their exercises, were too preoccupied with their own training. Subaraba had already been reprimanded by Vlad King for dropping a weight. Abara pretended to catch her breath while kneeling by the log, her heart thumping. The seashell felt alive and warm against her palm as her hand pressed over it. That's what Izuku meant, then. I was really answered by his Hammond. Her lips curled into a tiny, astonished smile, which she quickly covered up and resumed her workout as if nothing had occurred. But she was buzzing with wonder inside. Finally, that night, there was a quiet silence in the training camp. The soft chorus of cicadas and the distant rush of the forest river replaced the students' chatter as exhaustion took over the cabins. Abara had a journal on her lap as she sat on the small bed in her cabin. The seashell necklace at her chest gleamed faintly in the moonlight that streamed through the small window, silvering the pages. Now that the training for the day was over, her vines were weightless and serene as they swayed slightly in the night breeze that crept through the crevices. She started writing after dipping her pen into ink, her script as meticulous as a prayer. I sensed it today. Actual Hammond. Her hand lingered over the page as she hesitated. She was reminded of the times she and her father had sat in their garden beneath the old cedar, his rough hands guiding her smaller ones. He had told her tales of the City of Breath, the secret location where the quirkless lived in harmony with nature and Hammond flowed freely. He had said, "Your vines are a blessing," in a kind and understanding tone. But true strength comes from the breath beneath all things. Hammond connects us to life itself. She had only partially understood at the time. She felt it for the first time tonight. As her fingers brushed the smooth shell, her eyes strayed to the necklace. Izuku. She has a secret friend. Her ally in a world that didn't fully comprehend her quiet dreams or her faith. She could still hear the hum of the gift that he had trusted her with earlier in the day. As though speaking to him in the darkness, she whispered softly. "Thank you, I felt it today. I felt you." With words that flowed like a prayer, her pen moved once more. I wonder if Quirk Society and Hammond could coexist in the future. If people could realize that the new and the old were never supposed to clash. That the world can once more be complete. Another memory arose, older and more personal than the cedar tree lessons, and she hesitated, pen hovering above the page. That day, her father had been sitting in the garden with his back as straight as the old stone wall and his legs folded under him. She had been small at the time, watching the rise and fall of his chest with her knees tucked under her chin. Every breath was deep, steady, and alive, neither hurried nor shallow. Hammon, she had been told by him, is born in the lungs but lives in every cell. Breathe as if the world is lending you its strength. She could hear the faint hum of the breath he had drawn in while closing his eyes, as though the air itself carried weight. It was the pulse of life in the air that had caused the vines in her hair to sway on the exhale, not the wind. He only had the steady, unbroken rhythm of his breath to mold the air around him. He had neither vines nor a quirk. As he breathed, the garden seemed to lean in to listen, and the wind had slowed. Abara put her journal aside and sat down in the cabin. She tried to keep up with his rhythm while closing her eyes. Breathe in. She felt the stretch deep in her ribs as her shoulders rose and her lungs filled. The air was warming her from the inside out. Hold. Slowly, deliberately, she exhaled, carrying her thoughts with her. Her fingers warmed the seashell at her chest. Its faint hum became more steady with each breath, and eventually a gentle glow blossomed from its polished surface. Her vine hair lifted slightly, as if a breeze had brushed its fingers through it, and the pulse spread upward. She felt a tingle on her scalp. Like a candle being cupped from the wind, the glow brightened for a heartbeat before softly returning to silence. With a tiny, amazed smile on her face, she opened her eyes. Father, I think I understand now. She picked up her pen once more and wrote with renewed assurance. I will master this gift if I can breathe the same way he did. She took a moment before adding one last fact to the margin, one that both strengthened and humbled her. The life that Izuku put into this necklace speaks to me as if it were my own words, even though I don't have my own Hammon. After a moment of hesitation, she folded her hands in prayer by the window and closed the journal. In the silvery moonlight, her face was framed by her vines like a halo. Lord, she said quietly, thank you for this day. Thank you for the strength to carry my burden, for my father's wisdom, and for Izuku, who walks this hidden path with me. Help me honor the gift you've allowed to pass through his hands to mine. She felt the slight hum of Hammon pulse against her skin as she lowered her hands to the seashell. I will practice. Quietly, faithfully. I will master this little gift of Hammon, and when the time comes, I will be ready to walk beside him. As though responding to her promise, the forest outside sighed in the night wind. By the second day, Abara's scalp ached from the constant stress on her vines, and her arms hurt like she had been lifting boulders. Each workout was a trial of endurance and discomfort. She dragged logs, ran uphill while holding weighted sacks in her vines, and climbed the rough tree bark until her hair and fingers ached. Vlad King yelled, okay, that's the last one for now. As the sun began to set, rest, hydrate, and be ready for the next round. The real training starts tomorrow. Abara allowed herself to lean against a nearby tree, breathing in slow, deliberate breaths. Like weary arms, her vines coiled around her shoulders, some of them twitching uncontrollably from excessive strain. Her classmates were all around her, sighing and laughing in mutual exhaustion as they fell onto the dirt or into the grass. By the end of the week, Monoma was adamantly declaring that Class 1B would surpass 1A. Kendo and Reiko smiled wearily at each other. Pony's horns were drooping as she lay in the shade. Abara couldn't help but smile at what she saw. She had been raised in peaceful surroundings, where the sound of the wind rustling leaves and prayers predominated over light-hearted conversation. However, she felt a warm bloom in her chest as she was surrounded by her classmates, who shared her weariness and minor triumphs. Having peers is nice. There was a gentle ache of absence beneath that warmth, though. It wasn't there, neither was Izuku's quiet support, his bashful smile, or the serene ripple of his presence. He wasn't present. Abara slipped away toward the river that meandered through the forest as the group fell into a lull. Before she heard the sound of rushing water, her sandals brushed moss and soft earth. In the cool, inviting light of the late afternoon, the river glistened. She cupped her hands in the stream while kneeling at the bank, allowing the cool water to relieve the heat on her skin. She then submerged the necklace made of seashells in the water. A gentle hum throbbed through her palm as soon as the shell touched the water. Her breath caught as she froze. It was subtle but distinct, the same Hammon warmth she had previously experienced, now roused by the water. In response, her vines trembled, swaying in the wind like grass blades. Izuku, she said in a breathless whisper to the river. For a long time, she allowed the soft hum to seep into her bones. As though the forest itself had whispered strength back into her, she felt slightly more refreshed by the time she removed the necklace from the water. It was more than a present. Even though they were separated by great distances, it was a promise of connection, trust, and a shared path. Her heart was steadier and her vines felt a little lighter when she eventually got up to go back to camp. More suffering and tests would await her tomorrow, but she would persevere. Later that evening, the forest turned into a cathedral of stars and shadows as night fell over the camp. While Class 1A and 1B lounged around the central clearing, nursing sore muscles and quietly laughing, a fire crackled, its light flickering against their faces. Abara sat slightly apart, her vine hair hanging over her shoulders like frayed ribbons. The river's lingering pulse in her chest blended with the fire's warmth. She observed her classmates, Reiko quietly drinking tea that she had somehow brewed in the woods, Kendo and Tetsu laughing at his antics, and Monoma narrating the day's victories with theatrical gestures. It was nice. Not the same. Her father's teachings and the steady rhythm of nature had surrounded her as she grew up in prayer and silence. Her peers had never felt like close enough to touch, but rather like far-off constellations. Despite her pain and perspiration, she felt as though she was a part of a unique constellation. She whispered a little prayer in her heart as she ran her thumb over the seashell necklace, feeling its gentle hum in the firelight. I am grateful for this moment, for these ties, and for the courage to follow this path, for him and for me. Hey, Vine Girl. Her silent reflection was broken by the rough voice. Bakugo was standing behind her with his hands in his pockets, his usual frown only softened by the firelight, when she blinked and turned around. The students in the vicinity immediately stared at him, their curiosity rising in murmurs. She started to ask, "What do you?" But Bakugo jerked his head in the direction of the shadowy forest edge. "Walk with me. Now." There was no request. Abara paused, her vines quivering with doubt. Nevertheless, she got up and went after him, with the mutter of her classmates following her as they vanished beyond the final firelight ring. With the exception of the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and the chirp of night insects, the forest engulfed them in silence. Abara's heartbeat accelerated, not out of fear but rather bewilderment. At last, Bakugo crossed his arms and paused by a tree far from the camp. Sharp and serious, his red eyes glinted in the dim moonlight. He said, "I need to ask you something," in a quiet voice. "That green-haired nerd you're always with. He's different, and I know you know why." Abara instinctively curled her fingers over the seashell as she froze. Like the others, she had anticipated that Bakugo would make fun of her, perhaps by making fun of the necklace or her friendship with Izuku. But now his tone was one of tension, like a coiled spring, rather than mockery. Her heart pounded, but she calmly met his gaze. "And if I do?" Bakugo lowered his voice even further as he leaned in a little. "Then tell me if he's the one who healed Iida. Tell me if he saved those kids at USJ. What is going on with him? He's not the Izuku I know. I don't care about rumors. I want the truth." The air was heavier at night. The demand in Bakugo's eyes clashed with her vow to Izuku and the pounding of Hammon in her chest. The necklace was a silent reminder of their shared secret, warming against her palm. Abara maintained eye contact with Bakugo while the campfire flickered in the distance through the trees. His eyes blazed with piercing suspicion, but a sharp crack reverberated through the night before she could even formulate a response. They both froze. Then the smell, raw, sharp smoke, curled through the air of the forest. Bakugo jerked his head in the direction of the shadows. "You smell that?" The vines twitched in alarm as she nodded. The tree line rippled with a flicker of orange light. Then another. Fire licked up the trees and crawled through the underbrush, piercing the far-off shadows in a matter of seconds. Now, like an open wound, the forest that was so alive and sacred to Abara was burning. Then there was a roar. It was wrong, deep and animalistic. Between the trees, hulking, jagged shapes appeared. Nomus, their malformed bodies gleaming in the firelight. Some staggered upright, their muscles coiling unnaturally beneath their skin, while others ran on all fours. Instinctively, Bakugo's palms started to spark. Those things again, the air itself twisted. Mist rolled out like the breath of a waiting beast as black portals swirled open in the trees and on the forest floor. A cold, purposeful voice hissed from one portal. "Spread out. We're looking for the boy from USJ, the one who faced Tamura. Bring the Hammon user to Sensei." Abara felt her heart thump. Under her uniform, she clutched the seashell necklace. "They're here for Izuku." A second voice joined the first as a second portal rippled open closer. "The master wants any Hammon users found. Capture them alive if you can. And bring us the explosive kid, too. He's valuable." Bakugo tensed up, his fists glimmering. "Explosive kid? Oh, hell no, they're talking about me." Abara's breath caught as her wide eyes glinted in the firelight. They want Bakugo, Izuku, and Hamon users. Flames shot higher into the night as the closest Nomu screamed, shaking the branches. There were many portals, and a creeping mist encircled the dark forest. Bakugo spoke in a sharp, low voice while baring his teeth. TCH, looks like this training camp just turned into a war zone. Abara's heart pounded in fear and resolve as she gripped the necklace and felt a slight Hamon pulse against her palm. No longer was the forest a haven. The hunt was on. Like soft-spoken memories, the wind rustled the peach blossoms as it moved through the garden. Izuku sat with his back against the weathered trunk of the old peach tree in the courtyard. Silvery shadows were cast on the stones by the moonlight that filtered through the branches. Like slow snow, petals floated down and landed on his lap and in his hair. A few feet away, Kamiko was half submerged in the koi pond, curled up. Slow harmonic light pulsed through her shell as if she was also deep in meditation. However, Izuku was not meditating, not at all. He held his breath. Allow it to pass through him. Allow it to settle in his chest and hum along his fingertips. However, his thoughts were elsewhere. On her. Abara. He had no idea when it began. The looks. The quiet moments between training and sleep when his mind strayed to her. The way she smiled when she thought no one was watching, and the tone of her voice when she discussed breath and faith. Such feelings had always seemed to him like a diversion. Something like doubt or fear, something Kale would have told him to let go of. However, Kale wasn't present this evening. Izuku also kept thinking about how Abara had stared at him on the bus that day. When she gave him a hug, her vines twitched uneasily. How, between their hands, the seashell necklace he gave her had pulsed with Hamon. He ought to have said more. She should have been asked to stay. With a sigh, he brushed the grass with one hand. Then he whispered, "Why now?" Kamiko watched him from the edge of the water, her golden eyes blinking slowly. Above him, a gentle breeze swirled and then slowed as the peach tree rustled. Then it struck. An abrupt change in the breath's flow. A shock. As if the hum of life all around the country had faltered for a moment. Only enough to be felt by a skilled harmonic user. Enough to keep him motionless. He tried to follow it by reaching inward, and there it was. Faint. Flickering. Far away, the necklace. He sensed it. He could feel her. The hum was quieter than before, though. Restrained. Having trouble. Izuku's gaze expanded. Brushing the petals from his lap, he clambered to his feet. The old shortwave radio receiver sat on a shelf close to Kale's study as he hurried into the dojo. His fingers were shaking as he turned the dial, not moving. Then, breaking news tonight as we confirm reports of a devastating attack at the UA summer training facility near Hosu. The League of Villains is suspected. Izuku's face drained of blood. Several students have been hospitalized. Many are in critical condition. Pro heroes Mandalay and Pixie Bob were injured. The villain known as Muscular has been confirmed on the scene. A rhythm. A pause. Then the now strained voice. One student remains unaccounted for. Abara Shiozaki, of Class 1B, is missing. He exhaled the breath. There was silence in the garden. Under the water, Kamiko made a low, gentle vibration that sounded almost like a morning bell. Izuku remained motionless. Unable to move. The necklace was still in his hands. Her life force was still there, just barely fluttering on the edge of his awareness. However, she had left. Additionally, they had taken her. And he was absent. The UA conference room. It was too silent, too chilly, and too full of unspoken things, like a war bunker. Despite the dark bruises along his jaw, Aizawa's face was unreadable as he leaned against the wall near the corner with his arms crossed. He hadn't complained, but bandages were peeking out from under the collar of his shirt. All Might sat next to him, hunched forward with both hands clasped beneath his chin, silent in his actual form. Vladimir King paced uneasily. His fists flexed as if he wanted to strike something each time he stopped. The only sound for a while was the gentle clink of Nezu's tea stirring as he sat at the head of the table. Next. They said it directly, muttered Aizawa. According to Tokiyami and Shoji, Dabi made it crystal clear. Vlad said, they were after Midoriya and Bakugo, the name catching in his throat a little. And when they couldn't find Midoriya. All Might, they took the closest thing, concluded. Nezu gave a nod. Abara Shiozaki. Adding, she was with Bakugo when Muscular hit their zone, Vlad said. He fought until he passed out. When Kirishima arrived, Abara told him to take Bakugo and run. Then his words cracked. She stayed behind. Forced them both out. Aizawa said, she made herself a target, in a low voice, even if she didn't know it. She did know. Nezu's dark eyes gleamed as he corrected her gently. She's not naive. She knew they weren't after her, and she chose to stand in the way anyway. There was a long pause. She's smart, acknowledged All Might. Faithful. Brave. But this wasn't just faith. Simply put, she cares about Midoriya, Aizawa stated. Vlad whispered, I didn't know it would be this much, but it was different. Nezu set down his cup. She's one of the few students who understands that Midoriya's strength doesn't come from a quirk. She's close enough to know his secrets. Close enough to make him feel a part of quirk society. And now she's gone, said Aizawa. A pause occurred. All Might inquired, have we informed Midoriya? Not yet, replied Nezu, but we won't need to. Aizawa gave a slow nod. He'll find out, through the media at some point today. All Might cast a downward glance. He's going to blame himself. Nezu spoke quietly, and that's what I'm afraid of. Vlad questioned, do you think he'll go after her? Nobody immediately responded. Finally, Aizawa said, he wouldn't just go after her, it was completed by All Might. He'd burn down whatever took her. The smell of sterilized regret filled the hospital. Izuku walked down the hallway with a barely controlled sense of urgency, his scarf following him and his fists clenched. Although his breathing was steady and under control, the balance was in danger with each step. He didn't want the answer to the question that pulsed with every heartbeat. In front of the room, he paused. 217. There are two names on the door. Kirishima Eijiro and Bakugo Katsuki. After a single knock, he pushed the door open. From the chair next to Bakugo's bed, Kirishima raised her head. He was still wearing his hospital gown, with bruises on his face and collarbone, and his arm in a sling. He had a swollen but focused eye. Izuku. Izuku took a while to reply. After entering, he turned back to Kirishima after taking a quick look at Bakugo, who was still unconscious, pale, and hooked up to IVs. Where is she? Kirishima's expression dimmed. Izuku said, Abara, in a sharp, flat voice. Tell me what happened. Everything. Kirishima shifted forward in the chair and let out a slow exhale. We were near the river sector when it started. Mandalay sent out the warning. We got separated from Juzo and the others. It was just Bakugo and Abara. Kirishima went on, I don't know what all has happened, but they were cornered when I caught up. I tried to shield Bakugo, but he was basically out cold. I tried to tell her to run. Izuku briefly closed his eyes and said, but she didn't. Kirishima took a deep breath. Then she wrapped her vines around us. Tight. And through us. Just like that. Over the ridge. We landed near the campsite. I tried to go back but they were gone, concluded Izuku. Kirishima's voice cracked as she nodded. I'm sorry, man. I tried. A low growl broke the tension before Izuku could reply. Damn it. Both heads jerked in the direction of the bed. Bakugo's eyes snapped open, burning but dazed. I told her not to be stupid. He moaned and collapsed back onto the pillow after attempting to sit up. Kirishima said, Bakugo, and took a step forward. You're up. Bakugo's voice was rough as he said, shut up. I'm not proud of it. I was useless. She had to carry my ass. Should have been me they took. Izuku took a step forward. He spoke softly. Tell me what happened before Kirishima showed up. When Bakugo's eyes met his, there was, for once, no fire in them. It's just a shame. As well as memory. Rewind. The trees were on fire. Bakugo's relentless quirk clashes with Muscular's brute force, but not with fire, but with shockwaves and broken branches. He was gushing blood. An eye almost swelled shut. His trembling arm hung at his side. Is that all you got, blasty boy? Muscular exclaimed, wiping blood from his lips while laughing. Between them, Abara stood, a wall of trembling vines. Her chest was rising and falling, and her eyes were wide. Bakugo took a step forward, then fell to one knee. He growled, I said, run, damn it, the man said. Abara was kneeling next to him. Your pride won't matter if you die. She touched his chest with her palm. She lowered him gently to the ground by wrapping her vines around his waist. Then she pivoted, and turned to the beast. Her fingers touched the seashell necklace at her collarbone as she reached up. Lord, grant me the strength to protect what remains. The sound of explosions rocked the forest. With palm explosions illuminating the darkness like wildfire, Bakugo roared across the clearing. The villain was rattled but not significantly slowed as each one crashed into Muscular's enormous frame. Steam curling from his overworked muscles, Muscular smiled through the smoke. That tickles. Bakugo growled and twisted in midair to deliver a follow-up blast. Keep laughing, he said. See how funny it is when A shadow moved across the sky. Abara's voice pierced the confusion. Bakugo, above. Bakugo looked up in time to witness a winged Nomu leaping out of the clouds with its claws outstretched. It can shake loose branches with the force of its leathery wings beating the air. Abara was the first to move. The Nomu was slashed across the chest by her vines, which snapped upward in 3 thick cords. It banked to avoid a direct crash and screeched, twisting in midair. Muscular took advantage of the distraction and strode ahead, causing the ground to split beneath his feet. He struck Bakugo's ribs with a low swing of his fist. Abara stepped in, vines straining under the pressure as they wound like iron cables around the villain's forearm. She yelled, "Go!" Without pausing, Bakugo sped past Muscular in the direction of the Nomu. It spiraled upward and away as he blasted a point-blank explosion into its wing. Muscular shook off the vines and laughed. Not bad, Vine Girl, but let's see how you handle. Once more, he lunged. Abara took a detour this time, dragging 2 vines low to hook his ankle and lash his shoulder with another. His raw strength was like a living avalanche, but the move stunned him. Bakugo landed hard next to her, panting heavily. He's not slowing down. She responded, then we must, as she pulled her vines back in. Cut off his advance before the Nomu circles again. With its wings trailing broken leaves in the air, the Nomu was already banking for another pass. Bakugo crouched, palms sparking, and Abara reached out, vines coiling up a tree trunk. Charged muscles. Nomu dove. Together, they moved. Bakugo hurled himself forward to confront Muscular, his explosions exploding in short bursts. Abara leapt from the treetop, causing the Nomu to be violently jerked to the side as the vines whipped around to grab its neck in mid-dive. It worked for an instant. Caught in Bakugo's unrelenting blasts, Muscular skidded. The Nomu fell clumsily into the brush. The Nomu quickly recovered, its wings spreading wide, as Muscular roared and tore ahead through the explosions. With a heaving chest, Abara landed next to Bakugo. The seashell necklace matched the rhythm of her own heartbeat. She had frayed vines. The strain made her arms shake. And she was aware that this couldn't continue without Hammon. She gave Bakugo a look. On my next strike, don't ask questions about. Bakugo scowled. What are you, however, she was already taking action. Muscular lunged before Bakugo could even react. The ground where he had been standing exploded when the first swing missed. The second, however, moved more quickly, like a steel-lined freight train. With nauseating force, it struck his ribs. The blast Bakugo had been building in his palm fizzled to nothing as his body folded and his breath burst out. His back slammed into a fallen log as he skidded into the dirt. Pain flared across his chest and shoulder. One arm was immobile. His eyes swam. Abara called out, Bakugo, with a sharpness he had never heard before. Muscular smiled and took a step in her direction. Looks like the firecracker's out. That means you're next. With its claws gleaming in the moonlight, the flying Nomu banked for another dive overhead. Abara breathed rapidly, but her gaze remained fixed on them. She moved forward to put herself in the way of Bakugo and the assailants. Then, almost instinctively, she reached for her necklace. Her palm felt warm against the seashell charm. It beat. Once. Twice. Izuku's fibers, the woven fibers in the chain, emitted a faint golden light that spread outward until it reached the roots of her hair. Each of her long green strands threaded with a rhythm that was not appropriate for this fight, this forest, or even this moment, and they shimmered faintly. Bakugo's vision was blurry as he stared. The hell is that? Muscular stopped, squinting. That's no quirk. A voice over communications growled from somewhere in the tree line. Confirmed. She's a Hammon user. New orders, take her alive. First to dive was the Nomu. Abara's hair vines whipped upward, outpacing their collective resistance. Each strand came to life with strength and accuracy as the Hammon pulses moved in unison with them. Mid-dive, she slapped the Nomu across its head, sending it spinning into the trees with a faint golden ripple. Charged muscles. She turned and wrapped her hair vines around his arm. His augmented muscles spasmed just long enough to stall him due to the golden rhythm of her strikes. However, the radiance was already diminishing. Like a strained heartbeat, the necklace's warmth had diminished. She knelt next to Bakugo and turned back to him. Her tone was urgent and low. Tell Izuku that the breath is more important than me. Don't expose it for my sake. Leave me. I'm going to hold them off. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Don't you dare. Through the confusion came Kirishima's voice. Bakugo, Abara, we need to. Abara's hair vines encircled both boys in a single motion. She threw them over the ridge toward the camp before either could stop her. In order to soften the fall, Kirishima took Bakugo by the back and hardened it. As Kurogiri's portal opened behind her, Bakugo's last sight before the trees engulfed her was Abara, her hair glowing a faint gold from the necklace, turning to face muscular and the recuperating Nomu. It was too quiet in the hospital room. With his fingers gripping the sling at his shoulder, Kirishima sat motionless. The retelling of Bakugo was over, but the burden remained. Not from his chest. Not from the space. With his head lowered and his eyes hidden by his disheveled hair, Izuku stood close to Bakugo's bed's foot. There was a slight gleam of gold around his clenched fists as the fluorescent light overhead flickered once. Tell Izuku that the breath is more important than me. Like smoke that would not go out of his lungs, the words swirled in his chest once more. Wincing, Bakugo propped himself up on one elbow and coughed. Dumbass, was his mutter. She told you not to come. I know, Izuku muttered. Bakugo paused, squinting. She said don't blow it. Don't expose whatever the hell it is you do. Confused, Kirishima looked over. Expose what? Izuku remained silent. He simply breathed slowly while gazing at the floor. Steadily. Not in anger or panic, however, with a colder substance. Relax. Like someone getting ready for a deep dive. I'm not going for revenge, he declared following a protracted silence. I'm going because she chose to protect something sacred, and they took her for it. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. And you think bringing her back won't make it worse? I believe that if I wait, I won't be able to feel her breath for very long, Izuku stated in a steady voice. At last, he raised his head. At that moment, Kirishima noticed a change in him. Behind his eyes was conviction, not heat. Something primordial, like a still water ripple just before a storm. Kirishima failed to grasp Izuku's meaning. Inhale. What is exposed? What power did Bakugo keep mentioning? But it wasn't normal, whatever it was. Kirishima parted his lips, then shut them again. He made no inquiries, he merely nodded slightly. Not consent, not acceptance, just understanding. Izuku nodded back when he saw it. There was a quiet tension in the room. With the weight of his guilt lessened by painkillers, Bakugo had fallen back into a restless sleep. Uncertain whether Izuku was putting gasoline on a fire or offering assistance, Kirishima sat on the edge of his hospital bed and watched him. Izuku calmly and precisely tightened the scarf around his neck. In the dim hospital light, the gold-threaded knot at his collar glistened dimly. As he was about to leave, Kirishima said, Yaoyorozu. Izuku hesitated. What about her? After hesitating, Kirishima lowered his voice. Yaoyorozu, she planted a tracker on a Nomu during the camp. High frequency, long range. Built it on the spot. She said it reads the same radiation as Kurogiri's warps. If the Nomu that grabbed Abara still has it, you've got a trail. Izuku slowly turned. Do you know if it's still active? Kirishima gave a nod. I don't know for sure, but if anyone can trace it, it's her. She mentioned it was high frequency, long range, and tuned to a Nomu's energy signature. Said it mimics the same kind of radiation Kurogiri's warp gates emit. A heartbeat went by. Izuku's mind was already racing with thoughts of calculation, perception, and emotion. If he could connect the tracker to Abara's Hammond's waning resonance. Perhaps Nomu isn't really random, she may have been taken by it. At last, Izuku said, more to himself than to Kirishima, I'll need her help. Kirishima gave one nod. I'll talk to her, thank you. Izuku turned once more and walked purposefully toward the door. Around him, the strands of breath coiled like far-off thunderclouds, not quite breaking but also not quiet. He grabbed the handle. Before he could touch the door, it opened. There stood Eraserhead, weary, be calm. Firm. Izuku. Izuku stopped. For a moment, the teacher and the student looked at one another, both aware that something had changed. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and spoke quietly. We need to talk, before you do something we can't undo. Izuku froze as he entered the hallway. With his arms folded and his eyes unreadable, Eraserhead stood waiting. Izuku. Come with me. It wasn't an angry tone. It wasn't optional, though. A quiet voice added before he could reply. It's all right, we just want to talk. Like a patient professor, Principal Nezu appeared next to Aizawa, his paws folded behind his back. They flanked the hall together, quietly and calmly in control. Izuku's heart fell. He understood the purpose of this. Without saying anything, he trailed after them down the hallway, around two corners, and into a silent conference room without a window. Above, the lights buzzed softly. Just one table. 3 seats. "Have a seat," said Aizawa. Izuku stood without moving. On his chair at the head of the table, Nezu climbed up. "We'll be brief. We know you're planning something, and we know about Hamon." Like a drop of cold water, the name struck. Izuku remained silent. "We've known for some time," Nezu added in a steady yet serious tone. "The USJ incident. Ida's sudden recovery. And the Nomu footage. It all pointed to something beyond quirks." Aizawa went on, "We've done our part to protect you, suppressed reports. Redirected suspicion. Shielded you from public scrutiny. But now," Nezu continued slowly, "you're walking into something bigger than yourself. We believe the League of Villains is targeting Hamon users. They've taken someone close to you." Izuku tensed. "So you know about my friendship with Abara?" "We know enough," acknowledged Aizawa, "and we know you're planning to act." "I have to," yelled Izuku. "She risked everything for me. She's in danger because of me, because I exist." "She made that decision to keep you safe," Nezu said quietly, "so you could remain hidden, safe." Even though Izuku's breath caught, he persisted. "You're asking me to do nothing." "No," Nezu replied. "We're asking you to understand the cost of doing something. You think this is about one girl? This is about balance. History. Civilization barely survived the last time power like Hamon was widespread. When Izuku said, 'Let me go after her, I'll be careful, I won't expose anything.' Aizawa took a step forward. 'If you get captured, they'll make you expose it. They'll take everything from you, and use it.' I'm not afraid of that." Nezu looked at him for a while, then inquired carefully. "There could be another way. Could you heal All Might?" The question shattered the silence. Izuku's throat became parched. "What? If you could heal him, just enough to return some of his former strength, we might be able to resolve this without revealing you," Nezu replied. "Without exposing Hamon. A restored symbol might change the tide." Izuku said, "I'm not supposed to do that, right away, it would bring too much attention. If he suddenly recovers, the world will ask why. They'll tear the truth out of him, or me." Nezu questioned, "And what if it saves lives?" Izuku's head was shaking. "No, that's not why I have this power. I'm not here to revive gods. I'm here to protect the broken." Aizawa posed the question, "And what if Abara dies for it? Is that what protecting looks like?" Izuku balled his hands into fists. "Even if I wanted to, I can't heal him like that. His wounds are too deep, too old. He would need someone far more advanced than me just to make a dent. And anyone who could, isn't going to do it in the first place." The door opened. Leaning against the frame, Kale took over. Evenly, Kale said, "He's right, we won't." Despite his quiet presence, the room's temperature seemed to change. His expression was unreadable, and his cloak billowed behind him like mist. The eyes of Aizawa narrowed. "Who are?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Master. I had a feeling you were watching." "I was," Kale said plainly as he approached Izuku. "And I heard enough. Nezu is right." With surprise, Izuku questioned, "You agree with him?" Kale stated in a flat voice, "With healing All Might, absolutely not." Aizawa's voice sounded almost growling as his eyes narrowed. "So you'd let the symbol of peace waste away when you could stop it?" Nezu's ears perked up and her smile faded. "For someone who claims to protect balance, Kale, you're willing to let it tip rather far." Kale did not recoil. "Balance isn't peace," said Kale, "and peace built on one man's shoulders is already broken. Healing him might save lives for a season, but it would paint a target on every Hamon user in the world overnight. The High Council would see it as an unforgivable breach. The wrong kind of exposure." His eyes, now more acute, slid to Izuku. "But saving Abara? That's different. The League already has her. The damage is done. If she talks, willingly or not, Hamon is at risk either way. Better we choose how the fire spreads." Nezu's ears perked up. "So, you won't risk Hamon for the symbol of peace, but you will for one girl?" "For my student," corrected Kale without embarrassment, "and for the chance to keep this fight small, contained, and out of the public eye." He glanced at Izuku. "We won't risk our kind for one man, not even for your number one hero." Kale continued to touch Izuku's shoulder. Normally unreadable, his expression was now burdened by grief, which was more profound than duty. Izuku, he took a step back. He spoke quietly, measured, like a blade being sheathed, but not weak. This will not be forgiven. Nezu's eyes grew piercing. Aizawa remained silent. Kale's gaze remained fixed on his pupil. The council will say I've broken my oath. That I allowed a threat to tradition. A crack in the dam. And maybe they're right. Izuku remained motionless, breathing deeply and intently, but his hands were shaking at his sides. But long before I stood before the High Council, before I was your teacher, I was a boy in a village with no quirks, no protectors, no future. And one day, a woman with breath in her hands saved my mother from dying of fever. She didn't ask who we were. She didn't worry about exposure. She chose to heal. With a slow exhale, Kale's presence remained steady. If you go knowing the risk. You may destroy everything we've protected. But you may also be the only one who can prove that Hammon was never meant to be hidden, it was meant to breathe. He looked at Aizawa and Nezu. You asked whether he could heal a symbol. I say. Let him become one. With pride and regret, he gave Izuku one final glance. Izuku wrapped the cloth around his fingers. He spoke in a steady, low voice. You taught me that the breath is a gift to protect life, all life. If saving her risks everything we've built, then I'll still do it. Because if Hammon can't be used to save everyone we can, what's the point of protecting it at all? Kale's eyes remained fixed for just one more heartbeat. After a moment of silence, Kale released his grip while maintaining eye contact with Izuku. If you go, you strike before the pro heroes do. Quietly. Before the League has time to move her, before the media swarms, before anyone connects this to Hammon. Aizawa's head jerked in his direction. What? Kale's tone was composed but firm. If the heroes respond first, the League will expect a full force. Media will follow. Surveillance. Chaos. And if Hammon is exposed in the middle of that, it won't just be you who suffers. It will be everyone who's ever drawn breath in silence. Izuku tightened his jaw. So I go in first. You go in quietly, explained Kale. With precision. With allies you trust. Before the League is on full alert. Before the world is watching. Aizawa gave a headshake. That's reckless. You're encouraging him to act like a vigilante. Directly, he already is, Kale stated. You just don't want to say it out loud. There was a long silence. Nezu, who had been silent, then gently tapped the table. It's not a bad idea. Aizawa gave him a disbelieving glance. You're siding with him. Nezu declared, I'm siding with the odds, fewer variables. Less exposure. If we wait for a formal mission, the League will tighten security and likely move her. And the more heroes involved, the greater the risk of Hammon being seen and exploited. Nezu turned calmly and intensely to Izuku. I can provide intelligence. Abara's current location. We've been tracking League movement and have narrowed it to one of their temporary sites near the outer districts, an abandoned warehouse with a bar out front with underground vault access. Izuku remained focused even though his breathing accelerated, and, back up? Nezu's gaze grew softer. All might. At that, even Aizawa blinked. This is still bad. According to Aizawa, All Might is still one person who is injured still. Nezu gave a headshake. Only as last resort support. Hidden. Watching from the edge. If Izuku acts fast enough, All Might won't even need to reveal himself. Aizawa gave them both a fierce look. You're building him into a symbol. He's just a student. Kale glanced over with an unreadable expression. He stopped being just a student the moment your system failed to protect him and the ones he loves. Once more, silence. Izuku bowed his head in appreciation rather than submission. He was prepared when he looked up. Tell me where she is. I'll go tonight. Nezu gave him a folded coordinate slip. Kale said, I won't go with you. Startled, Izuku turned. Why not? Kale met his eyes with firmness but not cruelty. Because someone must stay behind to vouch for you. He looked at Aizawa and Nezu, then went on. When this spills over, and it will, the High Council will demand answers. They'll see your actions as betrayal. Rebellion. Exposure of sacred knowledge. His tone became softer. More human. If I'm with you, they'll claim I led you astray. That I corrupted the line between student and master. But if I stay, I can stand before them as your defender. Your witness. Your advocate. Kale's arms were crossed. Let me buy you time. Let me hold the line in places you cannot. Izuku, torn between understanding the larger plan and needing his master, looked down with his fists clenched. Kale added softly. I trust your breath, Izuku. But someone must protect your name while you write the next chapter. He extended his arm and touched Izuku's chest with 2 fingers. Breathe with purpose. Not fear. He then turned and proceeded to the door, stopping only once more to talk without turning around. You have my approval. Please don't make me plead with the council in vain, but I will support you no matter what. Izuku bowed deeply to the 2 remaining individuals in the room after Kale left. He turned and walked out of the room without saying another word. Behind him, the door clicked shut. The room fell silent for a long time. Nezu and Aizawa remained silent for a long time. Aizawa crossed his arms and shifted his scarf. He is unknown to us. His alliances, his record, and his true name. And you're okay with him calling? Nezu's ears perked up. I don't like it. However, I've been in this business long enough to know when someone is being honest. Truth or not, Aizawa uttered in a low voice, it means he simply chose who would live and who would die. And we gave him permission. Nezu continued to stare at the door. He thinks he's safeguarding something greater than All Might. The something is worth letting the symbol of peace fade away, is the question. Aizawa's voice became piercing. The other question is why someone with his level of expertise suddenly appeared and became involved with Midoriya. We've entered an unfamiliar game if the High Council he alluded to is genuine. Nezu's beard quirked. Exactly. Therefore, for the time being, we comply. Until the board is known. We simply need to maintain harmony. With the weight of Japan on their shoulders, they stood motionless for a minute. He's going to change everything, you know. Aizawa rubbed his eyes and let out a slow exhale. Yes, I am aware. Nezu's ears twitched as she turned to face him. If we're lucky, he'll change it quietly. What if we're not? Aizawa inquired. Then we'll be forced to pick sides in a war we've avoided for generations. For a long time, Aizawa gazed at the closed door. We're waiting. Not just All Might, but a strike team of the greatest heroes. The League of Villains must yet be taken. Nezu gave a nod. I agree, but let's pray, for now, that breath stays hidden, and the storm passes before the world starts chasing the wind. Above, the lights buzzed softly, and the silence came back, thicker than ever. Izuku retreated into the sterile hallway after pushing open the door to the private conference room. He had a fixed mind and was breathing steadily. He turned to go out. TCH, thought I'd find you sneaking out. Izuku paused. Bakugo stood at the end of the hall, his hospital gown hanging open over a bandaged chest, dried blood clinging to the edges of his hair, one hand clenched tightly at his side, the other gripping the wall for balance. What are you doing outside of bed, Bakugo? He yelled, shut up, and then limped forward, asking, where in hell do you think you're going? Izuku remained silent. He wasn't required to buy Bakugo. Are you pursuing her, are you not? Abara. Slowly, Izuku nodded once and said, I have to. Bakugo clenched his jaw, as if he were swallowing nails. She saved my life, he said in a raw voice, by fending off a flying Nomu and that freak. Muscular. All for the sole purpose of allowing me to get away. Izuku said nothing, but his eyes softened. Bakugo took another shaky step forward. Before she stayed behind, she told me to give you a message. Tell Izuku that the breath is more significant than myself, she said. Don't expose it for my sake. Get away from me. I'll keep them at bay. His eyes were burning and his breathing was labored. I had no idea what she was talking about, however, I knew it was important, and I still let her down. Izuku cast a downward glance. You didn't let her down, she made a decision. Bakugo snarled. That doesn't mean you flee by yourself while I let her rot in some fucking villain den. You don't know what you're asking for, Izuku said, his head jerking up. Yes, I do. Bakugo stepped closer and barked, I'm not a moron. Do you believe I missed it at USJ? Do you believe I haven't put it all together? He poked Izuku's chest with a finger. You have something genuine. Something ancient. You are more than just Deku with a new notebook. And since I'm too weak to stop it, I'm the one who pulled her into this if that's what they're hunting. For an extended period, they were silent. Bakugo then stood up straight and met Izuku's gaze. I'll accompany you. I'll blow the fucking exit off the wall if you try to leave me behind. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but he was silenced by Bakugo's expression. This time it wasn't anger, it was regret, it was allegiance. Bakugo Katsuki made the decision to stand next to someone instead of in front of them. At last, Izuku gave a nod, then let's go. Bakugo let out a sharp exhale, as though he had been holding his breath since Abara fell. Izuku read every wince and limp as his eyes swept over him, but not like that, you're not. Bakugo frowned and said, I'm fine. Izuku said, you're not, as he turned to face an unmarked side door and pushed it open to reveal an empty patient room with the bed naked and the curtains drawn. In here. Reluctantly, Bakugo closed the door behind him and followed. We don't have time for. He was interrupted by Izuku, who said, this will take seconds, remain motionless. Bakugo's eyes widened at the strange, almost electric sensation, which was heat and pressure and something alive passing through him like sunlight in water. Immediately after 2 fingers were pressed to his side. Warmth surged. A golden ripple of Hammon flowing beneath bruised skin, sinking deep into muscle and bone. The hell is this? Hammon, Izuku murmured, voice steady, calm, breathe with me. Unbeknownst to him, Bakugo did so, and his shoulders relaxed, the ribs' sharp pain disappeared, and every breath felt more stable and warmer, as if his lungs had been cleansed. Izuku stepped back and flexed his hands, causing the glow to fade. You were moving stiff. If we're going in there, I need you at full strength. Bakugo experimented with rolling his shoulder. There was no pain. He realized that he no longer recognized the person in front of him after staring at Izuku for an excessive amount of time. More powerful. Sharper. Total command over something Bakugo didn't comprehend. He muttered, avoiding eye contact with Izuku, I guess I owe you. A faint, weary smile twitched Izuku's lips. Just don't get hit again. Bakugo snorted and turned away. TCH, he said, like I'm planning to. However, the image of Izuku, calm, accurate, and different, remained in Bakugo's mind even after they returned to the hallway. Home in Izuku. Bakugo entered as the door creaked open. The smell hit him as soon as he stepped through the door. Familiarity, not just wood polish, steam, and herbs. Not much had changed here. The structure was the same, but it was a little more disorganized now, with more tools, scrolls, and other strange things. He used to frequent this place frequently, when they were children. Prior to middle school. Before fear became anger, and anger became something he was still unable to identify. He noticed the worn area where they used to sit and construct toy models on the carpet. He had knocked over All Might figures on the chipped shelf and acted as though it had been an accident. The spot where Inko used to store a snack basket. His chest grew constricted. He dismissed it with a frown. Still smells like your mom's tea, he whispered to himself. Deku didn't look back. Already suited up, he was crouching by a low table, rolling his sleeves with methodical, practiced motions and tying on that absurd scarf as if it were holy. He was holding a paintball gun, and the cartridges were neatly arranged beside what appeared to be water capsules. And another, etched, polished, card. Not equipment for support. Bakugo didn't recognize anything. Seeing a stranger prepare for battle was like that. Bakugo said, half challenging, you really built all this crap yourself? Izuku stated without raising his gaze, most of it were gifts, but some were gifts. Be calm. As if he weren't entering a potential death trap this evening. Bakugo snorted and moved closer. You always were a nerd. Then, a figure shifted. A tiny, green object fell from a shelf and moved through the air as if it were weightless. With a gentle tap, it landed gracefully beside Izuku after spinning once and hovering, having. What the hell is that? At last, Izuku turned and grinned slightly. That's Kamiko. Bakugo gazed. The turtle gave him a blink. Eyes wide. Shell that shimmers. Like a tuning fork submerged in water, there's a faint hum in the air. Is it flying? She glides, Izuku stated casually. The turtle gave a chirping sound. Bakugo retreated half a step. She just made a noise. She's got an attitude. She's smarter than most people I know, Izuku said, petting her crest. And she's coming with us. Bakugo blinked. You're bringing a turtle into a villain rescue mission? She's not a pet. She's my partner. With the intensity of a tiny but ruthless god, Kamiko glided up once more, hovered in front of Bakugo's face, and gazed down at him. He whispered, she's judging me. Izuku grinned. She does that, and you deserve it. Bakugo gave a headshake. This whole thing is insane. He was unable to turn away, though. Not from Kamiko. Not from the equipment. Not from the spiral of etchings that ran down Deku's left arm, which resembled breath and water etched into armor and skin. Not because this was no longer a notebook-wielding nerd. Someone else did it. A complete person. Someone he no longer knew how to keep safe. Bakugo muttered, you changed, without really meaning to. Izuku gave a nod. So did you, even if it's a little. For a while, the two boys stood there in silence, neither heroes nor enemies, but neither friends nor foes. The storm is only 2 breaths away. Izuku then checked the water capsules at his belt, tightened his scarf, and clicked the holster shut. Grabbed his water bottle. Ready? He inquired. Bakugo's knuckles cracked. I've been ready since she saved my life. As if she were at home, Kamiko drifted back down to Izuku's shoulder. With their equipment strapped down and prepared to go, they emerged into the hallway. And there was Inko Midoriya, standing there with her arms folded gently and her eyes clear and tired. It did not surprise her. Just depressing. The kind of sadness that descends on your shoulders when you know your child is about to do something risky and you are powerless to stop them, not a dramatic one. Softly, you too, she said. Izuku stopped. Mom. She said, I figured it out hours ago, and moved forward. You're too much like your father when you lie. You always forget to breathe. Kamiko gave a low chirp. She gave the turtle a quick look but remained silent. She glanced at each of the boys. Stopped on Bakugo for a moment. Her expression flickered. Something in her jaw tightened. Bakugo sensed it. She wasn't to blame. If she had slammed the door in his face years ago, he wouldn't have held it against her. However, she said softly, How's your mom, Katsuki? Is she still yelling at your teachers? Bakugo blinked. For a moment, his voice got stuck in his throat. Then, yeah. Still a pain in the ass. Inko gave a small smile. Good. She loves you in her own way. Then, as she turned back to face Izuku, her eyes softened. She moved forward, wiping a small amount of dust from his scarf. I won't stop you. I couldn't, even when you were 5. Just, don't let this make you someone I don't recognize. Izuku nodded after swallowing. With a lowered voice, Inko turned back to Bakugo. You ended this friendship once. Don't let him walk into something alone again. Bakugo was speechless. He clenched his jaw and simply nodded. Inko moved out of the way. Be safe, both of you. She abruptly turned and started back toward the kitchen. Kamiko gave another low, melancholy chirp. As they made their way to the stairwell, Bakugo gazed at the floor. He had fists in his hands. She still cares. Izuku initially remained silent, then, silently. She never stopped. They went outside into the darkness. Furthermore, the ensuing quiet wasn't meaningless. The breath was heavy. Late in the evening. Bakugo watched the deserted streets below from behind a rusted air vent. The bar appeared deserted, with dim lighting and no activity in the front, but something didn't feel right. Tense. Like it was holding its breath. Beside him, Izuku had 2 fingers pressed to the edge of the rooftop. Shutting their eyes. Slow breathing. He listened as if he were hearing something that no one else could. When Bakugo asked, How many? Izuku opened his eyes and spoke in a hushed tone. 11 inside. 2 on watch. 3 more in the lower tunnels. Abara's in the basement. She's awake. Bakugo blinked. You sensed that? Izuku remained silent. He simply moved, silently and quickly. He ran toward the far edge, his bare feet tapping lightly against the roof. And then he ran down the wall. No equipment, not using any magnets, no cables. Just unadulterated authority. He moved down the vertical surface as if it were flat ground, each step pulsing with a faint glow and a ripple of breath beneath his soles. With wide eyes, Bakugo hurried to the edge. What the actual? He didn't complete. Simply grunted as it fell after him and landed on a lower walkway. With one palm flat on the side, Izuku had already arrived at a circuit panel. There was a faint glow on his left hand, where Bakugo still couldn't make sense of the spiral tattoo. Click. HUMMM. Snap. The outer security grid went dark after fizzing out. The cameras wavered. In a silent wave, motion sensors shut down. Bakugo mumbled, You short-circuited the whole system, with a touch. Izuku said plainly, It's clean. They won't know until it's too late. Bakugo gave him a look. Since when do you talk like a ninja? Izuku simply gestured ahead. There is no time for inquiries. Low ceilings and flickering lights greeted them as they descended a narrow stairwell into the back corridor of the building. Izuku inhaled deeply as he pressed his fingers to the wall once more. Bakugo noticed his concentration. His silence. Similar to something being caught in the air by a tuning fork. Whispering, 3 to the left, Izuku said. 1 heat-based emitter. 2 with weapons. They're half asleep. Bakugo inquired, You're feeling them? I can feel their breath. Bakugo mumbled under his breath and let out a sharp exhale. You're insane. Izuku started to walk, but he chose not to use the stairs this time. Rather, he jumped onto the railing, kicked off the wall across from him, and slid down the stairwell with short, accurate bursts of hamon off the wall, tiny pulses that acted as stepping stones of tension and electricity, cushioning and propelling him. Bakugo trailed behind, slamming his own 2 feet down hard behind him. Show off. They arrived at the ground floor. Concrete that is cold. Calm air. The slight reverberation of motion outside steel doors. Izuku touched the ground with a hand. As he breathed, the spiral tattoo pulsed in time, glowing once more. His words were, "Abara's here, corner room." Her breath weak, but focused. Bakugo glanced around. He was unable to sense anything. Izuku, however, did, and he was more afraid of that than he wanted to acknowledge. Muttering to himself, "You're not Deku anymore." He was not heard by Izuku, he was on the move already. And Bakugo wasn't in the lead for the first time in a long time. The steel door opened with a creak. Low and silent, Izuku slipped in first, looking around. Bakugo trailed behind, holding explosives in his hands. There she was. Abara. Wrists tied behind her back, ankles crossed and tied, she slumped against a metal post. Her normally calm and silky hair was heavy and tangled. Fastened to the chair's rear. She had dried blood at her temple and her uniform was ripped. She had her eyes open. Be mindful. Bakugo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Abara. However, then, she gave a headshake, violently. Wide-eyed. Worried. MMMMF. She strained against the ropes and screamed through the gag. Her voice was desperate, not afraid. Izuku stopped in his tracks. She's trying to say something, he said lightly. Abara had wild eyes. Her head trembled violently as she screamed into the gag. Izuku stopped. A whisper, "It's a trap," he said. Click. Abara's breath was rapid against the cloth gag, and her eyes were wide. Vines strained against the bonds, twitching faintly at her wrists. Bakugo stepped forward half a step and stopped. The atmosphere changed. It's subtle, but incorrect. Something acrid and chemical laced his nose with the subtle copper tang of old blood. He whispered, "The hell is that smell?" Izuku remained silent, he was paying attention. Something scraped somewhere over the edge of the light. It's wetter and softer than metal on stone. The temperature dropped, the sort of cold that soaked into bone through skin. Move. Something drew itself out of the distant corner. Humanoid, but incorrect. With every step, one knee bent sideways, causing its gait to lurch. Patches of green-gray skin and dark, tarry red teeth are visible when the lips are pulled back. Without blinking, its milky, glassy eyes locked on them. "I've got it," Bakugo yelled, holding up a glistening hand. Izuku yelled, "Wait," but it was too late. The face of the thing was illuminated by the sparks, revealing the ruined flesh and the hollow stare. The stench was strong, rotten chemicals on top of stale ones. Bakugo fumbled with his hand. Another answered the low moan that bled out of the darkness, then another. Overhead, the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out. In the sudden darkness, dozens of shapes moved, their shuffling steps encroaching from all sides. The room was filled with the sound of ruined throats grinding out half-breaths. Not Nomu. Not alive. Dead, as well as strolling. Izuku felt his heart tighten. Zombies, not from eccentricities. Another thing. Bakugo's palms flaring, he spat. What the hell is this? Then, above them, the screen flickered on. Not moving. Next, black and white. A form. A presence. "Well, hello, Midoriya," the smooth, almost courteous voice said. "At last, we meet. Most call me Sensei, but my name is, All for One." Bizarre, isn't it? All for One exclaimed with delight, how the world has changed. Off-screen, he made a casual gesture. Like statues awaiting orders, the zombies all froze. "You thought your Hammond was gone. A spiritual fluke, outpaced by quirks. But that's the lie society tells. In truth, Hammond simply went quiet, while monsters like these and me thrived in its absence." He stepped slightly forward, just enough that Izuku could make out the faint lines of his armor. "These creatures. Not mine. I borrowed them, from an old associate, a lord of the dead, a relic like yourself. A favor, in exchange for something ancient buried beneath Musutafu." Izuku gasped in surprise. The tone of All for One's voice fell to a sort of awe, giddy and twisted. "Quirks blinded your kind. While they cowered in fear, the real monsters learned to thrive, unseen." Bakugo tightened his jaw. "You're sick. Everyone laughed. I'm practical. Then he faced Izuku once more. You, however, you're something rare. A ripple still moving in a dead pond. So I offer you two paths. Heal me. Use that sacred breath and restore my decaying shell. Or, tell me where the rest of your kind hides. Your master. The city, the arrow, and the stone. Or refuse, and let the dead remind you how easily breath can be crushed. Shuddering, moaning, and cracking their joints like wind-up toys, the zombies started to move once more. It made no difference that Izuku didn't understand half of what All for One was requesting. Izuku simply exhaled and allowed Hammond to flow from him. So be it. But Izuku's eyes were glowing now, breath sharp, steady. He did not retreat, he took a step forward. A zombie lunged first. As Hammond pressed his palm into the creature's chest, Izuku's hand surged with him. Flash, crack, screee. Like sunlight through ice, the ripple exploded through the corpse. It fell apart and curled into ash. 5 more came out behind it. Bakugo was on the move already. He yelled, I'll take the ugly ones. Boom, boom, crash. Arms and torsos were blown across the room as explosions ripped through the crowd. Dust rose, legs flew. But in a matter of seconds, they were on the move once more. Crawling toward them were headless torsos. Legs torn off twitched. One half-cracked skull chuckled. Bakugo's respiration accelerated. No way, no freaking way. Izuku spoke steadily. They're bound by something else. Not quirks, something older. He sent a pulse out by pressing his fingers to the ground. 2 more were illuminated below the surface. They're still coming. With a harmonic burst of water, Kamiko pulsed a ripple out of her shell, scattering a cluster nearby. 3 skulls were ripped through by the ripple. Izuku stated, only Hammond finishes them. You can break them, but they come back. Bakugo swore. That would have been nice to know before I wasted 1/4 of my damn arsenal. They stood side by side. Golden light laced Izuku's scarf, which cracked like a whip. The gauntlets of Bakugo flared. With a roar, the wall fell. 2 Nomu, one broad-chested and with thick armor-plated skin, the other leaner and twitching with raw speed, stepped through the dust and falling brick. Although neither appeared experimental, they both exuded strength. And the zombies continued to follow them. Dozens, perhaps more. Groaning, shambling, eyes hungry and lifeless. Mid-tier, Izuku uttered with clenched teeth, but smart enough to prioritize. Across the still active screen, a voice crackled in. All for One thought, just in case the dead didn't finish the job, tell me, Midoriya, do you learn how to die from your precious masters? A single Nomu ran toward him, the other turned in Ibara's direction. Izuku swore, but Bakugo had already started to move. I have her, he yelled. By hurling a grenade of fire and air between the Nomu and Ibara, he rushed forward and managed to knock the creature back long enough to slide next to her. She gulped, still bound, her arms shaking from prolonged restraint. Can you stand? Bakugo asked, ripping off the gag first. She gave a nod. He made no hesitation. Good, then get up and help us burn this place down. He cut the ropes with one slash of a gauntlet charged with explosives. Ibara stumbled forward and landed on one knee. Bakugo extended his hand in hand. She accepted it. Around her, her vines sprang to life as if they had been holding their breath. She muttered, I might not have breath in my hands like Izuku. She looked up, determination shining in her eyes. But I can still fight. Ripples danced across the floor, landing next to Izuku, and Kamiko dove from above, shell flaring, slamming into a zombie mid-jump and blasting it apart with a pulse of water. He turned just in time to witness Ibara throw one Nomu off balance by slamming her vines into its legs. Bakugo then launched a blast directly at its head. Now it's 3 on 2, Bakugo snarled, with more. Izuku planted his feet, took a deep breath, and nodded. His arm's spiral tattoo glowed blue and gold. He wrapped the scarf around the neck of a zombie attempting to flank Ibara by pulsing Hammond through it. It broke apart in the middle of its snarl with a whip crack of holy light. Come together, he yelled, remain near, breathing, bleeding, and burning. The 3 stood in a triangle. And the dead moved forward around them. Back to back, the 3 of them stood. Nomu roared behind the zombies as they surged forward. Izuku pulsed Hammond through his scarf once more, encircling the neck of a corpse and tearing it into ash in the middle of a run. They continued to crawl, twitch, and attempt to reorganize even after Bakugo blasted limbs and torsos across the room. Any that came too close were tripped and bound by Abara's vines, which cracked and snapped. Then, she extended her hand. Just behind her right ear, her fingers found their way into her tangled, filthy hair and extracted something. A slight clink reverberated through the confusion. The necklace. As soon as the dull, weathered seashell pendant touched the air, it began to pulse faintly with golden light. Izuku's gaze expanded. "You kept it," she clarified. "I hid it so they wouldn't take it from me." She stepped forward into the battle, vines curling around her arm as she held the pendant in one hand. The shell's light grew brighter, more like a prayer whispered into the dawn than a flame. "I don't cause ripples, however, his breath is carried by this." She whipped her hair into a half-burned zombie's chest, the necklace flowing to her hair. Flash. Screee. Crack. Like an aftershock, the ripple tore through it as it staggered backward, body smoking. In contrast to Izuku's Hamon attacks, it did not collapse. However, it fell and remained down. Izuku witnessed more than just the battle for a brief moment. With a fragment of a quirkless art form older than heroes themselves, a quirked girl wields vines alive with rage. Hamon flickered, flawed, and wild in her hands, but it worked. It didn't flow like a master's. Izuku realized in that moment that Abara was not intended to use Hamon. There was something more unique about her. A link between two worlds that, up until now, had never really interacted. Through the confusion, Izuku smiled and said, "You can hurt them." "Not like you," she countered, "but maybe just enough." Kamiko swam through the air once more, using a shell spin to tear apart another corpse. "Okay. I blast, Plant Girl whips them in half, and Izuku and Turtle can finish them off," Bakugo said, laughing aloud as he uppercut a crawling torso across the room. "It works for me." Abara continued to struggle. A zombie's legs were encircled by swinging vines, and as she breathed, allowing Hamon to enter her hair, the flesh burned, trembled, and then became motionless. One by one. Real, but not flawless. Izuku's heart beat in time with hers, and ripples danced across his hands and scarf. 3 against the dark, he muttered to himself. And they all refused to back down, however, they were encircled. Although the room wasn't particularly large, it was gradually getting smaller as zombies clawed through broken walls and climbed over the boxes while Nomu recovered. Abara clutched her pendant and gasped, "Izuku, we're not going to last." "We need a purge," Bakugo yelled. "Something big." He had a risky idea that came to him. Knowing what he was thinking, Kamiko swam to Izuku almost instantly. The pulse inside Izuku's hands was steady but faint as they trembled on the shell. "Kamiko, if you do this, you might not." The golden ripple in her eyes was already fading as she slowly blinked at him. She gave him her approval by nodding her head. "I can't ask you to." The breath between them throbbed once, weak but sure, as her head pressed into his palm, a silent, insistent weight. It burned in Izuku's throat. "All right, together." Izuku dashed to the middle of the floor. Kamiko lands next to him. "One shot," he said in a whisper. He lowered himself to one knee, raised his palm, and extended his other hand to Kamiko's shell. A resonant, deep breath. From his tattoo, golden light filtered through the floor, the water, and into her body. They merged into a single ripple. Then, WHOOM. Vapor rose, thick and blinding, full of crackling energy, and a spiraling column of golden mist exploded outward, combining Kamiko's whole stored water supply with Izuku's Hamon. They tore apart zombies. Burned and blinded, Nomu staggered. The fog then dissipated. In the golden aftermath, dozens of charred, still writhing bodies smoldered. Steam is emanating from the two Nomu as they lie on the floor. Kamiko fell next to him, her flippers stuttering in mid-stride. Kamiko. She was in Izuku's arms, her shell flaking, her once glowing body dull and pale. She was completely dry. She gave one feeble blink, barely conscious. Gritting his teeth, Izuku grabbed the final emergency water flask from his belt and filled it with water, then poured it over her shell. Not much. But Kamiko glowed, faintly, as soon as the liquid touched her. Her fins twitched back to life, and her breathing steadied. "Alive but still weak," he whispered. "You did good, stay with me." He nodded to the others while gently tucking her into the scarf sling by his side. "Let's get out of here, I feel more of them coming." Something scraped along the walls somewhere ahead, slow, deliberate, multiplied 100 times over. The floorboards were slippery under their boots. The door swung open with a groan, spilling them into a narrow, sagging corridor. The air was heavy with rot and damp. In reference to his gauntlets, Bakugo's hand twitched. This place is begging to be blown up. Izuku took aim, paintball pistol at the ready. The building's low moan turned into a steady, increasing rhythm, the sound of innumerable bodies advancing. The weight of the swarm caused the corridor to groan, with jaws clattering in unison like 1,000 bone-wind chimes, claws dragging, and bodies scraping. Izuku took a step forward, breathing steadily and deliberately, and squeezed the trigger. Each Hammond-charged paintball exploded with a soft, unnatural pop, erasing the infected in pinpoint bursts and leaving sudden holes in the advancing wall. The first round struck a zombie dead between the eyes, and a golden flash burst outward, causing flesh, bone, and rot to disintegrate into ash before it even hit the ground. Izuku continued to aim across the front rank. Bakugo used raw force to tear apart another group, but the torn limbs continued to twitch. Deku. Put an end to mine. I know, as he sidestepped and delivered 3 more golden shots that blinked his targets out of existence in mid-lunge, Izuku's voice was tight and controlled. It was too close now. Izuku holstered the pistol and slapped his palm against the inked spiral on his forearm as a heavier wave surged forward, climbing over the crumbling remains. It was a gold tattoo. Abara grabbed the opportunity and swung her vines overhead, and the spray clung, glowing along each tendril as she lashed the ceiling, wiping out a cluster that had started crawling upside down. Water erupted in a spiraling jet, slicing across the hallway like a living whip, and it smashed into the front rank. Where it touched, zombies vanished in a rush of steam and drifting motes. Nice one. With her scalp tingling from the Hammond's charge, she called. Desperate to crush them under sheer numbers, the swarm closed again, faster this time. There was no time for the scarf as a figure sprang from Izuku's blind side. The zombie's body lit from within, a flash of gold, then exploded into ash as he turned, planted his foot, and drove a palm charged with Hammond into its chest. Another grabbed his arm, and he twisted, locking its elbow, channeling Hammond directly into the contact, causing it to shatter like glass under his hold. He was rushed low by another, and he brought his knee up hard, causing Hammond to burst through the strike. Before the thing could even scream, it disintegrated, and golden light flickered across the hall in staccato bursts, with each strike erasing the previous one. With a barrage of ear-splitting blasts, Bakugo blew open a lane ahead, and Izuku charged into the opening, chaining his attacks. Spitting gold into the stragglers with a paintball pistol. In a single sweep, a cluster of water tattoos is wiped out. The final blow to Abara's back ended with a final knee strike infused with ripples. For a minute, the only sound in the hallway was their breathing. Ash settled like snow on the damp floor, drifting down in lazy spirals. The corridor was quiet for the first time since the fight started, only broken by their labored breathing. If I never see another walking corpse again, it'll be too soon, Bakugo said, leaning back against the wall with his gauntlets steaming. Abara, holding the seashell pendant warm in her hand, wiped her face with the back of her hand and said, "We bought ourselves a little time, but not much." With his scarf still glowing faintly, Izuku looked between them, his chest rising and falling in measured breaths, but his fingers' tremors revealed the truth. Then we move before they regroup. He coughed softly and moistly. Kamiko's shell was flaking and dull, and she stirred weakly in her sling, blinking faintly, but her flippers twitched just enough before going still again. With a constricted throat, Izuku said, "She's hanging on, but she needs be submerged in some water ASAP." Then, the floorboards rolled with a low, distant thud. One more. Dust trickled from the ceiling as the air vibrated with every impact. A deep, inhuman roar bled through the walls, and then the grinding scrape of claws on concrete, and a third blow struck like a hammer against the foundation, causing the entire hallway to lurch sideways. Bakugo clenched his jaw and said, "Tell me that's not." According to Izuku, it is, as he pushed Kamiko closer to his chest. Reflexively, Abara's vines coiled closer around her arms, saying, "If they're coming for us, we can't fight here, too narrow." The roars became louder, closer, too close. A final impact was so forceful that the closest wall cracked and plaster rained down. "Nomus," breathed Izuku, "go. Now." They dashed through the corridors. Izuku's arm hurt, his chest burned, and Kamiko, curled up against his shoulder, glowed softly but said nothing. Bakugo snarled, "We've got to lose them, I understand, just keep going." The corridor reverberated with roars, The walls felt too tight, and the lights flickered overhead as heavy claws scraped the concrete behind them. Then, light. At the end of the hall, a door cracked open, and hope-filled warm, golden light poured out. There, Abara sobbed. When they arrived, Izuku slammed the door, Bakugo crouched behind it, and Abara trailed behind. As soon as the final foot crossed the threshold. Boom. Heavy footsteps faded down the corridor as Bakugo blasted the roof, semi-caving in the wall, muffled the Nomu's roar to a distant snarl. For the time being, they were safe. However, there was a problem. Bakugo's breathing was labored, more from adrenaline than exhaustion. Kamiko's weight against Izuku's chest felt heavier with each step, her pulse a thin, flickering beat under his fingers. The air smelled of scorched dust and something faintly metallic. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, each one louder than it should have been. A lounge emerged from the hallway, complete with dim lighting, a long bar that leaned against the wall, bottles on shelves, circular tables, and flickering candles. Then, the voices ceased. They weren't by themselves. Only the flicker of a single TV in the corner provided much of the bar's lighting. League members were lounging in their typical mismatched chaos, with Dabi slouching with his feet on the table, Toga absently twirling a knife, and twice arguing with Spinner over a deck of cards. Muscular was at the far end, leaning back against the counter, his huge frame hunched slightly to avoid hitting the lights, smirking at something that only he thought was funny while he picked his teeth with a splinter of broken wood. Muscular's head turned as Bakugo, Abara, and the second Izuku entered. His smile grew as recognition ignited. All right, take a look at who walked in. Everyone rose, both sides prepared for battle, and just as Spinner opened his mouth to speak. Knock knock. Everybody froze. From the front door came a loud knock. No one moved, and the villains blinked. Spinner let out a breath, and Toga's smile flickered. Slowly, a hand was raised twice. Was that for us? Another knock, more firmly. Then an outside voice, muffled. Big pepperoni and mushrooms? Extra sauce? Not even anchovies? The quiet became ridiculous. Bakugo himself appeared confused. The door remained closed. It burst inward. Boom. Arms still outstretched from the impact, All Might filled the frame, and behind him. Before Toga could disappear, Kamui Woods' branches snapped forward and tangled her. Dabi growled back at Endeavor, flames roaring high enough to burn the ceiling. Both side exits are sealed in thick gray walls with Cementos and hands slamming to the floor. Before a twice clone could blink, Edgeshot was already cutting it into paper-thin ribbons. Muscular made a run for the counter, but All Might was there in a flash, slamming him into Cementos' new wall with a sound like a tree breaking in two. There was anarchy. The air was filled with splinters, fire, and the sharp crack of Hammond in Izuku's hands as he assisted in pushing a Nomu back through the broken window of the bar. The villains went down hard, fast. In a matter of seconds, it was over. Izuku breathed for the first time since the fight started. Bakugo grinned, almost incredulously, and even Abara's vines relaxed, twitching wearily back to her side. Cementos sealed the final crevice in the wall, preventing the commotion. All Might tightly gripped Abara's shoulder, and for a brief moment, the room was only filled with dust and breathing. Izuku exhaled slowly, thinking, perhaps, just possibly, they'd made it. The coughing began just as the heroes were about to ship out the villains and cuff them. With goo and black mist from the mouths of the villains, which caused each of them to be teleported away individually. All Might's eyes darted to the far corner, narrowing, and his smile froze in mid-curve. He knew that presence, old, hungry, and impossible, and he breathed, no, tight and low. All Might looked at the three pupils in a moment. Leave. Right now. All Might snarled, get out, you three. However, it was too late. There was a pulling, internal cold as the room grew darker, but not with shadows. A voice resounded from within their bodies rather than through the atmosphere. You really believed that I would allow you to take them? Izuku felt his chest tighten. He let out a breath. Then suffocated. His mouth burst into black mist. Like death creeping out, like bile, like smoke. The same black mist poured from Abara's lips as she screamed next to him. A glowing ring of corrupted energy tore its way out of Bakugo's throat, causing him to drop to his knees and cough violently. All for One's voice murmured, I told you, now within their thoughts. The darkness spreads from within. It was too late when All Might arrived. The mist turned into mouths in a moment of twisted silence, wide, smiling, distorted like voids, and swallowed them whole. Izuku. Abara, Bakugo, Kamiko, lost. The hand of All Might closed on air. No. The rafters trembled under his roar. With a sickening gurgle, the mist fell in on itself and was gone. There was nothing but silence and scorch marks. Abara's stomach lurched, her lungs burning, Bakugo's coughing and Izuku's gasp twisting into echoes, and then, blackness, weightless and crushing all at once. The mist collapsed in on itself with a sickening gurgle, pulling them through something colder than shadow. Abara flashback. Prior to the trap, the forest was clinging to the smoke like a second skin. As Abara ran, she could hear shouting in the distance, the earth groaning with an unnatural weight, the vines flaring, her heart hammering, the heat from the burning trees clawing at her lungs. Then, I located her, Muscular's voice echoed like a thunderclap through the forest. Abara skidded to a halt and spun around, bracing herself with vines. However, he had already arrived. Before she could respond, his arm crashed into her side. Everything turned white. She woke up in the dark, her ribs screaming with each breath, her mouth dry, her hands tied behind her, ankles crossed and tied. However, she was still alive. She still had a purpose, then. It was a tiny space with old pipes, metal walls, and a single flickering light in the corner. Her initial thought was not to flee, it served as defense. The necklace, Izuku's gift, a simple seashell laced with his energy, a conduit of Hammon, was still there, tucked deep into her hair, hidden behind the thickest braid, which she had woven in while running, just before Muscular caught up. If they had searched her, they hadn't looked closely enough, because she strained and rolled slightly to one side. Excellent. Hours, perhaps hours. After a while, they rolled in a cart filled with food. One of the Nomu was standing behind them. Spinner. Compress. At first, they remained silent. The TV then began to crackle. A hum. Static. Then, him. A smooth voice that didn't belong to a human. It was too cool and collected. It's all for one. Even though his face was largely covered and his eyes were hidden, his presence permeated the room like a plague when his silhouette appeared on screen. Status report. Stepping forward, Spinner said, the girls secured. It took a few seconds for All for One to react. Next. She's not a Hammon user. Like a blade, the words sliced through the room. Abara's blood froze, and she blinked. Her energy signature is non-existent. No channel was awakened. Not a ripple. We are not pursuing her. With a head tilt, Compress said, so why bring her? Because she knows one, stated All for One, and he'll come for her. It was there, strategic and cold. Abara's breathing became labored. She was never wanted by them. Izuku was what they desired. The tone of All for One's voice darkened. The green-eyed boy. The healer born of ripples. He is too capricious. So we control what matters to him. Abara closed her eyes, tearing at the corners. Not because of fear, though, out of annoyance. Since she was powerless to alert him, they tied her to a support beam in a new place and gagged her that night. Not the one they had previously used. She received water, a bandage, and cleanliness. They wanted her to be seen. Alive. Insufficient to lure a rescue. Please, she bowed her head and prayed in silence. Let him see it. Let him know this isn't a rescue, it's a trap. She twitched her fingers, grazing the edge of the seashell that was still in her hair. And when she heard a soft footstep outside the door and the lights above her flickered. Her heart ached, returning to the present. Her face was rushed by cold mist, and then, impact. Her sandals scraped the cracked concrete, almost causing her knees to buckle. She was the first to notice the odor. Metal that has been burned. Charred fabric. And beneath it, the pungent, indestructible smell of blood. Her eyes grew accustomed to the faint illumination of what had been a hall but was now only the outline of a hiding place. Debris was strewn in uneven mounds, support beams splintered like bones, and walls drooped inward. Where water pipes had exploded, flames were still hissing, and steam was curling upward toward a roof that was partially collapsed. With a knot in her throat, she realized that the shapes scattered on the floor were heroes. Others lay frightfully motionless, while others moaned softly, their limbs shaking and their armor dented. Soot and dust had dulled their colors and insignias. A man who had not been affected by the destruction was standing in the middle of it. It's All for One. His black armor gleamed dimly in the shattered light, and he was motionless as a statue. As if he had entered a world already conquered, the ruins surrounding him appeared to be an afterthought. Tamura Shigaraki was kneeling in front of him, his head downcast as if he were a son listening to his father's final lesson. You rushed, All for One said in a tone that was too composed. His tone was devoid of urgency and fatigue. Power without patience is waste. A storm without aim. Only assurance, as though everything in this place, every shattered wall, every broken hero, was precisely what he had planned. Unconsciously, Abara's vines moved against her back. She remained silent, remained motionless. She just absorbed it, the silence, the debris, the crushing weight of being where hope had already been crushed. Abara's attention was drawn to a low sound, a faint, distressed hum that was more felt than heard. Glancing down, she saw Kamiko a few feet away, partially concealed beneath a fallen wall slab. Her bright eyes darted between Abara and the dark figure in the middle of the room, while the turtle's shell was speckled with ash and its patterns had become dulled. Abara moved mindlessly, her sandals crunching on broken tile. She knelt down and gathered Kamiko in her arms as her vines moved slightly enough to push the slab aside. The turtle's head pressed against Abara's shoulder as if she sensed the danger in the air, her body warm but tense. Abara whispered, "It's all right," but her own pulse didn't agree. She glanced back up to see Bakugo already stumbling forward, gauntlets flexing, face twisted into a frown. However, the League wasn't observing him. Izuku was the one. Every eye in the ruined hall had been fixed on him, from Spinner's calculating squint to Dobby's languid, half-lidded stare. Tamura's head had cocked slightly to monitor his respiration. Above all of them, All for One's masked face slowly swiveled toward Izuku, resembling a predator deliberating between speaking and striking. Sensing Kamiko's slight tremor, Abara tightened her grip. Izuku was the reason they were here, regardless of what was going to happen. The League gathered loosely around All for One, who stood in the center. The air bent around him like heat over fire, despite his relaxed posture. "One last chance, boy," he uttered, his voice clear over the debris. "Heal me, or at least tell me where Orlis is." Abara was taken aback by the name. The hamon in Kamiko's necklace pulsed sharply against her collarbone, despite the warm weight of her arms. "Refuse," continued All for One, "and I'll kill them all, and then I'll show the world exactly what hamon is. Drag it into the light for the vultures to pick clean." Izuku remained in the same position. His refusal was brief, and his voice was steady. "I won't." The silence lingered for a moment. Then All for One's head tilted a little, and a small, almost bored laugh escaped. It was a laugh devoid of humor and laden with annoyance. "Then I'll simply have to pay the price for the location, from them." There was a hint of disappointment in his voice, as if dealing with them was a bother and a waste of his time. It was obvious from his tone that he did not intend to repay this favor lightly. In Abara's chest, a thin thread of uneasiness coiled tighter. Whoever they were, nobody was present, and if All for One didn't want to meet them, that in and of itself made them dangerous. The atmosphere in the destroyed hideout changed as soon as All for One finished speaking. It was alive, like a forest before lightning, but it wasn't noisy. Pale blue fire danced languidly between Dobby's fingers as he straightened from his position leaning against a fallen wall. Eyes narrowing, Spinner repositioned his weapon. Toga, who had been hanging her legs from a splintered beam, even leaned forward and grinned like a predator. She, Bakugo, or even Kamiko weren't the reason they were moving. All of their attention was on Izuku. Kamiko was breathing quickly and shallowly against Abara's arm. Once more, the hamon in her necklace throbbed, this time with greater urgency, as if it knew a fight was just a few seconds away. She changed her position, vines creeping discreetly up her arms, ready to strike or defend if necessary. The tense silence was broken by Bakugo's voice. "Try it, you freaks." He didn't complete. With his fingers moving as if he were tasting the air for something to rot, Shigaraki took a step forward. Abara's throat constricted at the slight, rasping scrape of his palm against his sleeve. All for One just stood motionless in the middle, observing as the pieces drifted in unison. To tilt the battlefield toward chaos, he didn't have to do anything. Abara's gaze shifted from the circling villains to Izuku's composed stance. The open ruin was filled with the scent of ozone and ash as the wind grew stronger. There were no backup forces or reinforcements on the battlefield. All of the professional heroes who had been standing here just moments before were now lying in the debris, either motionless or muttering softly. Even Muscular, his massive body as motionless as stone, lay crumpled where All Might had dropped him with a surprise strike. Now there were only the three of them, Bakugo, Izuku, as well as her. All for One remained motionless, his stillness more dangerous than any of the League's lunges as they charged forward, teeth bared and weapons drawn. Drawing heavily from the hum of Kamiko's necklace, Abara tightened her grip on her and forced her vines forward. Warmth began to creep along the living strands as she matched her breathing to the old rhythm. Inhale with intention, exhale with control. At the edges of her vines, golden light flickered to life, then sputtered out, disappearing as swiftly as it appeared. She felt sick to her stomach. All for One's voice, cold and smooth, sliced through the din from the other side of the open ruin. He said, "You're not a true Hammond user," with words that cut more sharply than any blade, "and you never will be." There was no time to respond, but the embarrassment was immediate and burning in her chest. Explosions shattered the ground as Bakugo roared past her and charged toward Dabi. Izuku confronted Toga directly, deflecting her blade with the accuracy that came from training for many hours. With Kamiko still clinging to her chest, Shigaraki had to jump clear as her decay spread across the rubble she had been crouching behind. The chaos reverberated beneath the open sky as the air shook with heat and smoke, until a new sound arose above it all. Copter blades whirring heavy. Abara's head jerked upwards. Hovering just above the smoke, a news helicopter focused its camera on the debris below. Her throat dried up as the lens glinted once in the sunlight. The entire world was observing, and the secret would burn if they caught a glimpse of Hammond at all. The vines curled tightly around her arms as she swallowed hard. The battlefield was already in disarray. Kamiko clung to her shoulder, hissing at anyone who approached, as Abara's vines whipped through the air, knocking Toga's knife aside. Spinner was forced back in a shower of sparks as Izuku slammed a Hammond-charged strike into his weapon just ahead. When a strong, strange pull changed the air above them, Abara's lungs burned with each breath, the heat of Dabi's fire curling around the edges of her vision. She dared to look up, and stopped. The news helicopter jerked violently in midair after circling just outside the smoke. As it was pulled lower, nearer to the battle, its nose pitched forward and its rotor blades screamed. She could see the co-pilot shouting into a headset and the pilot groping at the controls through the glass of the cockpit. Wide-eyed and pale, the camera crew in the back clung to their gear, and as the craft lurched again, one of them mouthed a desperate, "Oh my God." They were drawn in by All for One. With one gloved hand raised and an unseen force coiling in the air around him, he stood unharmed amidst the debris. Even in the middle of a battle, the League gave him room, as if they were aware of how serious he was. His steady, measured voice, much too loud for the distance, broke through the confusion. To all of you watching, you believe quirks define the world, that your heroes control the shape of your future. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked up after avoiding another blow. I know, Abara said, her chest constricted in panic. The head of All for One cocked toward the camera lens and the helicopter. But there is a power older than quirks, older than your nations, your laws, your myths. A power shaped by breath itself. It does not fade. It does not break. As the ground drew closer, the faces of the camera crew twisted in fear. Some were still filming, while others were frozen. Abara's eyes stung as the wind from the blades whipped dust and ash through the ruins. Izuku's ragged voice rose. "Stop it, don't you." He was totally disregarded by All for One. It is called. Ha. A loud noise cut off All for One before the word could finish. SSSSMMMHASSSSHHHHHH. The force of the blow exploded into the ground as a gold and red blur crashed into him from the side. Stone broke. A wave of dust exploded outward. As soon as the pilot regained control, All for One's hold on the helicopter broke, sending it swaying skyward. All Might's voice roared as he stood over the new crater, his cape snapping in the smoky wind. Not today. Dust floated through the open ruin in choking clouds, the ground still shaking from the impact of All Might with All for One. Abara had to lash her vines wide in defense as Dabi's flames sliced through the mist, the heat burning her sleeves. With each shockwave, Kamiko's claws dug deeper into her shoulder. Izuku remained just ahead of her, dodging Spinner's swing and slamming a Hammond-charged blow as he suppressed fire into the edge of the weapon with this paintball gun, causing golden ripples and sparks to flash in the smoky air. With a blast that knocked Toga back a few paces, Bakugo landed next to them. His eyes snapped to Izuku, his teeth clenched. Bakugo yelled, "Deku! Get the hell out of here," over the commotion. Izuku gave him a blink. "What? No." Bakugo moved forward to push Dabi back, another explosion exploding in his palm. "You think I don't see what's going on? That camera was on you. You stay here, they'll see everything. And then you're screwed, and so is whatever secret you're keeping." Izuku's eyes darted to the vanishing helicopter as his breath caught. Bakugo persisted. I'll cover for you, Vine Girl. He jerked his chin at Abara. Keep him moving. You're the one they want right now, not me. Abara nodded once and pulled her vines tighter around her arms. She knew Bakugo's meaning perfectly. The wrong people would see Hamon if Izuku stayed, and there would be no way to hide that truth. All Might and All for One collided once more, sending a shockwave through the air that rattled the rubble beneath their feet. Bakugo roared, "Go!" and blasted another path open. A deep concussion from All Might and All for One colliding somewhere in the smoke caused the battlefield to tremble once more. With eyes flitting between Bakugo's blasts and Izuku's swift, purposeful movements, Abara tightened her vines around her arms. Kamiko's claws poked through her uniform as she clung more tightly to her shoulder. Then, hiss, pop, thick clouds covered everything as smoke bombs exploded throughout the ruin. Immediately, the League's forms became hazy, and their voices became far-off cries. Through the haze came a voice, urgent but familiar. "Bakugo. Over here." Abara turned in the direction of the sound and saw Kirishima waving from the ragged mouth of a dilapidated building through a wall that had fallen. Izuku froze in place, his gaze slicing to the center of the battle. "We can't just leave, All Might needs." Bakugo took hold of his shoulder, making him face him directly. "All Might wants this. He's keeping that freak busy so you don't get exposed. Don't make it for nothing, Deku." Abara moved in close, her voice firm but low. "He's right. The sooner we're gone, the safer the secret is." Izuku felt the impulse to rush toward the crater where the battle was taking place, and his body shook as his fists clenched. Around them, loose stones rattled as another shockwave rolled through the earth. Kirishima waved once more firmly, "Move it." Bakugo was the first to launch, blazing a route toward the building through the settling smoke. Abara pulled Izuku with a swift tug of her vines and followed, holding Kamiko in her arms. Just as another blast from All Might's battle illuminated the sky behind them, they vanished into the shadows of the building. With Kamiko nestled against Abara's chest, they ran in the direction of the voice. More figures, tense but determined, appeared from the smoke as they slipped through the opening. Shoto, Iida, Kendo, and Monoma. Shoto spoke calmly but firmly, "We don't have long. The smoke won't hide us forever." The dim light glinted on Iida's glasses. "We tracked the signal here, but the schematics showed this tunnel was our only real exit. We'll use it to double back before anyone realizes y'all gone." Kendo gave a sharp nod. "It's not much, but it's better than getting cornered in the open. We came here for one thing. Get y'all out." Monoma grinned, but there was tension in his voice. "Don't make this a waste of my time, green-head kid. We're here to save you for being stupid enough to come here trying to save Abara. Aren't you quirkless too?" Cuffing him on the back of the head, Kendo's hand suddenly snapped out. "Not the time, Monoma." With a sigh, he turned away while muttering to himself. As he spoke, Iida's head cocked and his glasses light caught. "But, how did the two of you even get here in the first place? And how did you manage to reach Abara before we did?" Momo's eyes darted from Bakugo to Izuku, and her brow furrowed. "Yes, you were both in the hospital. Bakugo, how do you get healed, all of a?" "Now's not the time." Bakugo's voice was so sharp that it seemed to be piercing the walls. "Move your legs or we're all gonna get buried here." Nodding toward the far corner where the service hatch was waiting, Kirishima moved in next to him. "Seriously, questions later. Right now we run." Izuku felt Momo's eyes hover just a bit too long before she turned to face the hatch, but the moment had already passed. The walls moaned softly in the heat from the battle, and the dilapidated building was silent in contrast to the mayhem outside. Shoto moved swiftly, forming a thick wall of ice to seal the ragged opening behind them, while Monoma positioned himself in front of it, his eyes searching the drifting smoke for any shapes. Bakugo turned to glare at Kirishima. "So, you found us. How?" There was no sign of Kirishima's typical smile. His tone was solemn. "When you and Midoriya vanished from the hospital, I figured you were doing something reckless. I found Momo. She already had the tracker, remember?" With a firm tone, Kirishima leapt over a broken beam. "When Momo's tracker said that the Nomu was here, so we followed it straight here." As he helped Abara up at the broken beam, Izuku looked at Momo and said, "The Nomu from summer camp a few days ago." She nodded briefly. "Signal's been here the entire day. I figured you'd be somewhere near it, while climbing." Kendo stepped in, pointing toward the far corner where a rusted service hatch sat uncovered. "Once we knew the general area, Iida pulled up the old city schematics to see if we could get close without being spotted." Iida jogged forward, adjusting his glasses. We found a service tunnel entry point nearby, at least, that's what we thought. But when we followed the path, it didn't just take us close, it came out directly inside this warehouse. Bakugo snorted. So you stumbled right into us. Pretty much, said Kirishima, but that's not a bad thing. Now we can get everyone out before the smoke clears. All Might and the rest of the heroes can handle it. Kendo crouched by the hatch, motioning for them to move. 2 blocks underground, no open streets, no eyes on us. All we have to do is go. With vines grazing the floor, Abara repositioned Kamiko in her arms. She looked at Izuku, but he continued to stare at the hushed thunder of All Might's battle. His gaze landed on Kirishima. Midoriya, we got our shot to disappear, take it. Bakugo was on his way to the hatch already. Let's go before that smoke and ice wall thins. The damp, stale tunnel air gave way to cool, fresh air, and soon the distant hum of city life replaced the distant roar of battle above. One by one, they ascended into a narrow alley that was sandwiched between 2 brick apartment buildings as light streamed in through the end of the passage. First out was Kirishima, who gestured them forward after looking in both directions. Momo, Kendo, and Monoma spread out a little, keeping the group close but unnoticeable, while Shoto moved out into the open with his customary silent vigilance. Bakugo came out next, his hands stuffed in his pockets, his eyes alert but his jaw fixed. When Izuku got to the end of the tunnel, he paused. The street beyond the alley was bustling with activity, including commuters, merchants, and children giggling by a fountain. They were all unaware of what was going on just a few blocks away. Slowly, he stepped outside, his eyes still angled toward the skyline, where thin smoke plumes curved upward. The roar of the crowd was drowned out by the thumping beat of his own uncertainties. Bakugo took a few steps forward and looked back. You coming, or do I need to drag your ass? After letting out a slow breath, Izuku joined the group as they merged into the throng, just another group of people in the crowded street. The faint echo of battle continued to rumble behind them, but the secret of the Hammond Society was unaltered, for the time being. Their footsteps were obscured by the roar of voices as they slipped into the crush of bodies filling the plaza. Even as All for One's words tore at her, Kamiko's shell remained warm against Abara's arms, the weight grounding her. Not a real user of Hammond. Perhaps she wasn't. Izuku, however, survived. Kamiko was secure. She had refused to back down. She felt the subtle hum of Hammond inside her as her fingers touched the seashell in her hair. Whatever I am, today was sufficient. The group noticed a distressed view of society as they gradually approached the center of the plaza. The same message was shown on every storefront, cafe TV, and even a huge screen affixed to a building's side. All Might, wounded but unbroken, trading devastating blows with All for One. As the battle raged across the screens, the audience stood motionless, some applauding, others clinging to one another in terror. Even here, the faint sound of each strike's impact reverberated from blocks away. The noise from the plaza hit Izuku like a wave as he was the last to leave. His gaze immediately focused on the broadcast, following every step, every blow, every stumble. He could see the strain beneath All Might's smile, but it was still there. Despite the tension in the air, Abara said, "We have to trust him," while Kamiko remained peacefully in her arms. Going back now would undo everything he's fighting for. Even as her words held him firmly in place, Izuku's fists clenched and his heart tugged him toward the battle. Boom. Collective breath froze the plaza. Every screen, including the enormous billboard above the fountain, shop displays, and cafe televisions, was locked on the same feed. All Might and All for One, circling one another in a blasted ruin. Even through the broadcast grain, All Might's breathing was audible, and his shoulders were tense. Every stumble and every falter was captured by the camera that was too close. Amidst the dust clouds and shockwaves, the camera's image faltered, finding it difficult to maintain focus. The ground split beneath each blow as All Might's figure squared off against All for One in the middle of the destroyed street. "We're getting confirmation now," the news anchor said in a strained, erratic voice. "The remaining members of the League of Villains have just vanished from the battlefield. Witnesses report they teleported away, abandoning the mastermind villain in the middle of his fight with All Might." Abara clutched the seashell at her neck, her brow furrowed. Murmuring, "That wasn't just to save themselves," she said. "That was coordinated. International, he must be planning something bigger than this fight." Izuku felt a knot in his stomach. He was well aware of what All for One could accomplish when everyone was watching. Through the din of battle, the villain's voice boomed, as if speaking directly into every home. His helmet tilted toward the closest camera and he said, "Even now, you fight for a world built on lies. A world that hides its oldest truths from you. Shall I show them, All Might? Shall I tear away the veil? The plaza's crowd shifted uneasily. The first word then came, heavy, intentional. Hammon. The one word was more powerful than any blow. As though the air had been torn out of his lungs, Izuku stopped in the middle of his stride. The noise of the plaza faded into a thin, ringing hum as his vision tunneled. Too piercing, too shrewd, using it as a weapon, the syllables hung in the air, incorrect in the mouth of a man like All for One. Every instinct told him that this was the moment they had been avoiding since the day he had touched the ripple, and his chest constricted. Not in this place. Not right now. Not in this manner. Izuku's trembling hands caught her attention, curled so tightly that his knuckles had turned bloodless. Kamiko's shell was pressing against Abara's arms, vibrating faintly with a defensive hum. Then AFO continued talking, each word causing the pit to grow wider, and Izuku didn't hear the noise that erupted in the plaza as it gasped. He was still replaying that first heartbeat over and over again. Before anyone could comprehend the true meaning of that word, his world, it spilled into the open, poisoned. Vampires. Zombies. Ghouls. Beasts that feed on your flesh. Curses that outlast generations. They walk your streets. They watch from your shadows, and your leaders know they exist. Shouts and gasps echoed across the square. Others grabbed their phones, filmed the screen, and began spreading the word while others chuckled uneasily. The tone of All for One changed from one of mockery to one of royalty, almost pride. His head lowered slightly, the blank gaze of the mask staring into the lens as he said, "For centuries, I have kept these old powers in check. I have been the shield between humanity and the darkness it cannot comprehend. And when you see what comes without me, you will beg for me to rule." Chaos broke out among the crowd, half incredulous, half terrified. The voices of strangers clashed. While frantically whispering into her phone, a mother drew her child closer. Others gazed with wide, unsure eyes up at the screens. An old man's voice cracked as he violently shook his head. "No, heroes would have told us. This is just villain poison. Don't believe it." A loud argument broke out between two college-aged men, one of whom claimed to have seen a zombie last winter and the other to have sworn it was propaganda. A man in a business suit shook his head and gave a shaky laugh. Halfway through, his voice broke. "Hammon. What kind of fairy tale garbage," she said. All Might charged forward on screen and struck All for One's guard with a fist. Remembering this moment, "Remember my words," was the villain's last, defiant cry, still gasping for air. All Might crashed into the pavement with his next punch. All for One lay motionless as the scene was engulfed in dust and cleared. There was a cheer in the plaza, but it was a broken sound, fear mixed with victory. With his hands shaking and the cheers sounding far away, Izuku stood motionless. Leaning closer, Abara's voice could hardly be heard over the din. "We have to trust that Hammon's still safe, for now." Izuku, however, couldn't get rid of it. The world was already rife with the word Hammon, which was now attached to monster names, and the prophecy that darkness would rise in the absence of All for One. And he was solely to blame. The following day, except for the faint hum of the antique television in the corner, the dojo was silent. Soft lines appeared on the tatami floor as sunlight crept through the paper-paneled windows. Even though Kale wasn't present to light it this morning, the subtle scent of incense persisted in the air. With the remote in hand and the newsfeed flickering in his eyes, Izuku sat cross-legged in front of the low table. With Kamiko nestled in her lap and the turtle's head occasionally poking out as though sensing the tension, Abara sat next to him. All for One's broken mask and his voice, Hammon, vampires, zombies, ghouls, along with All Might's last, crushing blow were shown repeatedly on every channel. Outside, the voice of skepticism dominated the streets. Hosu City Live. Shrugging into a reporter's microphone was a man wearing a ball cap. All for One's a liar. He's always been a liar. Hammon. Sounds like one of those old martial arts you hear about in movies. Live. Kobe. An old woman gave a small smile. My grandmother spoke of Hammon. A breathing discipline, for health and balance. Not fighting monsters. Musutafu Live. A young man burst out laughing. Zombies? Ghouls? Please. If that stuff was real, the heroes would have handled it by now. Social media was flooded with posts and dubious proof from the minority who thought it was loud. Under hashtag old powers, lists of purported Hammon lineages, eyewitness reports, and grainy night vision footage became popular. 1. OOPM live interview. The scene cut to a spotless, well-lit studio. Despite the weariness in his eyes, All Might, who was seated across from a news anchor, was every inch a symbol of hope. Yesterday, the reporter said, All for One made some startling claims. Can you confirm whether Hammond is real? All Might smiled, courteously but subtly. What I can confirm is that All for One thrives on fear. My priority yesterday was stopping him, not indulging in his theater. And the creatures he listed? According to All Might, the heroes of this nation handle all manner of threats, impartially. Some visible, some not. But bedtime stories aren't what people need to fear. The anchor made another attempt. Still, the terms he used, Hammond, vampires. All for One wanted exactly this conversation, All Might said with ease. I won't give him the satisfaction. There were more questions than answers at the end of the interview. The feed then switched to a worldwide montage. London, BBC. Around a huge screen in Piccadilly Circus, crowds gathered. There was footage of a pale figure disappearing into an alley. It was written off by the police as a vagrant avoiding confrontation. New York, CNN, outside City Hall, demonstrators called for a formal statement. If vampires are real, the public deserves to know, a woman said into the camera. NHK Kyoto. A monk told reporters, fear draws belief, even without proof. Temples reported a spike in visitors seeking blessings against evil spirits. Cairo Al Jazeera. Following 3 nights of disturbances caused by purported ghoul sightings in a densely populated neighborhood, security personnel patrolled. Officials attributed it to rumors and panic. ABC Sydney spokesman for the parliament demanded an emergency security review, saying, if there's any truth here, global cooperation is essential. Paris, France. 24 ministers of the government denied the allegations but acknowledged that a classified investigation was being conducted, out of caution. Izuku turned the TV off. Most people don't believe it, but the ones who do are already making noise. And now governments are poking at it too. Abara gazed at him, her face composed, but her hold on Kamiko slightly more firm. That's how it starts. Curiosity is more dangerous than belief. Izuku looked around the deserted dojo as he slowly released his breath. The silence was thicker without Kale here. If they start digging too close, they'll find us, concluded Abara. They were silent for a long time. A news ticker scrolled beneath All Might's face on the muted screen. Hammond. A global security threat or ancient breathing art? With each new news cycle, the dojo grew heavier. Izuku continued to switch between channels, but each one presented the same thing from a different perspective. The list of old powers, the chaos that ensued, and All for One's mocking remarks. With Kamiko still in her lap, Abara moved on the cushion next to him. Every time the villain's voice played, the turtle jerked toward the TV, seemingly uneasy. The news feed shifted once more to the replay of All Might's interview, where he avoided any questions about Hammond or the creatures All for One had named with succinct but evasive responses. Outside the dojo, there was a lot of noise from speculation, incredulity, and governments feigning disbelief, but inside, it was quiet enough to hear the faint hum of the air vent. They'll continue digging, Izuku muttered, keeping his eyes fixed on the screen. Then we trust the people who've kept Hammond hidden this long, Abara said in a level voice. Panicking won't make it easier. Izuku's jaw, however, remained clenched. If they start connecting dots. She softly cut in, they'll need more than a word on live TV. He nodded, but his shoulders remained rigid. A ticker that was scrolling blared on the muted television. Worldwide governments ask for answers relating to Hammond. Is it a real threat or an old myth? The paper window panels shook in a windstorm. The moment felt brittle and stretched. Then the front door was knocked on 3 sharply. They both froze. Izuku put down the remote and got up gingerly. Abara repositioned her grip on Kamiko, poised but alert. 3 figures occupied the frame as the door slid open. Nezu, sitting primly, grinning unreadable. All Might, still in his heroic guise, but with a more defensive than arrogant stance. Aizawa with a loose scarf around his shoulders and sharp, shadowed eyes. I think we need to talk about yesterday, and what happens next, Nezu said in a smooth, deliberate voice. The room was sealed in a tense silence as the door slid shut behind them. Nezu's diminutive figure sat neatly on the low table, padding across the tatami with slow, methodical steps. After glancing around the room once, his dark eyes found Izuku. You keep this place tidy. Kale would be pleased. Izuku stood close to the wall, his stance rigid, his gaze darting from Nezu to the imposing figure of All Might, then to Aizawa, who hovered in the corner like a shadow. Abara put Kamiko down gently, still sitting on the cushion. The turtle kept her eyes on the newcomers even as she waddled toward the far side of the room. The silence was broken by All Might's voice. What happened yesterday, it can't be undone. But we can decide how it moves forward. Izuku tensed his shoulders. You mean damage control? Exactly, Aizawa said in a flat voice. The world just heard something it wasn't supposed to. Most think it's an old myth, but the ones who don't will be looking. Some already are. Nezu's paws were folded. We came here in person because there's no safe way to discuss this over any device. Too many ears. All Might's face softened, revealing the tired man hiding behind the hero's mask. I tried to make sure it didn't get this far. Tried to protect you and Hammon. Izuku's eyes, steady but conflicted, finally met his. Thank you, for trying to save Hammon, and for saving us. All Might seemed taken aback by the expression of gratitude in his voice. His shoulders slightly drooped. His voice was low and almost hesitant as he said, I wish I'd done more. I wish I'd stopped him before it came to this. And I owe you an apology, Midoriya. For that first time we met. For crushing your dream of being a hero. I was wrong to speak to you the way I did. I was wrong to think you had nothing to offer. The room became silent. Abara looked from one to the other but remained silent. Izuku's voice was quiet, but it was devoid of rage. You weren't wrong about me being different. But I'm still going to save people, just, in my own way. Aizawa glanced over at Nezu. And right now, the best way to do that is to keep your head down. You, Abara, and, he smiled at Kamiko, your friend are living proof of something the wrong people want. Stay unseen. Nezu's beard quirked. We'll manage the noise. You focus on staying alive. Sometimes survival means letting the enemy underestimate you. All Might's mouth clenched. The league isn't finished. And the ones who believe All for One's words might be worse than the ones who don't. If you're found before we're ready, Hammon won't stay a whisper. Despite the slight smile, Nezu's eyes were sharp as he leapt from the table. The world is changing, Midoriya. Every move you make from this point forward will change it faster. Choose carefully. The ensuing quiet was thick enough to feel like a hand on skin. The faint hum of the city outside seemed so far away. Abara's mind racing, she took another look at All Might. Her father's mistrust of heroes, their concessions, and their blind spots had been ingrained in her since childhood. She wanted to become one because of this, among other things. To surpass her father's expectations. Here, however, was the symbol of peace himself, speaking without the typical armor of heroism, acknowledging his mistakes, and admitting failure. It gave her hope that the bridges could be built after all, even though it didn't fix the problems she had noticed with the hero system. Perhaps Hammon and the outside world didn't have to be enemies forever, she thought as her fingers touched the seashell necklace at her throat. Until a distinct vibration rolled through the air, subtle but deep, resonating in the floorboards beneath them, the quiet hum of the city outside seemed impossible. Abara's head jerked in the direction of the inner door. That's a Hammon ripple. Sliding open was the side door. First to enter, Kale was silent and broad-shouldered, instantly bringing the room to a halt. Lin trailed behind, her serene, vigilant gaze darting from one visitor to another. Finally, a tall figure emerged, clad in a mantle of gold and crimson that glinted in the light like slow-burning embers. His amber-brown eyes bore the weight of decades, and his sun-browned skin was speckled with faint Hammon scars that seemed to hum in the air around him. He said, I am Elder Mahari, and moved forward. It seems the ripple brought us here at the right time. Izuku bowed his head instantly. I'm sorry, I let this happen. Mahari held up his hand. No, this was bound to happen. The forces that would see Hammon revealed have been growing for decades. Yesterday was only a crack in the dam we have been holding back for years. Kale's voice was calm but heavy as he crossed his arms. I have already told the council everything All for One said to him. His threats, his demands, his claim that he will pay the price to find the Breath City. Mahari's eyes darkened a little, but not in a startled way. He turned back to Izuku and said, the council knows the stakes. We will act accordingly. You must understand, this is not your failure alone. The enemy has been working toward this moment longer than you have been alive. However, a lot of the elders do still feel like this is your fault. Izuku kept his gaze on the ground, but the way his shoulders hunched inward and his jaw tightened revealed to Abara something he wouldn't say aloud. He was taking the blame for allowing everything to get out of control, and it was more significant than anything Elder Mahari or the news could have said. Lin moved forward, speaking in a calm and collected manner. The important thing now is to move with care. Panic will only draw more eyes. Nezu twitched his ears in agreement. Which is why we're here, to keep this from spiraling further. The world may think All for One's words were nothing but an old myth, but those who know better will already be looking. Mahari looked at Izuku for a considerable amount of time. You've been given a gift and a burden, Midoriya. The time will come when you must decide if Hamon belongs only to its keepers or to the world. That choice will change everything. The sound of Kamiko's faint movements across the tatami was all that was left after the words lingered in the air like a heavy tide. From Izuku, Mahari's eyes turned to the tallest man present. And where is All for One now? All Might spoke in a steady, low voice. Secure. In Tartarus. He won't be walking out again, not without a war. Mahari looked over at Nezu. And who in your government now knows about Hamon? About the other forces All for One named? Your vampires, your ghouls, your walking corpses? Nezu did not recoil. More than I'd like. The Public Safety Commission has full knowledge. Select branches of the military have been briefed. And several foreign intelligence agencies received leaked footage within hours. When he was honest, the room fell silent. Aizawa, who was obviously surprised by how much the mouse-headed principal had confessed, even cast a sidelong glance at him. Mahari's voice became piercing. And the philosophy of Destro? How far has it spread? Nezu responded right away. Further than the history books say. There are pockets, some loud, some quiet, across Japan, Eastern Europe, and South America. Groups that believe quirks are the only true evolution, that see all other powers or disciplines as relics to be erased. They never fully died out, they just adapted. Izuku blinked, trying to make the connection between the words and the tidy, self-contained paragraphs he had previously read in a textbook. Destro had passed away. There was no movement. The teachers had stated that. Abara's brow furrowed beside him. She whispered, half to herself, but that was almost a century ago. It's still alive. Her eyes met Nezu's dark ones. History likes to tidy up what's inconvenient. It's easier to teach that an ideology ended than admit it simply went underground. Mahari let out a slow sigh, as if the confirmation only made an old fatigue worse. Then we have less time than I hoped. A belief like that, in the hands of those already hunting Hamon, will make this far bloodier than it needed to be. Kale crossed his arms over his chest. The council will not like hearing how far the poison has spread. Nezu's brows quirked slightly. They won't like the cure either. The ensuing quiet was oppressive, pressing against their lungs. For the first time since the battle, Izuku couldn't decide which threat was more immediate as his thoughts raced through the possibilities of Hamon, vampires, ghouls, and a movement he believed was lost to history. What can the heroes do? Nezu inquired, to make sure this doesn't spiral beyond our control. The Hamon Society and the hero community have operated in silence for decades. That silence has just been fractured. If we're to contain the fallout, can we at least agree on open communication from this point forward? Mahari looked at him for a while. His breathing caused a ripple in the air that nearly hummed against the tatami. Open communication, he said again, as if he were tasting it. Yes, Nezu added further. No more guessing at each other's moves. No more interference without warning. If we know what you intend to do, and you know what we intend to do, we can prevent unnecessary escalations. Mahari looked first at Kale and then at Lin. You'd speak for your people on this? Kale nodded slowly. If this is to work, someone must bridge the gap. I'll be that in between. If nothing else, that seemed to soften Mahari's position. Then so be it, for now. However, the tension lasted only a breath before Mahari's voice lowered and his eyes sharpened once more. One more matter. Why is All for One not given the death sentence? A creature who has slaughtered thousands of not only quirked but Hamon user. A being who hunted down our kind for generations. Who has now loosed every ancient evil he could name into the open world. And you, keep him breathing? Nezu's response was unflinching, but All Might's jaw tightened. Because Japan abolished capital punishment decades ago. Even for him, the government will not, cannot, reverse that law without unraveling the system itself. Mahari's voice became as icy as stone. Then your laws are shackles that will doom you. If you will not do it, we will. The air became tense. With his hands in his pockets and every muscle in his body tensed, Aizawa moved in the corner. All Might moved forward, heavy with presence but not menacing. You'd start a war with the moment's impulse? Said the man. Killing him now might sat vengeance, but it won't undo the chaos he's already set in motion. It will make him a martyr to his followers. Mahari remained motionless. Then pray your walls hold. Because if he escapes, if he so much as breathes beyond those bars again, his final breath will be ours to take. Nezu's eyes remained fixed, his whiskers quivering. Then we agree on one thing. He must never escape. Izuku sensed a dangerous understanding in the hum between them. Abara's hand touched her necklace, and she and he shared a tense, fleeting look, both of them knowing in their hearts that this alliance was based on necessity rather than trust. Elder Mahari said, Kale will take care of things from here. Come Izuku, I must speak with you privately. The conversation seemed to have come to an end as Mahari and Lin turned toward the garden door, but they were stopped in their tracks by Nezu's voice. The principal said, one last question, in a measured tone. Would the Hammond Society consider healing All Might? Mahari stopped and looked behind him. That was the intention of bringing Lin here, he acknowledged. Lin bowed modestly and calmly, saying, her gift is not common, even among us. This is not balance, it is hypocrisy, Mahari added, his tone hardening, but you are keeping All for One alive. To restore your symbol of peace while preserving your greatest threat. His decision appeared to be final. He didn't realize he had spoken until Izuku's voice interrupted. Wait. Everyone looked at him. Mahari was unreadable, Nezu was intrigued, and All Might was taken aback. Izuku stated, I know All Might is flawed, in a steady but subtly urgent tone. I know he's made mistakes. He's made them with me. But yesterday, he stood between All for One and everyone else. He didn't have to, but he did. And if the worst really is coming, we'll need every shield we can get. Even if that shield is cracked. The room was quiet for a moment, save for the slight sound of Kamiko moving inside her shell. Mahari stared at Izuku for longer than was necessary. Like a master observing a pupil approach a thorny path voluntarily, his face was a mixture of silent approval and a heavier, nearly imperceptible concern. You speak with loyalty, Midoriya. And that is both your greatest strength, and your most dangerous weakness. Kale's keen eyes saw the glimmer of meaning beneath the words, which were aimed at Izuku. It was not only a warning, it was also a message for the boy. A reminder that devotion can be the source of both success and failure. Lin looked between Mahari and Izuku, her eyes softening slightly, but she remained silent. At last, Mahari turned away. We will consider it, he stated, giving each sentence purposeful weight. But not while All for One still draws breath. Izuku completes the tension they left behind remained rooted in the room, a silent shadow over every breath, even as he and Ling left with retreating footsteps that faded into the silence. Nezu turned and gestured for Aizawa and All Might to follow him to the sliding door, then looked back over his shoulder at Izuku at the threshold. He said, we have things to discuss, in a courteous but uncompromising tone. I'll expect you in my office first thing tomorrow morning. Izuku nodded slightly, trying to hide the knot in his stomach, and said, yes, sir. Guess it's business as usual, at least, that's what we're supposed to make it look like. Abara got up from her cushion, smoothed her skirt, and managed a small, comforting smile, but her voice had a cautious edge. Her eyes remained on him for a brief moment longer, silently reminding her that this clearly does not leave this room. The lines on All Might's face were deeper than usual, but there was something in his eyes, not the fire of the symbol of peace, but something quieter, more human, and he hesitated before stepping out, turning his enormous frame back toward Izuku. Thank you, for trying, Midoriya, he said in a low, earnest voice, even when the odds weren't in your favor. The words meant more to Izuku than All Might likely realized, and he only gave a small, weary nod in response. The door closed behind them, and Izuku and Abara were left alone in the silence of the dojo, the seashell at her neck gleaming faintly in the last of the daylight outside. Elder Mari was inside the tiny meditation room on the edge of the garden, and Lin was waiting for Izuku outside the door. Where's Bashir? I thought he'd be here, he said, breaking the silence. Lin. She stopped in the middle of her stride, her fingers lightly tapping a bottle cork. She said, Bashir, slowly, as though considering how much to say. He's on assignment. A long one. Izuku's head cocked. Assignment. Her eyes, serene but unreadable, rose to his. The council sent him to investigate certain movements. Not here in Musutafu. Farther. Much farther, he'll be gone for weeks, maybe months. Movements, Izuku inquired. After hesitating, Lin gave a slight shake of her head. Not exactly. But linked. The kind of discontent that develops in the background before anyone is aware of it. Bashir excels at figuring it out. Thinking of the tough, unyielding man who had never concealed his suspicion of him, Izuku scowled and said, so he's spying. Lin's lips curled into a slight, almost wry smile. Bashir would call it preparation. You'll likely hear him boast that you wouldn't have made it through if he returns unscathed. With a faint, weary chuckle, Izuku said, "Yeah, that sounds like him." He might not say it, but Bashir wouldn't be out there if he didn't believe the fight was worth it, Lin said, his face softening. As Izuku entered the mediation room, the words stuck with him longer than he had anticipated. Elder Mahari and Kamiko were already there when he arrived. Beside him, Kamiko was dozing in a shallow basin of water, and Elder Mahari's movement of his legs caused the wooden floor to creak softly, breaking the stillness. With a deep, steady voice, Mahari said, "I imagine you've been wondering why the elders keep you at arm's length." After a moment of hesitation, Izuku nodded and said, "It's clear that they're cautious around me. I reasoned that it might be because I'm new or because of my perspective on helping others." "That is a part of it," Mahari acknowledged as he approached, "but there's further. Your development is not typical. You pick things up and adjust more quickly than most initiates. Some journeymen who have trained for years have already been outperformed by you. Your Hammon even reacts to you as though you've carried it with you your entire life." "I just don't want to waste what I've been given," Izuku said, looking down at his given hands. "The truth is, the caution does not come solely from the council," Mahari said, his eyes softening briefly before becoming sharp once more. "A voice older than any of us is the source of it." Confused, Izuku raised his head and said, "Older than the council?" Mahari nodded. "Our leader for many years was a man who lived before the present elders. The oldest Hammon master still alive. He made the decision to live in seclusion on the mountaintop above the City of Breath after resigning long ago. He doesn't talk to anyone, unless he feels compelled to do so by the breath itself." Leaning forward a little, Izuku said, "And, he talked about me?" "You carry a current that runs far ahead of your time," Mahari said, his tone becoming more solemn and almost respectful. "That you will eventually have to make a decision that will affect not only the Hammon Society but also the future of the entire world." He made no mention of whether that decision would bring about salvation or disaster. The weight of it caused Izuku to freeze, his chest constricted. "Why tell me this now?" "Because the others will not," Mahari explained, "because they are afraid of the strain it would put on you. However, you must realize that that warning will always be used to gauge your behavior. You will be put to the test repeatedly until the time comes for you to make the decision." Izuku said quietly, "What if I make the wrong decision?" As Kamiko got up and started to move past Izuku, Mahari gave him a pat. A steady hand was placed on his shoulder by Mahari, who said, "Then the world will feel it." After a brief pause, the elder turned toward the doorway and said, "That man at the mountain hasn't spoken to anyone in decades. The fact that he broke his silence indicates that things are already shifting." Midoriya. Somewhere far above, hidden in the clouds, an old master watched and waited for the day the breath carried Izuku to his door. The door slid shut behind him, leaving Izuku alone in the half-light, the words weighing heavily in his chest. As Lin left, Izuku heard a rain of Hammon, signaling that Master Marari had returned to the main dojo. When Izuku finally spoke, the Harmon's faint echo was still audible. "Now what? And what were the arrow and stone all for one talking about?" he asked in a low, shaky voice, as though he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. Kale's jaw tensed at the mention of those words. He had been standing close to the far wall, arms folded, staring somewhere far beyond the wooden beams overhead. He repeated, slowly, as though tasting the weight of the words, "the arrow and the stone," but instead of explaining, he moved closer, his shadow extending across the tatami, and said, "That's not something you need to concern yourself with right now." Izuku furrowed his forehead and said, "If it's connected to Hammon." With a sharp, purposeful tone, Kale interrupted, saying, "What you should be worried about is what's about to happen. From here, it will only get more difficult. More people are observing. More adversaries are moving in the shadows. We will now be collaborating with the heroes." Abara was sitting close by, with her legs tucked under her, playing with her seashell necklace between her fingers, which was just barely catching the light. She had been too silent for a long time before speaking. "Why do they refuse to cure him?" Izuku looked up. "All Might," she stated simply, "I've heard about the healers from you. The Hammon Society has the power to heal poisoned rivers, restore lands, and even save lives. According to my father, advanced healers such as Lin's are able to heal wounds that ought to have left scars. Why, then, won't they assist him?" Without raising his head from his work, Kale said, "Because All Might is part of a system that chose to keep All for One alive." "That's a reason to deny someone their life?" Abara scowled. "To heal him would be to prolong the life of a symbol associated with the same government that has disregarded our people for generations." "It's more than that," Kale said, remaining composed and steady. "A government that did nothing to defend Hammon when it was almost exposed." The words hung in the air, and Izuku remained silent. But he's still a person, Abara insisted. He may be flawed, but he's sacrificed everything to keep people safe. Even those who are similar to us. Isn't that important? When he finally turned to face her, his eyes unreadable, Kale's sharpening slowed and the rasping sound faded into silence. Some of the elders believe compassion has limits when weighed against survival, he said. They consider every energy ripple to be an investment. Additionally, they don't think that All Might's full-strength comeback would help maintain our equilibrium. And there's another truth the elders won't say out loud, he said after pausing. All Might at his best would be one of the most dangerous foes we could encounter if the day comes when Hammon and the Hero Society clash. Which it will, if they feel threatened. Why support someone you might have to undermine later? Abara's face tensed, but she remained silent. I don't know if I agree, Izuku said in a firm but quiet voice. He has committed serious errors. However, I've also witnessed his level of risk-taking. That must have some significance. You're already thinking like someone caught between two worlds, Kale said, examining him for a considerable amount of time before putting the blade down. Although it's risky, it might be required. With her eyes averted, Abara allowed the seashell to drop back against her chest and said, I just wish the Hammon Society could see that working together doesn't have to mean losing themselves. Perhaps one day they will, Kale said, leaning back with his face shaded by the fading light, however, not today. Like a blade, the words hung in the air. With her lips pressed into a thin line, Abara gazed between them, wishing in her heart for complete trust, a bridge that would bridge the gap between Hammon and the outside world, but she knew deep down that Kale was right, trust that deep wasn't going to happen, not yet, perhaps never. Address. UA Principal's office. It wasn't the typical, friendly principal, atmosphere, with the light from Nezu's desk lamp catching the edges of a porcelain teacup, creating long shadows across piles of paper. Izuku intervened, but Kale was already there, standing quietly across from Nezu like a shadow that had begun to beat. Nezu said, Thank you for coming at such short notice, Midoriya, please sit. Izuku did, looking from one to the other. I'll be blunt. Items from a Chinese government-protected site, the Ruby Range, have started appearing on the black market. Extremely rare mineral pieces, some I've never seen before. The Chinese authorities are busy with their own problems, with a few being paid off to look the other way thus and they refused foreign assistance. Izuku scowled. That's why. You can stay under the radar because you're a student and not a hero. Kale took a step forward, his voice more powerful than the atmosphere. What the world calls the Ruby Range is more than just government land. It's a sacred Hammon site, one of the few places where rare crafting materials can be found in their purest form. As though to gauge how much the man might say, Nezu's eyes darted to Kale while his paw remained on the file. Without blinking, Kale met the look, his shoulders set but his stance loose, like a blade only politely kept in its sheath. According to our sources, affluent industrialist Zhao Liang has been attempting to gain entry for years. He has now dispatched mercenaries, and something they shouldn't have touched has been awakened by their digging. Spirits. Izuku's stomach clenched. Kale gave a nod. That ground will be lost if they are not forced out. Lin Dao is already waiting for you at the airport with Kamiko. She received training at the water temple and is familiar with its layout. Nezu shoved the file in Izuku's direction. We expect you to handle this as quietly as possible, even though I don't officially know anything about spirits or temples. Izuku couldn't tell if they were allies or just two people who needed each other for the time being, but the words flowed easily enough, but the silences weren't. Nezu's pauses felt measured, Kale's, guarded. We have a contact who works inside the Chinese government if you need minor assistance other than that you're on your own when it comes to the law. Izuku shut the file and looked directly at Kale. Izuku assuredly said, understood. Only a heartbeat softened Kale's eyes. Then go. Lin won't wait. Behind Izuku, the heavy office door clicked shut. With Kale's words still ringing in his mind, he was adjusting the strap of his backpack when a low, familiar voice broke the silence. Midoriya. Hold up, said Aizawa. Eraserhead's hair obscured half of his face as he leaned against the wall with his arms at his sides. He appeared purposeful rather than exhausted for once. Aizawa said, I'm not one for speeches, so I'll keep this short. What you did at USJ, saving the students, and whatever you did for Ida. I noticed and I just wanted to say thank you. Startled, Izuku blinked. Izuku said, I didn't do it for thanks. I just couldn't leave them. Aizawa's lips formed a small smirk, which vanished almost as fast as it appeared. Aizawa says, That's exactly why you'd make a great hero, if the world wasn't so damn complicated. Too many politics. Too many people looking for an excuse to drag someone like you down. He stared at Izuku for a moment longer than he should have. Aizawa responded, and for what it's worth, I would have liked to have you as one of my students. His voice trailed off to a near whisper as he pushed off the wall and brushed past him. Aizawa says, you don't get the luxury of picking easy fights. You're going overseas now. Keep your head down. You're not a pro hero. Remember that. And come back in one piece. Izuku understood as Aizawa left that it was a silent wish rather than merely an order. Location. Close to the gates in the courtyard. The only sound in the courtyard was the slight hum of traffic outside the walls. A voice interrupted Izuku from his right just as he was about to reach the gates. Bakugo said, Oi. How's Abara doing? Haven't seen her since we got out. Izuku paused and turned to see him leaning against the wall with his arms folded and his eyes hard but uneasy. Yeah. She's doing good as best as she can with everything going on. Bakugo's eyes flicked down to the floor. I'm just glad we got her. She saved me first at summer camp. I wasn't gonna leave her there after that, Bakugo said. The words carried a hint of guilt, the kind Bakugo would rather gnaw on a glass than confess aloud. A faint curve formed in Izuku's mouth. He was about to say, I guess you still have a hero streak in you, Kachan. But he stopped himself in the middle and blinked in shock. Bakugo's eyes flashed up, piercing, but unreadable, with no actual bite. Bakugo averted his eyes and said, TCH. His jaw was tense, but the motion was dismissive. Like I said, I wasn't gonna let her get ground up after she did that. Or you. His eyes slashes back sharply. You were about to do something dumb, again. You should be glad that I found your dumb ass before you left. Izuku nearly grinned, but refrained. The impulse was not new, but the ability to control it was. When he said, I didn't say this before, he meant the pause. Thank you, for helping me save her. There was a weight to the thank you that wasn't typically there between them. After a moment of rigidity, Bakugo's shoulders relaxed, as if he had been expecting an explosion but had instead been struck by a match. He said, still gonna be number one, as though responding to a question they had been exchanging since they were young, as though he required the words on the board before the game could start. Like we talked about. Can't do that if I let people die on my watch. Izuku gave a nod. He was not apologetic, nor was he teasing. Then don't. He remained silent for a moment, and Izuku realized that Bakugo was in his mind somewhere else. Perhaps it was the night before the rescue, when he was standing in Izuku's small room, meeting his mother, and witnessing what he truly was capable of, as well as the unwavering fire in the eyes of someone who shouldn't have had a chance. He said, You're stronger, as though he had made that decision on the spot and hadn't been carrying it around for weeks. Stronger than you used to be, stronger than I thought, Izuku concluded, naming the truth without being arrogant or provoking, and I'm not putting up with your crap anymore. Bakugo's mouth twitched at the corner. It was not a grin, it was a recognition. Yeah? Good. Good, said Izuku again. They listened to the gentle roll of distant traffic and the wind moving the flags as they stood there for a little while longer. While riding a bicycle across the far end of the courtyard, another student pretended not to see them. Bakugo asked suddenly, You ever gonna explain those things? He did not say spirits, he said, the ones that don't stay down. Not the Nomu, the other stuff. Zombies, he did not say. He didn't mention how All for One's smile made the air feel cold, like a hand on the back of your neck. When he used the word things, they both understood. Izuku took a weight reading. Not here. Figures, said Bakugo. He refrained from pushing, and that was new. Izuku raised his shoulder-mounted bag. You're still going to be number one. Bakugo said, damn right, without adding any heat. Izuku added, then act like it, without adding any heat. It's not just about who you blow up. Bakugo held a tiny spark in his hands and said, I know, but I can blow it up to solve a lot of it. Bakugo looked up at the sky and said, but 2 nights ago the world showed me otherwise, huh? Izuku took a deep breath. A thread eased the knot that resided just beneath his sternum. He repeated, thank you, since some words were worthy of being said more than once. Bakugo gave his eyes a soft roll. Stop, you'll wear it out. The silence that ensued wasn't awkward. Chalk line clear, it felt like a ground truce. After years of describing themselves to one another, 2 children are finally paying attention. Bakugo inquired, you heading out now? As though he hadn't set up shop at the exit to make a final check-in. Yeah, Izuku replied. Bakugo nodded briefly. Whatever it is, don't screw it up. Izuku's response was simple. I won't. Bakugo went on to say, and don't die before I get to beat you myself, as certain rituals prevented the universe from tilting. Izuku's lips moved in the direction of a genuine smile. Deal. The wall was pushed off by Bakugo. He didn't turn around after taking 3 steps and stopping. Over his shoulder, his voice returned, a bit rougher. He uttered the words, "She saved me first," as if they were a debt that needed to be paid in full and aloud, as if they might erode the edge of whatever was causing him to wake up at 2 in the morning. You tell her, if she ever wants to hear it. Izuku responded, I will, before Bakugo could complete erecting a wall around the sentiment. Once more, Bakugo huffed that tiny breath. Whatever. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he began to walk with his shoulders squared and his pace relaxed. It wasn't swagger. It wasn't a retreat. There was a line going ahead. Izuku paused to watch him leave. The light was thrown back at strange angles by the gate. His own shadow extended along the path, thin and steady, moving in Bakugo's direction for a while before diverging. There was no shouting after him. He was not required to. Bakugo's footsteps faded into the warm silence of the late afternoon as he left the gates. After adjusting his backpack's strap, Izuku headed for the gate, but he stopped when a quiet but confident voice spoke up behind him. Abara, Midoriya. Sunlight caught in the green arcs of her vines as she emerged from the walkway's shade. She held a small object carefully, as if it might shatter if she wasn't careful. She paused in front of him and took a moment to look at his face. Her voice was quiet as she said, I don't know where you're going, and I won't ask. But, I can feel it. This is for the harmonic people, isn't it? Izuku smiled slightly. You always seem to notice. For a moment, she looked down at the seashell pendant hanging on his chest. Her fingers brushed it as she extended her hand, her vines moving slightly as though attracted to the hamon within. When you gave me necklaces, you said it was just a gift. But I can feel it. You wove part of yourself into it. Every time I touch it, it's like I'm connected, to my father's people, to the harmonic world. With a hint of color in her cheeks, her voice became even softer. And to you. Izuku gasped for air. I didn't think it meant that much to you. She smiled slightly, knowingly. That's because you don't realize how much you mean to people. Her hands parted to reveal a bracelet of living vine that was triple braided, with tiny knots shaped like leaves holding the 3 shades of green together. I made this for you with my vines. 3 strands, body, mind, and spirit, so you'll remember the world you're protecting, and me. Without hesitation, Izuku put the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet tightened as the final loop of vines slid over Izuku's wrist. It didn't hurt, but it felt like it belonged there. A faint hum, more like the pulse of water beneath stone than sound, moved up his arm. The light caused the 3 strands to brighten. The first was a rich emerald, the second was a deep earthy green, and the third was faintly glowing with a pale golden tint. Petals quivered and spread wide at each small bloom, as if to welcome him. The violet swayed toward him, the white released the subtlest hint of fresh rain, and the gold bloom gave off a subtle warmth. He sensed the response deep within himself. It wasn't alien or intrusive, but rather as though the vines were acknowledging something that was already there in him. Abara's gaze expanded. It's responding to you. Izuku turned from her to the bracelet and back again. It must feel the hamon. Her head was cocked. The hamon. He gave a nod. Even when I'm not using it, there's always a little running through me. Like a river you can't see, but can still hear if you're close enough. At that moment, the vines appeared to slightly tighten and settle against him as if they had discovered a home. A flicker of warmth ran through Izuku's arm as he ran his thumb over one of the blooms. This was more than a gift, whatever it was. It had selected him, and it was alive. Izuku laughed and blushed as she said, I'll always have a part of you. She flushed more deeply. It suits you, she whispered. Then something heavier in her eyes caused her expression to change. Midoriya, thank you. Again. For saving me. Even though I wasn't worth the risk of the Hammond secret getting out. With a warm yet firm voice, he abruptly interrupted her. Don't ever say that. You were worth it. Every time. Always. Her breath stalled at the unexpected words, and then a tiny, vulnerable smile curled her lips. Then I'll believe you. Izuku's voice grew softer. Good, because I mean it. She squeezed his wrist lightly. I'll be praying for you. Come back safe. He looked at her. I will, and when I do, maybe we can talk about what we both meant. She didn't turn away, but her blush came back. I'd like that. She took a step back and allowed her vines to gently sway in the wind. Go, before I try to keep you here. With the bracelet's constant weight on his arm serving as a living reminder of her faith, and his decision, Izuku gave it one final look before turning to face the gate. Okay, so this is a scene where Izuku gets ready and says goodbye before leaving for the airport. It strikes a balance between her silent fear, the tension between him and Inko from their last conversation, and their implicit knowledge that he is in danger once more. Where? Apartment in Midoriya. There was a gentle click as the key turned in the lock. Izuku pushed the door open and entered the cozy, familiar atmosphere of home, complete with the subtle creak of the floorboards in the hallway, the quiet hum of the refrigerator, and the subtle scent of tea leaves. He looked into the living room and placed his shoes by the door. His mother had her hands encircling a refreshing cup of tea at the little table by the window. When he came in, she looked up, and they were silent for a while. Since the day he had gone to save Abara, they had not spoken. Her expression that day had been a mixture of disappointment and fear, not at him but at the threat he continued to approach. Her eyes had softened, but they were still worried. Quietly, "You're packing," she said. There was no question. With a nod, Izuku slipped past her and headed for his room. "I won't be long." With his new vine bracelet snug on his wrist, utility gloves, water canisters, a compact gear case, a tribal scarf, and a paintball pistol in its holster, he moved with focused efficiency even though his duffel bag was already half-packed from training days. He examined every component to make sure there was no damage. His mother was still at the table when he returned to the living room. She glanced at him, then at the bag. "You're about to go do something dangerous again." Mid-step, he stopped. "Yeah." She gripped the teacup tighter. "I wish you'd tell me not to worry." "I can't," he said, looking directly at her, "but I can tell you I'll come back." She exhaled slowly before getting up to go across the room. Her hands briefly touched his shoulders to ground herself rather than to restrain him. "You look more like your father every day." He was the same, always running towards someone else's fight. Izuku took a swallow. "I'm not doing this to disappear from you. I'm doing it so I can come back, knowing I didn't turn my back on someone who needed me." Her face faltered, caught between fear and pride. At last, she reached up to fix his bag's strap. "Then, just promise me you'll still be my son when you come back. Not someone I can't recognize." He gave a small smile. "Promise." She called after him as he moved toward the door, "Izuku." He hesitated. "Be safe, and if you can't be safe, be smart." With a slight nod, he stepped out into the evening light, the weight of his equipment resting next to the warmth of the vines at his wrist. Where? International Airport. Narita families huddled close to check-in counters, business travelers tapped at phones, and announcements in clipped English and Japanese sounded over the PA as the crowd at Narita shifted in restless currents. The warm breeze outside was replaced by the cool rush of air conditioning as Izuku entered through the sliding doors. Unconsciously, his hand moved to his left wrist, gliding over the tangled vines Abara had gifted him. Tight but pliable, the triple strand pulsed softly against his skin, alive. It served as a tether, binding him to the pledge he had made in the courtyard, not merely a reminder. He could hear her voice. "Don't ever say that. You were worth it, every time, always." He inhaled deeply to steady himself. He was looking through the crowd when he saw Lin Dao, close to the boarding gate. With Kamiko in a safe carrier at her side, she stood in a composed, motionless stance, wearing simple yet tidy travel attire. She appeared to be anchored, like the eye of a storm, despite the terminal's commotion and noise. Her mouth curled into the tiniest, most knowing smile as her eyes lifted and met his. "Cutting it close. I was beginning to think you'd lost your nerve." Izuku gave a small smile. "Not a chance." Her eyes lingered for a heartbeat as she looked at the bracelet on his wrist. "A gift?" He gave a nod. "From someone important." Lin refrained from pressing. Rather, she inclined her head in the direction of the gate. "Then keep it close. You'll need all the reminders you can carry where we're going." The low rumble of the plane's engines throbbed beneath them as they walked side by side toward the jet bridge. Lin looked out the window as the plane started to taxi, her voice so low that only he could hear it. "Let's go. I'm taking you to where I started my journey." Izuku sat with his eyes fixed on nothing, 2 seats away from Lin. His thumb brushed the blooms in slow, unconscious circles as his hand sat on the vine bracelet. Quietly, she said, "You've been somewhere else since you walked in." He snapped back, blinking. "Just thinking. About where you're going." In his own words, "About what I'm leaving behind." She looked at him for a while. "This isn't your first mission." "No," he replied, "but it feels like my first war." Lin took a moment to respond. Her eyes moved over him, taking in his scars, his steady breathing, and the way his shoulders stiffened at the sound of an announcement. When she said, "Because now you have more to lose, in both worlds." He gave her a stern look, as though she had read a page he hadn't shared with anyone. "You think that makes you weaker," she went on. "Sometimes it does. But it also means your decisions will never be empty." As his fingers closed over the bracelet again, Izuku pondered her words and briefly considered both worlds. The one he was about to defend and the one that awaited his return.
I will continue this series in next part. Till then, bye bye.